Welcome back to the Cyberathlete Valorant Collegiate Invitational. We're on to map number 3 between Virtus Arcus versus KU Esports. We're on Haven for the final map, the 3-sided map, one of the most ambitious changes to any kind of an FPS. And we'll be going straight into the game. It's very streamlined. It's always lovely to see that kind of effort. Thank you very much to the CVCI just for giving the opportunity to all these young players and to us casters as well. We appreciate you.
Indeed. And of course, again, this CVCI has been brought to you by Cyberathlete. And did you guys know, just a quick trivia before we head on to the game, that this has been a trademark since the 1997. That's basically, I'm like 1 year old that time.
I was 3. That's been here for, that's a while.
Yeah, it's been here for more than a decade, decades even.
CP, the Cyberathlete Professional League, and the Cyberathlete OG Original Gamers are divisions of the CPL properties. So CPL, they've been supporting basically esports for the last 23 years. So they've been giving plenty of opportunity. I can't imagine how many careers have started thanks to these guys.
Truly. But of course, this is going to be our quick brackets for now. So whoever wins this round will be advancing into our respective brackets. And I guess this is the signal to go into the game. Again, we are going to be on Haven site, one of the largest maps that we have, considering that it has a C site here, so a lot of versatility for both of our teams to work with.
And it's generally attacker-sided. Well, it's supposed to be attacker-sided, considering the fact that you have to defend 3 sites and you're only 5 people, means that you're definitely going to have at least one site with just one player. That's why these sentinels are so important. And so right now, it looks like it is going to be a C take. 4 players up towards long, and well, never mind. They've just completely caster-cursed me, and they've gone back towards mid. As Spike is watching the flank, as now Hap starts to push on up, and it will be a couple of exchanges happening at the very start as Dash Jr. finds a double kill.
Yep. So far that is looking pretty good, but this is still a 3v3 fight. Oh, they managed to actually dwindle down the population here onto the middle side. So now Hap's on his way into the B area, but looking at how our attackers or K Esports are rotating at, they are actually going on different or opposite directions rather.
They've left A completely open. They're convinced that this is going to be a B take, and well, now they know they're going in towards the A side. That spike has gone down. Foxu is still alive, which is a scary prospect. He's back on the Sova, and so he doesn't have all that utility to work with.
True. So again, this kind of forces them out to actually quickly rotate over here. But look at that, Lul was able to really negate that pushing abilities earlier, so this is going to be a 2v1 fight. Let's see if Haps is going to go for that potential crutch to the recon. Bolt is going to be used. Fake defuse right here, let's see. But, Foxes still has his aim on point and will be taking this round for them.
He is fully warmed up at this point. And so, yeah, they take the first round. They did lose 3 players in the process. But that's a really good performance coming in from the side of KU Esports, and a good start to this game. And again, it's Foxu leading the charge, as you say. They don't invest too much. You're seeing that classic look of, okay, we're going to get a couple of ghosts. Anyone that can afford a rifle, buy it. Otherwise, save for the rifles on the next round. So 4 phantoms and 1 ghost. And they don't invest anything on the side of Virtus, which is actually really smart. They'll have plenty of utility going on to the next round.
True. I mean, that is your usual go-to whenever during pistol round you're kind of in the losing side. So really saving some money on their hands is a very big help. It's only going to be a bonus if ever they are going to, really be thrifty and win this next round that we have. So right now, a little bit of, it's not as aggressive as it is, but it looks like the shenanigans will be happening onto C long right here. Luckily, Omen was able to smoke that out to actually block some vision away from our attackers right here. It's kind of forced them to really rotate into the other areas of our map. And I think
How
that
he's so deep in. They're all just rotating and they know how clear this site is. Somehow all the way in towards their spawn. He can find a bunch of kills here, or just the information is just enough there. Now he's trying to back away. He doesn't want to overextend, he doesn't want to get surrounded. But 5 players bounding towards the A site. Humble has found one, looking for a little bit more. There's another kill. Humble finally gets traded out. There's Willie with the classic. They don't want to lose too many guns to these classics because they've invested nothing. This is actually a 3v3 somehow, and now they've got some guns to use. They can make their way back into this site. This could be a potential retake in towards A, and it's getting a little bit dangerous for KU Esports.
A little bit of despair right here, so they are going for the defuse. That was a very nice play for Willie right here, but was shot darted by Foxu. So let's see who gets the upper hand here in terms of aims rather. But you know what? Foxu still gets the round for his team, really denying that defuse against our defenders.
Foxu 3K, ever consistent. I said in the first game he looked really flat, and I was thinking maybe it's because he's playing a Sova, but he's a Sova now and he's still getting all these kills. So I guess he just needed to warm up a bit, and even on that warm up game, he won that first game. On that second game, he just completely bombed. So I don't know, but regardless, it's going to be a buy round coming in from the side of Viridis, and so KU Esports will have a little bit more of a barrier to entry into these sites.
Truly, and looks like I like it how they are playing around with our map right here, just making some noise into one area and then kind of distract them and goes for potential push into any sites that is clear on their hands. I think they are very aware that A is not much of guarded for the defenders here, so them being reactive about that, they are going to hover up themselves into A site. So right now, really denying that push here onto the tunnel. This is quite a good discipline for KU Esports.
Just waiting for the retake, for everyone to be in position. Willie's about to reveal everyone's position. There's Paranoid coming up from the but the kills, they're starting to come in now for the side of Viridis. There's the double kills, the triple kill coming in. Senorita only found one in exchange, and that spike is still ticking away. They come defuse, that bomb. Humble still finds the kill on the ham. Foster found Foxu. No defuse just yet. They're all pushing at the same time. Foster has found Humble, and now they can go for the defuse. Is there enough time?
There is.
There is. They actually defused it halfway, so 4 seconds remaining. Plenty of time to work with.
It's nice because they are able to play with the agents as well. You know, one is going to go for the defuse and the others will simply go for protect to the one who is defusing. So that is one of the strategies that Viridis Arcus is really doing right now. And really, the comeback potential of this team is something that you have to take into account, since you don't want to really position yourself in a very complacent area wherein you think that you are on the upper hand.
It seems to be like the basic setup for Viridis. It's like, okay, give them the site and then we retake. It's what they really prefer doing, and it makes sense considering this is an attacker-sided map. Really got so much information there. He just saw 3 players in towards mid. But he can't really do anything with that info, considering that they can still rotate. We're only like 30 seconds into this first round. I mean, sorry, into this 4th round.
Yeah, they still have a lot of time to actually, really, kind of like transport themselves if ever they decide to go for that rotate. It looks like they will maybe committing into this B site right here. So right now, this is 3 players down to 1. So let's see. Unfortunately, it was not, it was secured rather by Viridis Arcus here, not really getting a point and actually evening it out.
Yeah, 2-2. There's 3 ults available for the side of KU Esports. I'm not sure how they're going to be using those. I mean, Cypher's ult's always a good ability to use. Omen, it's very situational. If Dash Jr. is going to be teleporting into Heaven A or whatever else, he could make a lot of space for his team, but it all depends on how good he is at that lurk. And so now, round number 5, and it's going to be a gun round.
Yeah, definitely. So again, this is very nice. Was able to smoke down at C long right here. So I think that is going to be used as a distraction here, and they would just rotate into a different area. But like as you mentioned, Viridis Arcus will prefer to actually let them take that spike plant and then just try to make things work and place themselves in a matter wherein the positioning is favorable into their hands.
Push in towards the A side. Again, they want to go for that retake. Haps has just gone down. They're waiting for Willie to get their recon drone out. And there's another smoke to replace the Heaven smoke. He could go for that teleport and try to get a flank on these players because there's still 4 players that want to push into the side that all gathered up in the entrance to A.
Blinding. Off your feet!
Pretty interesting. Rolling Thunder is going to be used to actually, delay the pushing abilities of our attackers right here.
Call a save. All 4 players can go for a save.
Oh, okay. That's pretty interesting. But I think because of the save, they might be a bit of confident in terms of facing our defenders onto the next round. I think I'm just having like what do you call this? An intuition that one of them might, if it's if it favors the economy, one from our attackers might go for an operator, but it still depends.
I would like to see it no. We haven't seen too much of it. We've only seen Harvey on that first map using the operator, and it's increasingly useful on Haven. You've got so many long angles where you can use that, so it's a good. I mean, it's a good expectation for you to expect an operator to come out eventually. But the rounds are so back and forth that the money can't really build up to a point where they can buy an AWP. So whoever gets that ball rolling, that's when they're going to pick up the operator, and I feel like they can start to gain a bit of a lead considering that. But we've had in both maps, we saw them get 6-6 in the first half.
And right now, just looking at that, as predicted, there is going to be someone onto really using that operator right there onto C long. So this is pretty interesting. This is going to be a 4v3 fight with Sova on Virtus Arcus with a low break of health. So I think he may use himself as a decoy. Might be going for a trade, but it kind of depends onto the rotations that we have right now. Really sliding out A once more here, but this time Cypher is on patrol onto A short. So this is looking good because they are dispersed, and them being dispersed could also mean that a lot of information can be triggered into there. Oh.
Stuck in a corner there. That could be useful though, Haps still being alive from that position. 2 versus 3. He finds 1. That's a spike down as well. So plenty to do here for Foxu, and he's not going to find anything done. It will be, again, score equalized 3-3.
Alright, so this is looking good, for actually both sides of the team really trying to rally out the points so far, really, gathering up on the sleeve. So I think for the side of our defenders, just really stick to their guns right now because it's really working for them. All they have to do is just position themselves in a way that is favorable for them. And for the attacker side, I think it's time that they might try to change the strategy. Let's say at least one would flank and try to have an aggressive approach.
Is aggressive on the defense coming in. Haps kicking in towards it. Oh, Foxu finds Haps before he can get back. And that was a good shot coming in from Foxu in exchange, but Javi still opened things up. So 4 versus 4, and again, the ults are ready for the side of KU Esports. I feel like Phoenix is the best entry. It's LOL going in with his ult readied up. That can make so much space, and Eureka finding Boaster now. They start to split towards C as Fox just stunned Willie. That's a 2 versus 4 now on this retake.
Basically trying to let go of that A side this time and opting for a better strategy here at A, which is what they are doing right now. So far, let's see if Javi is able to snipe out the members of our attackers. You have to take note that this is a 4v2 fight. So in terms of melee combat, Savi has to really, upgrade his reflexes up. Oh, look at that beautiful Blade Storm right there. Was able to get one down, make that 2. He might go for a triple here if it seemed to fit. So again, operator here. Ooh, so he might be going for the defuse this time, really abusing the fact that our Cypher has an operator and it kind of
can't do anything.
Yeah, he can't do anything at that point. So that is nice. So he was able to snag 1 kill off the bat.
Javi, that's so well played. He gets in there, he uses ult to find a double kill. No, he gets the first kill, gets the second kill with his ult, smoke down, defuse, and gets the final kill. That's all Javi.
Javi, the fact that he was able to actually play around with the area at the same time, really getting our attackers off guard with the positions that he had with the help of his dashes. Right there is just exemplary. And if we've been highlighting Foxu quite some time, right, with KU Esports, but we're starting to see some limelight once again for both Lily and Javi actually here into our game. So yeah, and Reina will be getting a double kill over there.
Ostoff completely blinded, can do anything. Senorita, that's good one tap coming in from him. Javi, he is so consistent. He just does not stop. All of these kills, he just does not miss.
Ooh, indeed he was able to get the spike, but he has to be very wary of this A-low right there.
Good peek from Willie. Another good round here from Viridis. 5-3. They're doing well on the defender side.
Truly, and this goes to show that they have that capability to actually hold our sites right here, because usually in Haven you would since it is a three-sided map, it kind of gives you that risk wherein you have to give up one site just so that you could really get a hold of the other two. So the thing is, Viridis Arcus, giving that opportunity for them to actually get the spike being planted and just rotate in a very timely manner is one of the things I have to commend here for them, because they are really turning it into a favorable tide.
Actually, yeah, there's 3. Look at how many players are rotating over towards A side. They know exactly what this play is going to be. I feel like KU just are not faking enough. On a site with three sides, they need to be faking a lot more. Low finding the one, Javi missing the follow-up. That's a rare miss. 4 versus 4. Ult comes out, and a missed shot coming in as well. But that spike's trying to tick away. They need to find a way back in.
Yeah, a little bit of late right there, and he is not forced to go and use a melee weapon here. So Javi has a lot of flexibility to work with here. So he is on to our breach. Flashes out by Phoenix. Really understandable that he kind of faced the direction of the walls, that he will get flashed out. But you know what, Phoenix maybe into the right footing and was able to take down a Javi right there, and completely defending that spike and really taking the round onto the favor.
Each individual inside of KU Esports are capable of popping off. Lol with that 4K in that last round. He played around those smokes around that site really well. And the good thing about Viridis is they're very good at maintaining their economy. I haven't seen them go for a eco buy or a half buy in a lot of these rounds. It's been a phantom every single round, because they do the right call every time. They know they're not going to win a round. They just go for the save. And I mean, at this point, they're still leading. And if they keep maintaining their economy, they could get to, what's the scoreline here? They could get to an 8-4 at this point if they're playing this well enough. And Javi's still holding on that operator. That's a big plus.
Indeed, and plus in a very good position too. So it kind of, him playing with both the operator and his melee combat skills, it kind of throws off the guard of KU Esports here. But going back into how they rotate themselves, eyeing out A once again, and of course that is going to be the notification that the members of KU Esports are here, so might as well try to pin them down as much as they can. And I don't know, I have a feeling that Savi might let go for a moment this operator if the situation needs it.
So difficult to retake with an AWP. That's the only problem with this weapon, because that stopping motion when you have to get that accuracy in that operator has been nerfed so badly that there you go. As soon as they can't make their way in, they get flashed and pushed back. They're just like, okay, you know what, we need to save this, we need to go back, give them the tie, and it's going to be 5-5, and they don't lose a single player. So it's always back and forth between these two teams. It's really good to see how competitive both teams are. Humble actually finding another kill before the round ends. Looked a little bit more. Javi's actually found Humble in exchange. So they've lost the operator yet again. But 5-5, and it's as close as it can be. They've got 2 rounds left for this first half. Let's see who can run away with a lead, or if it's just going to be a tie.
Truly, you can't really conclude anyone who is in the upper hand at this point, because even if there's like let's say a 2-round gap between both of these teams, either of these teams who were able to get that, the comeback potentials of both sides of the teams is, really something that you have to commend, because sometimes wherein there are some instances where if for example you are in the lead, some of the losing team kind of gets really tilted or mentally disrupted, so that's also another factor that we have to consider here. But going back into the game, they are really hovered up into C long, so let's see how things would pan out for them. You have to be very careful though. But wow, that was a very nice
That's not how you want to go down.
Yeah.
Through a smoke.
Through a smoke.
Happy is still here, so that's still scary.
And with an operator to boot.
But now Spike rotating back over towards that A side, but actually no one on the side of Viridis has moved anywhere. So now 2 players to defend this A site. There's tripwires, there's cages all over the place, and there's a Reyna hiding in the back of the site. They make some noise over towards A. They're both coming in towards A. So you found Willie in mid, and now they can go towards B because it's just being cleared.
But I think they might actually commit C instead of his. They have to be very careful into the linear.
He got collateral.
30 seconds left.
Very careful in terms of that positioning there, especially on a linear position. Because you know what, Harvey was able to get a double kill on their hands, but aided with the melee combat of the Reyna right here. It kind of complements the compositions of Viridis Arcus. So, Omen will be planting the spike onto A side, however, but he has to, he has a potential clutch. He just has to, really position himself in a way that a trade might not, help it to play.
Oh my goodness. That was an immediate kill. That was well played, and that is going to be Viridis up to 6. So no matter what happens on the next round, they can't go into the next half with less points.
True. So again, for
Last round in the half.
Pretty job here in trying to get as much points and kills as much as they can, because they are really monitoring the economy right here as far as we are concerned. So again, quickly looking at the respective guns right here, looks like from the defender side, no one, even from the attackers, is going to get an operator, because basically at this point it would be best for our attackers to just go for melee combat.
First kill already in the first 15 seconds, Senorita finding one, Willie there for the exchange. And, well, Hap's getting a little bit too aggressive there. Like, look what they've done here for the side of KU. They started to spread out and wait for the push to come in. Gross does find one and make some space for himself. He's actually going to find another one. And that's going to be the advantage for Viridis. So now, 2 versus 3. They do have smokes. They've got plenty of traps they can lay down.
Spike planted.
Alright, spike has been planted once again onto the A side. So Cypher and Omen maybe opted to position themselves once more in a convenient position. So ult is going to be coming and ready here by Reyna, really getting some kills through and through for this specific round. So this is a good job for her, but was sniped out right here, and Bash Jr. and both sides are doing a pretty good job and actually retaining them here. Okay, the fake defuse will be in play. He gets to get to aim first.
That's such... You can see that... So basically, every single time it goes for one of those retakes, it's always take Heaven control back and push in from short. And they've been doing that time and time again. This time they get that spike down, they get a defensive, they push down into sewer, they push down towards a long, and then they hold. They have such sharp aim there, and Willie, you can see, he actually played that really smart. He thought, okay, he was last seen inside of sewer, I think I heard a teleport, I'm going to focus on the other side. He pre-aimed the right position, but just a little bit better in that scenario. Was Dash Jr. So it was really well played. Dash Jr. finding that double kill to end that round, but finding Harvey, that was the most important thing, and it was Humble 2K that found Harvey. So again, another 6-6 half. These teams have been neck and neck this entire time, and so now let's see who can close this out.
And closing out, it's highly unlikely that they might, we might see some difference into, let's say, the last 3 or 4 rounds of our match, since that is the trend ever since our match number 1. So we have to really take that into consideration as well. So again, really having an aggressive play here onto the C side. Recon Ball is going to be used, and a lot of people from City right here for
Spike
KE
planted.
Sports. So again, Spike has been planted right now. So again, ooh, Bolster and Willie was able to take down off the bat here.
player
2v3 fight, make that a 1v3 fight, and just really pinning down Senorita over there into the edge. Kind of gives the round for Valorant Arcus.
Played there by Willie, getting that 3k. You can see he was confident to go for those aim fights, and he was hitting those headshots as well. That Ghost, always worth investing into, especially over the armor, because 125 armor, it's not going to really save you unless you're going up against classics. So that's well played, and now we can see the Phantoms have already come out just into the second round of the second half, just like we saw in that first half from the side of KU Esports. I'm interested in these setups coming in from the side of KU Esports, because they're a team that are very well researched. So we'll be seeing a couple of interesting setups, I expect. I mean, you can see him curbing those smokes out. 3 players over towards C, and they don't actually have to push this. They just do 3 smokes out towards C and then just back away.
I think that is just used, as a bait or decoy, whilst the other members are, really heading themselves onto the A side. You see, this is like the advantage as well of having a very broad map. You can like really play with it, and using one side as a distraction, and having the information that it's highly likely that the defenders will be taking one down. But look at that, shorty plays coming in, but it's gonna be traded by Boaster here with another kill, and of course Javi with another one to boot. And you have to take note that they are on Ghost Strike here, so they might go on to a third round if ever it went into the favor. But that was very nice. Clicks coming through. Ooh, nice.
Attempt there from Foxy, but Javi with the triple kill. I mean, they had the superior weaponry, so it's basically what you expect from a round like that. And now going into round number 15, we're seeing an Odin coming out in the hands of Foxu. I'm not sure exactly what he's going to be using that for, but it's a scary prospect for C.
Yeah, or probably got a wall bang of this B side here, since the big window is a very nice position to actually threaten or harass our defenders here, or actually basically just to make some noise when
You
you
don't want to be
live.
running into one of those.
Truly a noise you do not wish to interact with. So again, into the A short right here. This is a 2v1 fight. Okay, Humble was able to take one, but Reina is gonna go for that trade. So they may be committing A for this time around, but quick on the knees. Goes Phoenix onto the sides right here. Ooh.
Foxu with the Odin, finding the kill onto Crossoff. That's not how you want to go down. And now it's a 2 versus 1, and Haps is on 30 HP. You might want to try and hold on to this rifle and the little bit of utility that he does have. But I think he's getting told to just go for this, so he's just going to stay here, maybe try and go for some exit frags, maybe hope that one of the players from the side of KU get too aggressive. 50 seconds left on the clock. He has time to make some space for himself.
Yes, but with the Odin in the hands of Foxy right here, all the more clear result back there.
3k for Foxu with an Odin. In a professional match, it's nice to see.
Very indeed. So right now they are able to catch up with the scores that, like as I mentioned initially, that even though there is a certain gap, the comeback potentials of both of these teams are just surreal. That you don't really want to place yourself in a very comfortable position and just try to gather up as much as possible. And I think that is what both of our teams are doing right now. So I guess a change of strategy would be good here. Ooh, Stinger though in the hands of Savvy. Very interesting. He doesn't want the bird, but the bird factor.
So they're all spread out this time. KU Esports, it's a fast adjustment. They notice that they all try and go for a retake. They try and push and try and get some information. So now they just hold. They're just waiting for someone to over-aggress, try and punish the aggression. Sorry, not KU Esports. This is Viridis,
Good.
holding for pushes to come in from the side of KU Esports. And now, KU Esports have also adjusted. They're not getting too aggressive trying to get that information. Most of them are just trying to stay inside the sites. You can see some information being gathered by Humble 2K in towards Sue. Is actually trying to push his way in, but now
Still inside.
it's going to be a garage push. Making their way in. There's the flash out, and Lol goes down. Willie, great shot.
Ooh, a bit of a really in a tight situation right there earlier, but luckily there weren't much players right there to actually go for those pickups. But you know what? Foxo with the Odin gets a double onto the garage
30
area
seconds
right
left.
here.
The spike can even go down. That Odin is causing so much havoc.
I have
And
the spike.
you see, if you have an Odin, you're making chaos, and chaos is where KU shines. Oh, he couldn't escape, Bowster, and Grosov both going down. Fox with a triple kill in the round, and they immediately even out the scoreboard, 8-8.
Liking this Odin plays coming in from Foxu. Really.
It's like PM. I don't
Yeah. Really chaotic on his side, but you know what? I like it how he plays around with the Odin at the same time with his ultimate, because it kind of gives that threat moments for that Omen specifically during our previous round. Wasn't able to escape even though with his shrouded step.
This goes here. Wow, this is a nice spot. That goes there. Yes, this should do. Wow, this is a nice spot.
Based accepts coming in from Humble. Uses all of his utility before the round starts. Just tries to put a couple of slowdown trap so they can get into the A side. But so many players over towards C. The smoke goes down, and this could definitely be a C play. A Spike is staying back and watching the flank as well. Harvey down to 11 HP. Oh my goodness, he sees so much, but Lol gonna shut him down mid-air. Oh, the Odin. The Odin.
Odin here, let's see if he is able to get one for the bag. Shock dart as well to be utilized here. So a lot of people on City side for our defenders. KE Sports has to really position themselves in a manner where they are not get caught down, but unfortunately Senorita here may try to get a play, flashing the other members here, but unfortunately, you know, the positions are in the favor of KE Sports, and that was a thrifty round to boot.
So
This goes
9-8. It's been back and forth even in the second half, but that looked so dominant from the side of Viridis. They're actually winning these aim duels with pistols, and that shouldn't be happening. Not at this point. Not if you're KU Esports. You had plenty of time to warm up. You should have your groove going, but losing to the Spectres, to the Sheriffs, it's not ideal. So at this point, that's going to be demoralizing for KU Esports as well. That can affect their aim and their confidence, which could make it even worse for them.
Truly. And yeah, just going back here, looks like they will be holding the pushes right here, just trying to take down one. They are aware that one is into the garage site with that Flasher Phoenix. So Brain, I think, is just making some necessary noises to force a reposition for the Phoenix. So what Javi rather was able to take down Senorita and to A side, but now seeing how they reposition themselves, they might go for a B side take, or still committing to C.
Spike planted.
And here's going to be a heavy commitment. Javi finding Lol in mid. And, I mean, 1 versus 5. I can do this. Let's go, Foxu. Just jump in there, get all those kills. It's not going to happen. He's going to be trying to save what he can. I feel like he would have done better on the raise here. Let someone else go solo for that information, because he's just so much better on a duelist. Oh, Javi walk into the Bucky.
Alright,
Javi must be so concerned. He's keeping such a long distance. I think he knows that there's a Bucky in his hands.
Truly, and he tried to like distance himself up. That was a very nice strategy for Javi right there. He knows that there's a Bucky, so the Bucky is a bit of a disadvantage when you're kind of far off. So he kind of distanced himself first before actually going for the peak. So that is one thing that really have to consider for Javi here. Really quick on his thoughts.
I'm trying to stay unbiased as possible because Viridis is a Filipino team, and so the cast is the base. But so like sometimes I'm like exceptionally harsh on Veritas, but they're actually playing so well on this defender side, and it's really good to see. So you know, I'm slightly proud. But no bias. Javi will start off this round with a kill to his name, Senorita, going down immediately.
True. So that is looking good once again for Veritas Arcus here. Again, drone is going to be hovered onto A short to see any vital information if ever he gets to see one. Of course, looking at the crooks and candies of each of the site, just so that they won't get surprised later on when they try to go for the initiation. So right now, I think information was already communicated by the other members of the team, and I think to date they're just simply trying to hold the ground and try to go to a route or into a site where the safest route is at.
Space they're making there. If there's a problem if Bowster goes down here. He's got the spike in hand and he's pushed all the way up. I was a little bit scared that he was just gonna overextend because that smoke's about to disappear. Out went that paranoia and it's completely wasted. He didn't peek along with it, so Dash Jr. doesn't have any flashes left. I think
30 seconds left.
I think they do have a couple left on Grosso.
Okay, so the cameras will be shown here to apply some vision onto A site with any potential rotates, but ooh.
Good
Okay,
position from Haps to find Humble.
Spike planted.
They really run down the clock. There's like 10 seconds left. They keep doing that. They keep letting the clock run down before they go for those ultimate dedications to the site. And now they're in a 5 versus 2, and it's been working time and time again. And they can just ride that same strat all the way home, because if it's not broken, don't fix it. It doesn't look like KU is supposed to know how to deal with this late aggression coming in.
True. Usually you would like usual attackers would like to start off the game as aggressive as possible, but them having like as you mentioned, this late aggression is something that can throw off the the shots or the calling of the shots of our defenders right here. So we are down to 2. So Lul unfortunately was taken down by Javi there onto Cubby, and still snag up some points.
The timing.
Yeah, the timing very in the hands of Veritas Arcus here, really, keeping the momentum in their pace.
There's so much logic behind going for that late push, because if you hold on to your utility as much as possible, you just use a little bit to bait out all that utility on the defender side. Once you push in, I feel like at this point, Veritas understand that, okay, KU, they like the chaos, they like to make loads of smokes all over the site and then just to play around those flashes. Let them use all their utility. Once it's all gone, we go for Order, and Order can win over chaos if you're controlling that situation. And so now pushing up towards C long. This time they're going aggressive, and I don't know if it's going to work out, because there's the chaos and there's Dash Jr. finding the first kill. Gross gone down, there's the flash, has to back away down, he's going to go as well. Williams actually found one exchange, but there it is. Once that chaos starts to come in, it all goes in favor of KU.
Really taking advantage of the group together there, this Arcus onto C site here, so this is going to be a little bit challenging for Veritas Arcus with Cypher. With the remaining agent here, they might cross paths onto the garage. Let's see who gets the better aim, and at this point it's going to be low right there, and with that, KU Esports just trying to gain their footing once again with that point.
Triggering to get to get taken down by LOL, because you can just imagine that laughing face in your head every single time he gets you.
Truly, the LOL.
LOL. 11-9, and that was a great round from KU, but I feel like that was more the fault of Veritas' side than it was KU's, because they basically played into KU's hands there, and they need to resort back to that style of just bait out that utility, just drown them with everything, so they can't be flashing you and smoking you that much when you're trying to push in towards the sites.
Indeed, so again, Recon Bolt is going to be used here. I like it how they're making some noise onto the garage area, but I don't know if this is intentional, but they kind of forget to take the spike. I think it's intentional, maybe. But they have to take that into consideration later on, because the chase is really here, and okay, this is pretty interesting. I think they just want to take all of them down instead of actually going for the plant.
They've finally retrieved the spike.
Yeah.
And they still have all their utility, which is really good. Now KU is the team that's starting to adjust.
Mm-hmm. Indeed. So like the smoke is going to disappear here at Long, finding no one in the vicinity. But again, rotation-wise, they are transitioning themselves onto a long. Drone is going to be used by the Silver
30
there onto
seconds
a
left.
short. Again, not to be surprised in any corners, which is a good call for them. So again, taking their time with still 20 seconds on the clock, but
What a whiff there to Harvey. Grossoff is there for finally for an exchange, but Senorita's finding kills too. This is
10
like
seconds
falling apart
left.
so fast. No time for a plant. This round's done.
indeed, this may go. I was about to say this may go for a clutch, but you know what? Fox is still, pretty acing up his aims right there. And as you mentioned, the game is done, and just like that, KE Sports just needed one more score to again even out the odds. And I'm kind of proud of my predictions moment we're in. Things are
You've grown as a caster in just 3 maps.
Hey!
It's amazing progress.
I learned from the best. Wink, wink. We're going back here.
That's right, I am the best. I'm kidding.
All right, going back into the game that we have right now. As mentioned earlier, the action will really start here for the last 2 or 3 rounds. That will be happening in a short while. So now 11 to 10 for both. For KE Sports, just need one more to even it out. Drone is going to be over here on A long again to just apply some visions here. So not really taking an aggressive push onto the early stages of our game, since they still have a minute to work with. Okay. Okay, so
They've
far,
actually reunited over towards mid. They're pushing in towards the B side, and here you have Willie just waiting. Sorry, not Willie. Foxu waiting for this push to come in. All 4 players already up towards this door, and so now they're forced to go for this take.
I like it
No
how
one's close enough. Oh my goodness! All the utility
30
coming in
seconds left.
side of KU.
Okay, now that was a little lag moment for both the Phoenix and the Reyna. They kind of like stared at each other first before actually getting that gunshots right there. But going back here, I like it how Veritas Arcus used B site, but it didn't really went well
10
into their
seconds
favor.
left.
But Willie here being witty, just getting Senorita down, and a trade for his life is inevitable at that point. So yeah, they were able to even out the scores right here, and this is going to be pretty interesting come the last
Right here.
few rounds that we are about to.
So scary for Veritas. They are not baiting out enough utility, and
Right here.
you saw as soon as I went for that B side, all that utility coming in from
Right.
both sides of the walls, all the flashes coming in, they all just start dying one by one. It's I mean, if they're gonna keep doing that, I feel like they can't even bait out the utility from the side of KU anymore. They're just waiting for the push before they use anything, and the only skills they're using are the ones that are rechargeable. So
Take
it's
flight.
really smart on the side of KU.
Surely, again, really holding the ground right here, waiting for someone to actually be detected at this point. So yeah, looking at the mechanics, Fox,
Right.
who was not able to see that cipher onto that area, but going back, our attackers, Virtus Arcus, very really, I think they will be sticking to the original plan, wherein they kind of take at least 1 or 2 down before going for a full commit. So Blade Storm is overed by Hobby right here for some potential melee combat through. So dashes in, goes and floats up, but was not able to get spotted by Dash Jr., but was traded by Foxu, however, onto that side. So again, has a lot of things to consider right here. This is a 3v3 fight. Okay, so Bolster was able to get the takedown against
30
Senorita right
seconds
here.
left.
Everything is just happening in a flash. So this is going to be a 3v2 fight. Cypher in the garage area. So Tertiary is going to be used. Not going to get anyone at that point. Oh, actually waiting for one. So he will be taking that hit instead.
Spike planted.
Spike is going to be planted by
enemy
Virtus.
remaining.
Goes right here. But that linear
know
takedown
exactly
coming from Humble is
player
just
standing.
really well, and you know, it forced them to actually take the lead this time around. So
I cannot believe they lined up for him. Humble had the perfect timing there. He just had to click left click and they both went down. And that's match point. And I mean, they can close us out right now because it looks like Virtus have run out of strats on their attacker side, and it shows as well. How many rounds they
I
just
need
lost
this.
where
My
it's all
facts.
5 players against the side and it just starts to crumble once they start to fight their way back in.
truly, basically they got barbecued by Humble
goes there.
there.
This goes here.
And yeah, as you mentioned, that they are starting to get depleted in terms of strategies here. And you also have to really take into consideration the mental fortitude of our teammates here, because this is the kind of stats wherein it kind of, you know, shakens up your mental capacities here, or actually to be truth or not. So going back into the game right here. Alright, so this is a pretty interesting position for K Esports, really coupled up together onto the site, but you know, well dispersed enough to apply some vision into our site. So Willie was able to take down one, if I'm not mistaken, that was on A site.
Just rotate as soon as they find those kills. This is for overtime. There's Foxu with with Odin again. He will be going down. This is a 2 versus 4 in the retake. They can't save. This is the last round,
Spike
and so
planted.
this could head into sudden death here. Out comes smoke spray coming through, and unable to find the kill there. Bowser jumping down. He looks like he wants to just yeet out of there, and he will.
Okay.
It's
They
a hard
have to be
read.
very careful in peeking right here. Okay, that was a very nice headshot followed through by a nice kill for Boaster right here. And again, this is going to be a
Sudden death.
sudden death moment for both of our teams. Really,
Evenly
intense.
matched.
Yeah, evenly matched all throughout our game.
Foxu decides to go for the Odin again. He's been so reliant on. I don't understand. This is a new meta.
I think it's more, I don't know. I think it kind of like Odin gives you the insurance of really hitting your targets, but the thing is, really that heavy loaded gun can also be in a not so good favor for you, especially when your position is not in the best way that you would want it to be. So I think Foxu here having a lot of confidence with that Odin, and we'll just have to see how this pans out.
My goodness, that's not how you want to start the last round. Lit down to 31 HP, just a lucky spray through the smoke. Boaster. He's gonna be regretting it. There's no healers, like, because of that Sage nerf, which has basically been ruined. He's probably wishing at this point, oh, I wish we had a Sage. That Ice Wall is still such a useful piece of utility. And, I mean, I'm excited to see what happens once we have Sky come out.
I also, yeah, agree. Pretty interesting to see, and yeah, the nerf from Sage is, you know, in desperate pain right now. So, and hence the reason why it's not really used at this point. So dashes in, goes on to top side of our boxes into the site right here. Kind of goes for the commit. Rolling Thunder, however, is going to be deployed, but the plant is going to push through. So depleting health all over. Look at that Boaster with, I guess, 1 HP left on his nose right here, but still no casualties so far.
Slow retake. Javi, they're trying to force one on that position. There's the molly. He actually goes down. There's Humble finding another hap as well. This is a good retake so far. Groves finds the first. There's National finding one more. And in a 1 versus 4, I don't think it's the, I think he can't do anything. KU. This is all on KU. That defuse is already coming in. This could be done. Oh, he's gonna find the kill! There, the spike diffuser goes down. There's another one on the defuse. He actually spots him. There's the flash coming in, and that's going to be it. 13 to 12. KU find their way back in, and it will be KU winning out over Viridis. And there you go. Well played by the Thai team. I mean,
Whew.
the adjustment towards the latter half of that second half of Haven, they just start going, okay, you know what? Give them the site. We'll fight our way back in, make as much chaos as possible, because that's where we shine. And they did it again and again and again. And Virtus, they found a couple of openings, found a couple of multi kills there, but in the end, it was KU. I mean, they were looking dominant from the start. Foxy has been absolutely insane throughout this entire matchup, and so, I mean, kudos to Kasetsat University. Those guys, they'll be going up into the upper brackets, I believe, and it will be British Argus going to the lower. So, seriously well played by them. And yeah, I can't wait to see what they do next.
Indeed, but so kudos as well to our Philippine team from De La Salle University of Philippines for their participation as well for our match. So yeah, still do not fret, they still have the chance to bounce back on board as they are going to be placed onto our lower bracket.
That's right. So, anyway, that was game number 1 for the Cyberathlete Valorant Collegiate Invitational. We'll be having game number 2 coming up. That's going to be Taylor Elites versus the Benusian OP. So do stick around, we'll be right back.
And yeah, welcome back everyone to the CVCI regionals right here, and we will be your casters for this event. My name is Saya, and with me is Black and Blue.
Yes, hello guys. We are now here once again, as Saya did say a while ago, here at the regionals now for our tournament. Earlier on, we did have our first best of 3 of the day. We're gonna have 4 in total today. Our second one is gonna be coming up, and that is with Team Taylor's Elite from Malaysia and Benusian from Indonesia. And to Benusian off, they from our Benusian Binus University is where Benusian Op is from. And for the side of Taylor's Elite, they are from Taylor's University Lakeside campus. So thanks to those 2 schools, universities that participated in our tournament here. And Pachi, say we just had our first best of 3 conclude a while ago. It was you casting that with Jaeger. For our friends who weren't able to make it to that first game, can you give them a quick recap on who won, for example?
Basically, it was a very tough fight for both of our teams, really rallying out the scoreboard. But you know what? KU Esports was able to get their spot onto the upper brackets there with a 2-1 scores. So it's pretty interesting. But Virgus Artis was able to put up a very good fight, still has the chance to really regain their steps onto, as they are placed into the lower bracket.
Yes, guys. Also, we have a lot of matches today, and some of the teams here you guys might not be as familiar with, but you guys should be familiar with CVCI. What is CVCI? Well, CVCI is really the word Cyberathlete has been a trademark team for the longest time, and in this case, it's been trademarked since 1997, and the CPL, the Cyberathlete Professional League, and the Cyberathlete OG, the original Gamers League, are divisions of CPL properties. And well, really, Cyberathlete is really the largest and one of the longest standing tournaments here, especially for the collegiate division in Southeast Asia. And so what we have right now are some of the best teams in C for Valorant. Face off here now. We're finally gonna get our map number 1 going underway. Benusian Taylor's Elite, and me Benusian starting here on the defensive side. Taylor's Elite, pressure's on them. They're gonna be starting on attack, and as we are gonna be playing here in a sense that it will that is not the best. In general, most of these maps are pretty much defender sided, and so Taylor's Elite, if they can get some sort of maybe 7 rounds in this first half, that should be enough for them to really come back in the second. But we're about to get going here with our first round here, rather, of our best of 3 map number 1 coming in, and Pistol is what we're going to be coming off.
Indeed, and that was a very quick knockdown by our Omen right there onto the defender's side. But you know what? It's going to be traded off with the Jet here getting a kill for herself. So going back here with a whopping prize pool of $25,000 US, you would really want, to get your your aims on the point. Remove all the potatoes for now. But you know what? Speaking of potatoes, Killjoy was able to get that shot, taking down the Reyna onto the long. But they were able to get inside our area though, so the best bet that our attackers have to do here is just really hide from the boat area, shadow it up so that they can really try to move themselves from one area to another. But they are going to go for the invade here. Okay, so we are seeing that Killjoy was able to get a triple on his hands, but you know what? It's going to be negated by the breach right here, and they will be taking game number 1 as intense as that.
Yeah, very valiant effort there by Suga. 1v2 situation at the end, almost finds the head, was able to find the frag before they did eventually go down there on the Killjoy, but, well, the first round is going to be taken here by Benusian Op, and that's gonna force Taylor Elite to have to kind of light by coming to this round. And so as Taylor Elite do that, you can see their lineup. If you can pull the scoreboard up, that would be nice, so we can see how the economy is going to be turning out here in the second half and how they're going to be investing. You can see a turret is going to be placed there by AZM1 towards mid, and that's going to alert anybody who's trying to go for any cheeky flanks towards the market side there on the side of Taylor's Elite. And so, as Windy is trying to crawl in here from the mid link, checking towards mid, checking towards short, and catwalk as well. They're gonna try and see which place they can go for. It seems like right now, though, that on the attacking side here for Taylor's Elite, they are kind of more interested to go for a B-side execute, but HZM is able to find Suga. This time, he was the last one to go down during the previous round, but this one, he's the first one to get picked off, and so that's going to be an opening pick now here on the side of Venusian off.
Closing that area onto the A site right there to actually put him down, pushing B site. And you know what? That was a very stealthy move coming in from our Killjoy right here, just taking down the Jet, preventing them from actually planting down the spike. So, ooh, that was a smoke kill coming from, if I'm not mistaken, his name's Professor? With that Jet over there. And you know, the fact that that is one of the things that you do not want to get picked off with inside the smoke, so you have to really take into account your positionings here. And yeah, just like that, they were able to, you know, secure 2 rounds for this map.
Yeah, a second round going now here for the side of Bingus, and that's
interesting.
They have a this is a boost to get a very deep angle to see towards the catwalk side, so nobody can really push Aaron from short. We've seen it happen a few times, especially in so you know it is kind of common, not super uncommon, but it can be called for and can be expected. Windy though, trying to make full use of this dark cover being placed here by the Omen, so they have crawled their way up towards the short position, and they do have a sonic dart as well to just check around the corner. They don't have to face check this just yet. Being wary of the 90 elbow angle here, nobody boosted up on the box, and we have 3 members here for the side of Taylor's Elite already towards the catwalk. You're gonna try to make her execute that, and it's gonna be Valkyrie who's gonna intercept them if anything happens.
Yeah, as mentioned from the previous match, you have to be very careful when really putting together, especially you don't want to position yourself in a linear way wherein you can get barbecued by the opposing team. So again, one more here. So they are grouped together and will be outnumbering the Omen back there. So Killjoy will force a potential take right here. So Jet was able to get one, Professor, with the spike
30
in
seconds
this
left.
vicinity.
Yeah, I mean, 2 versus 3 situation, 20 seconds left on the clock. They will be able to get the plan down here towards the A side. Professor, he's crawling in front, and he's able to find a frag there. Now Suga,
enemy remaining.
find one. Windy will find a third this round. AZM is going to go down. It's going to be now a 1v2 situation. Professor, he can pick up here. The rifle that has been dropped, but Windy is going to find a 4K. The Professor will be caught back down to a student, and that's going to be the first round now coming in here for Taylor's Elite University.
That is pretty interesting. Oh, I think there was a bit of a switcheroo. Looks like Taylor's Elite is the defender side, whilst the Vincian Op is the attacker. So, yeah. Okay, so a little bit of, you know, 2 weeks over there from the overlays right there. But, you know, everything is, you know, fixed and ready to go. So, yeah, going back right here, Taylor's Elite, you know, still on the upper hand in terms of matches. So they can still buy the essential weapons that they needed to be, and I think it's just best if they just hold off their ground here, not being too aggressive, and actually forces our attackers to be onto the aggressive side. So they are gonna go transition themselves here onto the garden from the middle area. So they have to be very careful. But yeah, unfortunately, they were able to take down Professor early into the faces of our game.
Yeah, that's a good pick coming in here from them actually, as it is quite an early removal being found. But in the Jet, that's gonna take off a lot of verticality and a lot of aggression that they could potentially show here for the side of Taylor's Elite. And so, as Venusian are crawling their way up mid, once again Venusian are on the attack side. We have fixed that, and Cam out. Reveal his position, but VS is gonna find the fragment IFC, trying to retreat back into spawn, and he's still gonna get wall banging. They do have all the fragments and the smokes coming out here towards the B side, and that's gonna help their execute come out. It's gonna be one person here, KL Azmi. It's gonna be the one waiting inside.
30 seconds left.
Down. It's gonna be now a 2v5, and at this point you kind of just have to save your weapons. It's kind of a moot point to try and go for this retake. You do have a round cushion. You can give up the 2-2 scoreline and really just save up the weapons, and that's exactly what they're going to be doing here.
So this is a 2v5 arrangement coming in, and Venusian Op, all they just need to do is to really guard that planted spike here. So a bit tricky for our Taylor's Elite right here, so I think they are gonna decide to go for the save instead. Pretty much a viable plan here. The fact that number one, they are outnumbered, and number two, it still kind of balances out the eco as much as possible. But looks like, you know, yeah, as I mentioned, they will be going for the save instead, and maybe try to redeem that lost round.
Yeah, well, 2-2 scoreline has been given up here. Taylor is Elite. They do not have much economy on their side here. On the green, on the left side, and on the red, on the attack, is Venusian once again. And so they are in a very opposite position, actually. Full rifles all around, 4 Vandals, and a single Phantom there in the hands of Frenzy God. So they're very much so well equipped for this next round. On the side of, once again, Taylor's Elite, a Sheriff, a bunch of other pistols even, and 2 rifles that they have saved from the previous round is all they're going to be able to really work with. Frenzy God holding the angle there towards long, but Slug is going to win that fight. HCM's going to go down. No trade-off coming in as Wendy is able to find Valcom as well. That's going to be now a 3 versus 5 situation as they're trying to gear their way towards the A site here. They do have man advantage and they can really press the issue, but they also do know here, Taylor, that they can try and do something to stop this. While they have
Spike planted.
a roamer here, IFT, is going to be trying to push in with the Jet there with her Blade Storm up. Will they find a frag? This Sheriff pick here by AZM, if he can find one, is going to be very important. Wendy's able to find a double kill. Frenzy is going to close that off. And Pachi, they have finally taken the lead here now.
Indeed, what a quick turn of events right here, Black and Blue, and this is just so amazing. The patience that Venetian Op is just doing right now, it's just really surreal. The fact that they know that they are confident in terms of actually placing down the spike and really containing the defenders area, just so it would work on their favor, and that's what Reina actually did. Really abused both the Jet and the Breach, which were grouped together, and just go for that double kill.
Yeah, that was the Reina has been doing so well here for the side of Venusian, and so for Taylor's Elite rather. Actually, both of them have been pretty much behind Windy here, especially. Has been finding a frag, and he does find the opening pick. Falcon goes down, that leaves the short position open. They can actually go for an A-side execute here, as there's only one remaining member here for the side of Taylor's Elite to really hold on to the A-side. So Venusian, if they really want to press the issue, they can make something happen here, but it seems like they're going to kind of step on the brakes for a bit, taking control of mid, but nothing else much. They do seem to be bringing the spike towards a short, and it does tell the tale that they kind of are interested for going for an A-site execute.
Alright, so this time the attackers are the one really good together into the garden area, so IFP just really dishing out the utilities here, just so he could really force some repositions for the side of for our attackers rather. And Rolling Thunder is going to be used, but it's just going to be taken advantage of by the defending Reina right here. So again, another one for the bag. Some trades to and fro here for both sides of the team. So Killjoy is gonna hover for the defuse, and Suga is gonna be forced to actually back away with the help of Killjoy's ult. So this is another point for our defenders here, really evening out the scores that we have.
That was actually a really good Rolling Thunder. While it was, it didn't really secure any kills, it enabled the rest of Taylor's Elite to really try and go to the retake, and that bit of of chaos that was caused by that Rolling Thunder was really a big part of the reason why they were able to make that retake rather work, and defuse the spike after it all. 3-3 on the board as they do catch up now. It seems like a bit more aggression being shown here from the side of Taylor's Elite towards the B lane area. And so,
revealing area.
Also checking towards short. I like this. Not being too eager to face check anything from Venusian Op. They're going to be, they have their utility. They don't have to necessarily check things with their face, and they can use a recon dart to really make sure being too spy hiding there. But HZM, quick tap to Frenzy God, and he goes down. That's already 2 opening picks that is going to quite hamper their attack.
Yeah, I like it how the members from the B side are just peeking onto the link there to see any potential attackers in the area. But looking here onto the mid, I have to be very careful. Ooh, and was predicted by Killjoy over there and was gonna go for the kill as well. So this is going to be a 4v3 fight. They might be opting to go to B site instead, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, actually no. They are, transitioning themselves onto A site, really pushing this through. So they might need their ends at Haven side. Okay, so Omen
30
was
seconds
able
left.
to take down one.
Spike
So now
planted.
this time, the enemy Killjoy will be opting out for the ult right here to really contain our defenders from staying and avoid getting detained, basically.
Yeah, that lockdown was really to just waste more time, so defenders are gonna have to second guess if they really want to go for this post plant execute and try and retake the site. Will they go for it is the question. Suga has a great position here to stop that Brimstone from doing any sort of damage. If he can peek right now, and he's about to, but he's gonna whiff the shot, Suga. That was a very important shot that he needed to hit. And while Say does have his ult up, it's gonna get cancelled. He's gonna try and do something easier. He's gonna find one Suga, able to find a second kill. Professor is gonna get a chime in and they trade off. He's gonna have to fall back. Professor, while he does get a double kill, there's no time to make it happen. And the attacker is here for the side of Venusian. Are going to take a 4th round in their name as Taylor Elite. They're going to have to give that one up very close. They could have almost gotten that defuse off, but RL Suga coming in there from the mid link to A position from the short position was able to make that flank work out and get a double kill, thus bringing them a 4th round.
Truly. So this is looking pretty good for Venusian OP. And I think, why fix something that isn't really broken at this point. So I like Venusian OP. You just have to be consistent in terms of really attacking this respective site. So this time I think Recon Bolt is going to be used onto the B area here, and also with the drone trying to provide some information. You have to look at your right though, but I think chooses to disengage for this one. So okay, they were able to take down Professor here. So towers are up. It kind of notifies it, but that headshot coming from the sheriff is going to be a 1 for the cans. Nice highlights there for the Killjoy, honestly. And this is going to be a 3v4 fight. So numbers still in the hands of the attackers right here, but they might be having that intuition wherein they are going to transition themselves onto A site. But yeah, with this remaining 50 seconds to work with, it's bound that this may be the final rotation.
IFT is able to find the frag there on the Suga from the market position. VS with a trade-off coming to him. The Sheriff trying to find a second frag here, but while it has worked on earlier, cannot find the second that they need to bring it down to a 2v2 situation. He's going to be quite low here, AZM1. Will he be able to make it work? At best, right now, I think they're just going to have to try and retrieve weapons and save because market is too deep for them to push, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Going to fall back here instead towards the rafters, towards the A site, and, well, pretty much have to give this round up. A 5th round is going to go to the side of Venusian Op and Taylor Elite once again on another eco round coming into the next one.
They as much as it is necessary for the specific round, they can't really keep on saving and actually giving away rounds against Venusian OP, because if they are if the gap really furthers up in a very quick rate, it may be in a very challenging position, and they have to put in a lot of effort to actually regain back those those gaps.
Yeah, I mean, they can't let this lead get a bit too ahead of them. Of course, it's only 2 rounds right now, but we know that if they give up a few more rounds, it can be quite hard to come back on it once they do come on the attacking side. Right now, with the lead 5-3 here for the side of Venusian Op, they are doing pretty well considering they're on the attacking side. As I said, since there are 12 rounds and a half, if you can get like 7 going your way, especially on the attacking side, that would be very good. And well, Venusian Op are already well on their way to that. And as we can see here, they are once again gearing up for an A side execute. Short position has been taken for them. Valgum is going to be the first one to make contact. If they do, he's the only natural defender here for Taylor's lead with the A side, and he's going to get found. Windy finds the opening pick that they need, and that's going to leave the A side entirely open for them, right for the taking, and the execute is going to come on their way. Not going to find anything else though, because he can't really push the issue here. IFT is going to get found here towards the A rafters. There's going to be 2 of them going down. Frenzy guys able to find the opposing jet. Professor's going to go down. Frenzy got a second frag going his way. IFT will go down, and HZ ZM will get the trade off at least, but that's gonna still leave them in a
player
situation.
remaining.
Windy finds the opposing Reyna. That's gonna leave everything in the hands of AZM here on the top of Rafters, and at the 1v4 situation, trying to retake here from the top of Rafters is not an easy deal to do, and DS knows that. He's gonna push the issue, and another round going in the way of Benusian off after that.
Yes, frags through and through into that fight right there. Really, abusing the mispositionings rather, of Taylor's Elite there onto the garden area, because basically when you are grouped together, there is a pros and cons to that. Grouped together in the sense that, okay, you can outnumber at least one or two members of your opposing team, but a con in a way that you can get a linear kill and picked off in a way that it doesn't go into your favor. So they really have to, for Taylor's Elite here, I think they have to really adjust in terms of on how they position themselves, and if ever that the situation heeds it, I think it's better to go on a trade rather than like 3 or 4 consecutive people getting picked off simultaneously.
Yeah, you're right entirely. They keep on giving up these ones. Like exactly right here. Professor goes down. There's nobody in any sort of position to even trade or play off the information that now Windy is here, at least towards the A Garden. So of course you're gonna have the rotation come in, but as Asmi finds that on the Windy, Frenzy God
Spike
gonna find a frag
planted.
of their own, and they do get the spike planted down once again. And yeah, as to your point a while ago, it's like, when the sole omen there for the side of Taylor's Elite was defending the A site on that previous round, once he went down, there's pretty much no way they could have retaken that site easily, or no way they could have continued to fend off the site, because there was nobody to even help him. They kind of stack a bit too much, I believe, towards the B side. They kind of go for the hard reads too much, but at this point they kind of have to play it a bit safer, because going for these risky 1v1s has not been working out for them. And Benusian Off just earned himself a 7th round here to the 3 that Taylor has.
So some jiggle peaks coming through for that omen earlier onto the boat area, but yeah, going back right here, they're just really gonna go for some saves, but they can't really keep doing the same things over and over, and eventually they have to change their strategy if they really want to get as much points as possible. So we are already into the 11th round, if I'm not mistaken, of our game. So one no more before we actually go for the switch. Okay, sure. Basically in terms of this map, I think there's like split opinions on this one, but I do believe that more compressed maps are kind of attacker friendly. But for this specific case, actually, that is the case here, and like the way that Benisi and OP is really working their way, confusing our defenders, just making some noise onto A, but really gonna plant onto the opposite side of our map. So that is some kind of mind claims that they have to consider here as well.
Yeah, well, if you're a fan of compact maps, it kind of seems like the new map Icebox might just tickle your fancy. But they are on that way. Frenzy God is able to find the fragment ISP, playing off the information of the Aldro. He's going to find his second Q. As AZM goes down, that's going to leave a lot going the way here for Frenzy God. A third going his way. The Professor, once again, shut down by the student. And HZM will finally at least get one off. Get denied though, as Suga waiting inside that smoke. He's going to find everything, say as well on the opposing Omen. That's going to be an 8th round here. Very dominant half already coming in from the side of Benusian Op, and we're already here at the last round of the half before we switch over. I said if they can get 7 rounds this half, then they're going to be set for it. But they're already at 8, and they have a good chance to bring it up to 9, and after that, 3 rounds is all they need to get to match point.
Okay, but you have to take note as well that as the preceding round, progresses, it is going to be the switcheroo. So there may be a comeback potential for Taylor's Elite right here if ever they play their cards right. And you know what? During the previous round earlier into the rafters, it could have been best if the Reyna earlier didn't really let herself be seen onto that smoke area. I think she could have had that chance against the Killjoy earlier, and during that previous round, I think our defenders were forced in a reactive state, and letting the attackers bring the pace of this game. Just like right now, look at that Frenzy with that beautiful Blade Storm right there, was able to get one, no, make it two into the vat right here. So they are in a very good position to plant right now. Plus, if you add that protection from Killjoy's ult, it just, helps you pin down your opposing teams right here.
You should run.
Well, gets one
player
out of it, and risky. Professor is able to find a frag here in a sec. Will he find more? He needs to find a double kill to try and really make this work. Otherwise, Killjoy's lockdown is about to chomp her down here.
Oh no, he was detained.
Neck of cover. Neck of
He was
time,
detained.
but he's gonna get knifed. Oh! Not letting it come off easy. He's gonna put a bit of salt on that final kill.
Switching
as well.
sides.
9-3 on the board as we come into the second half, and Newsy and Op are well on the way to potentially taking this map number 1 here in Ascent.
Indeed, and that's just, big amount of bragging rights for Suga right there. I mean, he had the option to knife him out, but I think he doesn't want to go into that line and just actually focus still onto the game. And it was a good job for both Reina and if I'm not mistaken, the other one remaining was the Omen. Who remained in that area right now, just really buying some time, but at the same time, really distracting our Jet from the other side of the team, just so enough that he could be detained, so that the Killjoy can go for the kill.
Yeah, that was good coordination and something that we want to see more actually from the side of Taylor Elite, because they haven't been putting that into play as much as Newsy has. So he's able to find a frag here in HZM, and he's going to find a double actually there with the classic in hand. A triple kill now coming from Suga. Give him the ace slide, don't you? But VS is going to steal that one away. Able to take a 10th round now here, Benuzi and off after the 4K with the classic there on RL Suga. Of course, his traps was also able to net him one, and that's just, classic utility and pistol work coming to play, finding them a 4K. And as you said a while ago, they really have been, on the side of Taylor's Elite, when they were on the defensive side, they've been more reactionary as opposed to really, proactive and trying to defend you. On the attacking side, maybe they heard you because they kind of tried to be more proactive and, just go for an execute, go for a hard rush towards the B side, but still, it did not work out there for their side as Benuzi can take that one.
So right now they are going to be populated here onto the middle side. A lot of action usually, but that was a very fast transition to the garden area right now. But numbers do matter here, but they have to be very cautious in grouping up together. All right, so that was a very nice hop for Jet right here for Frenzy, and able to take that kills very swiftly.
Very swift one indeed. 11-3. I mean, what else can you say? That was a very brief, quick round, and it almost seems like
very speed.
Very speed, much fast. This round, this map almost even seems a bit faster than we would have expected, and pretty much seems like almost a done deal here if they cannot get this round, Taylor's Elite, because they're already not in the biggest favor in terms of their economy and weaponry. They have a few rifles, yes, but a bunch of them are going to be stuck on the Spectres here for the attacking side on Taylor's Elite, and that's going to kind of make things a bit more difficult, really. And so you can see our Frenzy God playing around A short. He go for a double peek here. He's gonna find a double going his way. AZM's gonna find Windy, and that's gonna leave here alone towards the short position, the sole remaining IFT, and it's gonna make things very difficult now for them to come back. But as a 2v2 comes out, somehow a flurry of frags goes either way, and they're now all equalized. That man disadvantage has been erased, and this is finally a chance for Taylor's Elite to get a round.
Truly, if they play their cards right, because you have to take note that the Sova from Benuzi and Op, and of course the Killjoy as well, really has a way in terms of some sneaky plays up on their sleeve, so they have to be very wary of that. So looking at our map, both of our teams are gonna hover themselves up into B, but you know what, look at this, the Omen and the Killjoy is making their way onto the middle side, also grouped together.
30 seconds left.
Be very careful there as well, because you don't really want to get you get killed very simultaneously and in a very linear way. So I think they have a very rogue idea that, oh, okay, so the other members are into A site, so might as well go for the plant here
seconds
at
left.
B and potentially go for some defense on to this spike. So right now Shadows will be over here, and
One
it's pretty
enemy
interesting to
remaining.
see that. Wow.
4K coming from AZM1. You know, they kind of had the right idea there, Benuzin. I like that when they knew that Taylor's Elite, the last two remaining members, Valcom and AZM1, were both going for the B side, execute the plan. They didn't try and just, stop it and rush it and like try and deny the plant. They waited for them to plant and they were like, okay, let's play the retake instead. We can group up, we can go for a retake, we can hopefully find the 2v1 going either way, going our way, especially for the side of Venusian. But in that case, well, Taylor's Elite just came out on top off of the exemplary plays by AZM1, finding a 4K that round. But while they do take that round, it is still quite in the favor of Venusian, because really you can't rely too much on those types of hero plays, like bailing you out every round. And so, as Venusian has been showing themselves to be a more consistent team, it's still in their hands, and the cards are, well, seems like they're gonna play out their way. But Frenzy God has a chance to make something happen. A double kill and dashes away. Tailwind is gonna be burned, and a triple kill now from Frenzy God. That's exactly what we're talking about. It doesn't seem like finally a trade-off coming from Professors, and that's gonna leave it now in a 4v2. But still, they do try and equalize it here.
Let's
might
see.
be one of the last chances that Taylor's Elite have to really take this game back.
Truly. And of course, if they are gonna give this round away from against Venusian Op, they still need a lot of work to actually go and catch up with the current scores that our defenders have. So I think it's time to get a little bit easy on there, but you know what, unfortunate events do happen. Although Reina was able to take down Professor in the long run,
30 seconds
this
left.
is still a 2v1 fight, so all the defenders basically have to do is to just wait for Killjoy here to go for the plant. But I think the ult is a bit too early here, and still on the safe zone right here onto the hell side of our map. And with that, just with that aim, Suga was able to secure the 12th round.
Very unfortunate there for the side of Taylor's Elite, for AZM1 especially, that that lockdown did not extend all the way under the rafters. It just left just enough space for Suga to be playing under there, and he makes full use of that opportunity given to him. And you can really see the benefits of the positioning that he sowed earlier on. He reaps what he sows for sure, and takes the round to bring it to match point here for the side of Venusian Op.
Get out of my way!
For Taylor's Elite, a B-side execute might be coming underway, but we can see that, for the side of Venusian Op, they do have all the Killjoy utility and gadgets placed down already, anticipating this. HCM is going to find an opening figure to say, and that's exactly the start that they needed. While Professor finds one from Suga as well. Market position being played here. He is entirely blind HCM. Will he find another frag? No, Jet has to really confirm that. Able to finally find the kill with a headshot too there in the Blade Storm. And as the flank comes in, they're going to have to try and make this retake from Market happen. All three of them pushing in from Market actually. But I like this tailwind burn from Frenzy God to check towards the B main. Windy and DS are able to find the frag of their own. That's going to leave it down to 3v2. And somehow, Venusian and Op are going to make this retake happen. And they're able to find the frag. All in the hands of AZ1M. But they're going to take this map number 1 in this best of 3 series here. Venusian Op take a commanding 4-13 map number 1 here on Ascend.
That comeback, that retake, you could really, it was really dominating. It was clean. It's as if like that specific play or that specific pickoff coming from a Frenzy at first to actually, deplete the numbers of Taylor's Elite from that last match was, the salt and your recipe there to actually complete. And really successfully taking that retake. That was one very dominating match, if you ask me.
Well, really, asking nobody. It really is like 4-13. What is there to say aside from a very dominant showing by Venusian Op? And they really are making good case for themselves to take this series because of that great showing. We're going to be moving into a map number 2. I do not know yet, no information has been given to us what that second map is, but I believe that as Taylor Elite while they did show a very valiant effort, they kind of have to bring out more here. And as you said, they have to be a bit more proactive on their defense, because being so reactionary hasn't been working for them for that, at least for that last map, as you said. And so, coming into map number 2, we're gonna have to, well, at least Taylor Elite is gonna have to try and make the right adjustments to really, make this match work out in their favor. Can't give up the 1v1 trades too much. And under post plant, they might have to rethink about how they're necessarily playing that. But at least for now, I think that's our map number 1, and we still have 2 more maps if it does go to a 3rd map, but we still at least have 1 more map coming underway. If Benuzi and Op can take this, then that's going to be it, 2-0 for this series. But if not, then Taylor's Elite might just bring it to a full 3-map series. But I believe we're going to go to a short break, though, in a bit, if that's the flow. I'm Black and Blue, with me Zaya. I think she might be out for it today. She's gonna go out, so
Hey. Yeah, guys. And again, this is the CVCI, the Cyberathlete Valorant Collegiate International. Again, we are casters for today's match. My name's Saya, and with me is Black and Blue. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back. They do not want us to leave.
They do not. There we go.
Congratulations.
live.
I'm
Oh.
I'm black and
There
blue.
we go.
Oh, it disappeared.
There you
That's a shame. Well, welcome back to the Cyberathlete Valorant Collegiate Invitational International Tournament. We're on to game number 2 between Venusian. Those guys look absolutely amazing versus Taylor's Elite. Venusian, Indonesian teams, they just seem to have a certain way with FPS games. They're just on another tier when it comes to Southeast Asia. You look at the Bentets, you look at all the talent coming over from there. If they're not Chinese, they're Indonesian. And, well, you saw from that first scoreline how it was an absolute stomp. So going on to map number 2 here, should be, I'm feeling like it's going to be another stomp coming in from the Venusian OP side, the Indonesian side. I'd love to be pleasantly surprised by the guys from Taylor's Elite, but really I feel like it's going to be an Indonesian team that wins this whole tournament. Don't want to spoil the ending, but yeah, I'm excited.
Indonesia has put out some, world-class FPS talent, as you said, like Bentet. Of course, Malaysia has some players that really do excel in the FPS scene, like Kaz, for example, and he's been doing really well as well. I would say he's also like a top level world-class talent. But really, the Indonesian squad here, and in this case, which is Venusian Op, has, well, it's far from it to say that it was a fairly sided match, as Venusian Op took it 13-4, very dominant, and while a valiant effort was again showed by the Malaysian squad from Taylor's Elite, from Taylor's University, it's gonna be quite difficult, at least mentally, to really try and come back from such a dominating performance by your opponent. Of course, they cannot let that get to their heads, and so as we move into a map number 2, I believe it's going to be Bind, or am I wrong?
But you can see behind me it's going to be Bind, and it will be Venusian OP starting on the defender side. So I feel like Taylor's Elite, they have a big challenge going into this game. But it should be a fun one to watch nonetheless, because Venusian OP, they're just a fun team to watch.
Yeah, well, as you're right. We're going into Bind, and Venusian has pretty much made things known that, they're not to be messed with, and they are kind of looking like one of the favorites to really come out of this tournament on top. We're going to be moving now into our first round of the game. Map number 2 rather, of our second best of 3 of the day. Bind is going to be coming out, and the tailwind burned by HZN trying to go here towards UALS, but he's going to be quickly shut down by, say, Frenzy God chiming in with one of his own. And they're going to try and go for the plant, and they might just be successful in doing so. If not, for Falcon, but they saw that.
Carrier's dead.
Say he's able to find a frag in IFT there, and as he does, it's going to be now a 3 versus 3 situation here.
One player remaining. One player remaining.
Welcome, the opposing Omen. He's going to find him in return, and that will put him up to 3 as well. 1v1 situation now. As RL Suga here for Taylor's Elite. He's going to try and go for the peak. He's going to have to fall back here into showers. He knows that he can go for the rotate. He also knows that he can take this whole point very freely, as the teleport has been burned and used here for the side of Venusian. They're going to be going now here towards the B side, but it might just be a double fake out. It seems like here the Omen for Venusian is going to be wrapping back around towards A short, and that is a perfect fake. It might just seem like for RL Suga. He's going to be waiting here towards the spawn, and he knows it could be a fake, so he's
30 seconds left.
Eager in that, and he's actually going to fall back towards the A site, and they're going to make contact once again.
Cover going out.
Versus 1, it's going to be a plant inside the smoke. He's got nowhere to go. Suma's just on the other side, and I mean, almost looking the wrong way. 3 HP on the clutch, but it will be a defuse, and that's well played going in favor of OP.
It's a good round there coming in from
the BM. That's, oh gosh.
You'd love to see
Ooh wee. You do love to see it. I mean, they deserve it, to be fair.
Kind of do. I mean, well, finally, at least a round going here in their favor for the side of Venusian Op, and as they do take that first round, Taylor's Elite is gonna have to try and make it happen on the attacking side to try and bring this back. They are down a round, obviously, as the pistol was given up, and we're going to see which site they're necessarily going to go for. The A site fake there, coming in last minute, didn't really work out for them. Will they go for a B site take? That is the question. Of course, it is quite easier to rotate from A towards B, and so that's going to play a factor on which site they really want to take here. It seems like, at least for the defensive side, while a timeout is still called...
Actually curious, like when a timeout's called, are they allowed to do setup during this time, or are they not allowed to? Because you see, Suga's just disconnected. That pause was called in very early, so probably knew that he was about to get DC'd.
I think they might be, like, the only rule I know typically is that if it's a tech timeout, you're not allowed to talk, but you know, we never know, of course, but that's the ruling. And I'm not sure about setting up. It might be against the rules to really set up actually during a tech timeout, considering everybody's still in the spawn here. And so we're just gonna wait for the reconnect to come in before anything else further progresses. But a good start here once again by Benuzi and Op.
Sorry for going quiet there earlier. I was taking notes.
Notes. I was
Yes,
wondering for a second, like, what happened to my boy?
dude. I am fitting into this analyst role as best I can. So you know, notes. They're important.
That's the strat.
Tis a strat, indeed.
Yes. Well, at least here for Benuzi and Op, they do take a round, and that's a round that Taylor's Elite honestly really needed. Man, they really needed that round. Of course, they're on the attacking side, so that doesn't really help their favor out. But you know, they're already down 1-0, not just in this map, but in the series. And a good opening strong pistol round start is kind of like, you know, the breath of fresh air that they needed to kind of revitalize and bring them back here into our map number 2, and that's something that they've already done. So it's really quite hard mentally, you know, economically, for them to try and make this happen, especially mentally, after you lose a pistol round to the team that just dominated you in the previous map. Are you still taking notes?
I'm still taking notes, my bad. I mean, I'm just looking because I'm looking across the board here. Do you know how many Indonesian teams are actually in this tournament?
No.
There are 4. There are 4 Indonesian teams because they're.
It's more than any other representative.
Yeah, it is, and I feel like it is like super deserved, just considering the fact that how hard they've been working. As you say, Malaysia have some great players, but it's like it's not like the one exception. Like you've got like one exception player from like every country, but Indonesia just keeps churning out like all this talent. So if anyone like deserves to be, it's the Indonesian guys. And Venusian, you're seeing from them, right? It's they've definitely done their research. They've done their research, but they've got like just this muscle memory that you get from playing from like childhood and stuff. It looks second nature to them, but the fact that they don't have to focus on aim, they can start focusing on things like research and looking towards like what pro players are doing. You're seeing these setups being put into play. The Killjoy and no Cypher coming into play. You see exactly where they're putting their utility, and it looks pro tier. I feel like they could go up against a number of pro teams and definitely hold a candle to themselves for themselves. So yeah, it's really fun to see them. I feel like it makes the game incredibly one-sided, which is not always fun to watch. But you know, it is still interesting to see just what makes them so dominant.
It is the nature of competition, and you know, Benusian here, a lot of Indonesian teams rather do as well in that case. Pretty top tier, if that rings any bells, Chase. They really are, and they, you know, I would wager that you could put them against, as you said, like, you know, a few, you know, like tier 2 teams that play this game, and they could probably compete against them because the talent in the Indonesian scene in particular has kind of been one of the more standout regions in terms of first-person shooter games here in Southeast Asia. No matter what game pretty much you're playing, they do have a good and decent strong showing, and as you can see, it is quite well deserved that they have 4 slots here in our tournament because, well, all the teams that they have put on forward for all the schools that they're representing have, I would say, if I was their school, I'd be very proud of what they've accomplished and what they will, you know, show and put forward on the national or international stage, rather.
Agreed. Betwixt the two of us. This pause still taking time. Suga still has to reconnect. See all the players. I mean, like you can see over on the side of Taylor's Elite, they're ready to go for a split here. You can see. I feel like it's going to be one of the cases where you rush into A short and then you teleport over towards B so you can assist your teammates over in hookah. And just as I said, they all left mid, and all went over towards A short. So I have no idea what they're thinking at this point.
Catcher's curse.
Yeah, I mean, every time I call a strat or predict something, it's like, you know what? Let's not do that. I bet they're watching. No, I'm just kidding.
Is our lobby still not full? Looks like it is.
I'm seeing 5 players, but maybe it's just some technical difficulties. Maybe dealing with loss or
maybe it's a
ping.
spectator bug even, or
Oh yeah,
be,
potentially.
it's the nature of the beast. This is an online tournament, and it does happen. And unfortunate, but at least even with pandemics going on, we still got these tournaments for everybody to really enjoy and still compete. Esports still lives on, and especially here at the Cyberathlete, CVCI, some collegiate tournaments are gonna continue to roll underway, and that's gonna at least keep these teams practiced and hot, and they're not gonna lose the experience and the momentum that they might have playing other tournaments. And so it's a really good thing that we have these type of collegiate tournaments as well to help, because really, as you're coming out of the legal age in most countries, which is 18, it can be quite hard to join tournaments because some countries have restrictions on age. And so having a tournament like this, CVCI, the biggest college-based tournament to date in Southeast Asia, that really opens up a lot of avenues for young players and players getting into the scene to really develop and hone their skills. And that also contributes to if they eventually move over to a professional team and become a professional player for esport games, for esport titles rather, then these type of tournaments, the collegiate ones, really do play a large factor on which type of players are able to get that extra bit of experience going under their belt.
Like, Valorant is the only game on the PC that's sort of standing up to the prize pools in terms of PC versus mobile here in Southeast Asia. So it's really nice that these guys are actually making competition for the FPS scene, because this doesn't just lead to the local scene. These guys can one day be traveling abroad, representing our continent and all of our youth and everyone, and they could be representing us in international tournaments in the West, which is where they've had plenty of opportunity in EU and NA to build a name for themselves, and so it would finally get our Asian players on the market. So it's all like, it's not just like a big opportunity right here in Southeast Asia. It's an investment for the future. So it's really such a nice thing that the guys over in Cyberathlete PTE Limited are doing.
If you never said that, I would have pronounced it as like limited. I would never known it was limited, is what that meant.
I mean, I took a guess there. I'm not 100% sure. I'm pretty sure it's limited. It makes
really?
it like I used to work in radio. You'd have spiels where you'd have like those PTD, LTE, some other stuff, and then like you just like try and put in the case at the very end. Oh, so if they don't start in 3 minutes, they will be forced to play 4 versus 5, and that's just the case. That's just gonna have to be the case. I don't think they can pull in a 6th man either, because they've already started the game.
Yeah, I don't think you're allowed to either. It has to be, at the very least, I think, in between maps, if ever series. But I mean, it's unfortunate, but it's also the nature of the beast that when it comes to an online tournament, disconnections do happen. Sometimes it's a hardware issue, sometimes it can be internet connectivity latency issues, but it just is unfortunate if it does happen. But well, those are the rules, and to keep it fair, we're gonna, well, actually, before we continue this game, I believe we're gonna go to a short ad break so we can get things going and get things all fixed under the hood before we continue on and hopefully have a full 5v5 game. But for now, we're gonna cut to a short break, guys. Do not go anywhere, as once again, we'll be back with the second map of our best of 3 series.
Here. Yeah. I make it go. I make it go. I make it go. Now do it like this.
are back here with our second best of 3 of the day. Map number 2, Bind, is going to get underway in just a bit. Reminders, it is Benusian Op versus Taylor's Elite. Taylor's Elite, they are from, let's get to it. Taylor's Elite from Taylor's University Lakeside Campus, TULC, and Benusian Op, they are from Binus University from Malaysia and Indonesia, respectively. So we saw Binus take round number 1 on map number 2, and they did take it quite swiftly. We're gonna see if that's gonna continue over into our second round, but I think Jaeger, it's not too far-fetched to say that we're kind of both predicting Benusian Op to take the second map still. You're right.
Yeah, I mean, even if it's a 4 versus 5, actually no, it's 4 versus 5. I mean, you get to 4 rounds.
That is right. Yeah, we're gonna be reconnecting back into a 4v5, and so that might just swing things back around.
Alright, I just received a gift, which is quite nice. Yeah, I don't know if you saw on the camera, but there you go.
Very nice.
It's pulveron, which is a local delicacy in the Philippines. In case any of you watching outside the Philippines.
Yeah, well,
But here we go. The timer is running down, and we'll be going into round number 2 of map number 2, and we'll see who is going to be the winner of game number 2 today. How many 2s can I say? What's another 2 I can say?
2-2.
Black and Blue and Jaeger. 2 of us.
2 of us. Just 2 of us. Okay, let's get on with it. As you can actually see here, as they made their way here towards B5, BS is able to find the frag on the HCM. He's going to get shut down, though. A trade-off coming from Professor. They are going to be making their execute happen, and it's going to be the sole Omen here to hold on to the B side as they're pushing in from Hookah and from B Long. He's going to might have to fall back, if anything. Oh, I like that. That's a big brain play there, friends. You got to cloudburst off of that turret, and Windy's going to find double kill.
One player remaining.
And that's his third. What a triple kill from him. Will he find another? Oh, he's going to get shut down. Finally, here by Professor. It's going to be 2v1, and the Professor is going to teach him what exactly needs to be done. 2v1 situation.
Spike, it didn't go down the whole time.
It was not. No, they were not able to get the spike down. It was too much happening, I guess, for them to really focus on that.
They had every opportunity there, and it just doesn't pan out. That's really unfortunate. So, what can Professor do at this point? 2 versus 1. Did shut down that 3k.
30 seconds left.
There's a peek in towards spawn. Down goes Suga, full HP. That's why you don't want to go down to Arena, but it's a Jet versus Arena at this point. Professor versus Frenzy. There you go. I had to bring that up.
I think Suga might have just reconnected.
Spike planted.
Oh.
Pants down though, and Frenzy God is going to secure another round here for Benusian Op. Professor, valiant effort. He was able to find a double kill there in that round, but in the end of it, they're still going to move that one. Benusian,
Was that important?
2-0 lead, and I think their 5th player might have just reconnected.
Windy just burning through all that aggression. Like, that looked like a good take, right? You see 4 players pouring into that B side. There's only 1 person on that side, and that was Say. And
it was a breeze for Windy.
I'll give you that. Well done. Still annoyed, but well done. But yeah, I mean, they started their retake. As you said, Frenzy, the genius play there, 200 IQ to smoke off the turret as to not have to trigger it. Because if you destroy it or if you get seen by it, they know where you are. You smoke it, they can't hit the smoke all the way from that site, and you can start to push in, and they'll have no idea you're coming on the flank. Windy already finding the first kills. HCM going down at the start of this round. And Windy finding another one through the smoke. That's Professor going down. That's their Reina going down. And so that's a big loss there. Paranoia will force Windy out of position, but Say can now peek in on the refrag. And they're working in perfect tandem. Say and Windy working together. They want to find this last kill. Trying to back away, and it will be IFT to find the headshot with the Sheriff. And spraying away is not going to happen. Windy, another 4k. Already, it's 3 rounds in. Windy has found a 3k, a 4k. What a god.
He's been breezing through the competition here, and that gives him a 3-round lead already to start things off. Still, Taylor's Elite from Taylor's University have been able to really make a stop here, and that's exactly what they need. Once again, another dominant showing to kick things off by Benusian Op, and, you know, Taylor's Elite, what can they do differently? on the previous map, they were, on the defensive side at least, a bit too reactionary. We didn't see too many attacking rounds from the side of Taylor Elite last round because it didn't last too long on the second half. But here now, VS able to find an opening pick there with the op, but Windy once again a double kill from him. It almost seems like, you know, he's expecting Tailwind to go the Jet's way, but he's almost going to get found in return. And that's going to be just a 2v5 situation now, heavily in the favor of Benuzian op.
I mean, you have to feel for Taylor's, because how do you deal with that? There's a guy just going absolute ham. You peek him, he's gonna get you. He peeks you, he's gonna get you. With or without peek's advantage, he is just tapping heads, and he's not missing. And even it's not just him, because if Windy goes down, he still has teammates he can rely on. He goes down that last round, and just right there, straight away, it was Frenzy there to take the kills, Say there to take the kills. They're all working in tandem, and it's just pure gel. Like, they just seem to have experience together. They've been playing together for a while. You can see it in the way they're reacting to each other, the way that they're peeking together, the reactions as well. Someone goes down, they rotate the right person. I'm guessing there's very little comms at that point as well on this defensive side. They're just saying, okay, there's one over here,
30
over
seconds
there.
left.
And the rest is just pure muscle memory and trusting your teammates, and that can make all the difference.
The op shot ringing out, but
One enemy remaining.
damage being done, but VS able to secure it with the shock dart there. IFT will go down. Pushed out already from Hookah though, and Valcom is able to find the fragment in Suga. Will he find a second? He's been giving away. VS is going to secure that one. I believe that might have even been a no-scope, as he just was in the dark cover when he let that shot ring out, and that's going to be a 4th straight round in a row here for Benuzian op. Taylor's Elite down 0-4, economy not in the best shape, and their team play hasn't been holding
On the side of Benusian, their economy is just starting to swell here, and they're just going to start running away with it yet again. We saw that momentum just carry them forward, and I mean, even without that momentum, it's just pure skill on the side of Benusian. They're a force to be reckoned with.
Definitely are, and well, I think it's safe to say that after that opening pick, finally something going the way of Taylor's Elite, but Frenzy God able to equalize and score all out. They don't have the best weapons in their hands though, Taylor's Elite, so it's still going to be quite difficult for them to try and make us execute, which they seem to be planning to go towards the A site. Stay here towards you, Halls, and he's going to shut down HZM. Face checking that, and his face removed. Op shot ringing out there, rather, for the side of Taylor's Elite, and as AZM, with the op, he's able to save that and pick it up, rather. Checking towards U-Halls, but already the position has been rotated around through. They know they don't have to beat this. They know they have the man advantage here on the side of Benuzian op, and so they can really just wait for the shots to fall. Frenzy God does take out Valcom towards the showers. The Frenzy God's going to find a second there, an IFT towards short. And that's going to leave AZM1 left alone here. Operator in hand, and this is not the best.
I don't know, Nico. I mean, what can you do? Frenzy God is jumping in with a classic. I mean, doesn't even give him the dignity of going down to a bloody rifle. It's a classic. And you got 4 ults on both sides now at this point. It's 5-0, and each one of these players can just pop off. And too many individual fights happening at the same time. You're seeing one person peeking in from the bathroom, the peek from short not coming in from AZM. He's got that open hand, doesn't try to make some space for himself. There's no smokes over towards U-Hall. It's just so disconnected coming in from the side of Taylor's Elite.
It's a 1v1v1v1 that they keep on giving up over and over, and that has been a recurring theme that we saw from the first map on Ascent. Here in Bind, they seem to be, you know, committing the same mistakes again, and I think
you're gonna say they're in a bit of a bind there.
Yeah, a bit of a blunder and a bind, if anything. They're
Absolutely.
kind of bound here to a 0 scoreline, it seems, as 5-0 already for the side of Benuzian op. Taylor's Elite, are they really the elite squad here when it seems like Benuzian
Oh no.
have been quite heavily favored?
Okay, so it looks like it's going to be an A split straight up. They've got the flashes ready to go out, and there's 4 players. They've called this perfect. Look at Benusian. 4 players on this side. Chaos can reign true, but can it find anything? This is the enemy's killjoy. IFT is caught inside of it at the moment. AZM will be finding the first kill. Suga going down. There is the turnaround. AZM and Valcom finding kills each. This actually turning out well for the side of Taylor's Elite. It's a 1 versus 5 now. But again, this team, you can't count them out. Will he try and go for this? That is the question. Perhaps if he finds 1 kill, he can start to push his way in. But I mean, 1 versus 5, they're great, but they're not they're not, you know, unstoppable.
Yeah, I mean, as you saw there, actually, Killjoy putting down her for the side of Venusi, not putting down her lockdown was, even if it did not, you know, pop, it wasn't able to get set off. The cooldown, the channeling time rather, was a bit too long. You can see how it really affected that play because the Jet for the side of Venusi and Op had to go and try and deny that that lockdown from happening, and so as they did try and deny it from happening, Taylor's Elite were able to capitalize on the Jet having to burn the tailwind pretty much just to destroy that lockdown from happening, because if that lockdown went off, there's going to be about 2 players for the side there of Venusian who would have been caught out in the open of the lockdown from the side of Taylor's Elite. And so as you saw, once again, you know, Taylor's Elite, that lockdown ult there from the Killjoy, even if it didn't go off, it really did still play a factor because it was able to bait the Jet into burning her tailwind, exposing herself, and giving herself up for a free kill there for the side of Venusian. So Taylor Elite, their first round finally here. And that's a very nice cat spray we got.
You gonna get a cat, Nico?
I have a dog. I'm not sure how friendly they might be towards each other. Yes, is able to find a frag, very unfriendly-like, towards Belong there, towards the fountain, and it kind of, you can see, dissuaded the Sova from continuing on and pursuing that fight. So he's going to wrap around instead here to try and help, rather, towards B short instead. It does seem like they're going to be going for B short. A spike is being brought up towards the hookah side, and the sole roamer here for the side of Taylor's Elite on HZM is all they're going to be really committing to that side of the map, but a hookah push might just come underway.
See it, and I mean that they've technically got their rotation covered. There goes the Killjoy turret, always in the same position, so they can start to expect its location now. But it gets legged. AZM up to 23 HP. Oh, pushes way in. There's Suga finding the kill into AZM. At least it's 1-for-1 exchange at that point. Now they're rotating back over towards A, which is completely clear, and that's made sure of by HZM. So now he can start to cover off towards spawn. VS goes down. It's a 3 versus 3.
Spike planted.
That was the right call to make. They were able to fake the B push in from Hookah and made the call to go to the but HZM's able to find a frag. He's finally going to get shut down here by Suga. That's going to put it now to a 2v2. While Killjoy's on either side. Omen here.
One player standing.
He's going to go down. Valkyrie finding that frag. Once again, Venusian. One situation, but it's going to be Suga finding it on the opposing Killjoy. IFT is going to go down. And her Joy is going to get killed as this spike is going to get defused. That's going to be a 6-1 scoreline out here for Venusian.
And it's like, it's no problem there for the side of Venusian, because I mean they are brought down to 1 player, right? But they've just stolen the momentum back straight away from Taylor's, and it's 6-1. And as soon as you start, okay, if they can string together 2 rounds, they can bring that back. That can be 6-2, 6-3, 6-4, 6-1, and they can bring this now into, you know, an 11-1. And I don't know if it's gonna get that close again and again. I mean, they kind of dropped the ball there. They let Taylor's take so much space in towards that A side. Weren't expecting there to be a peak towards mid, but they won't be making that mistake again. That's the other thing. Venusian are very fast to adapt, especially to any kind of a play style. They can even adapt within a round. So it makes it so difficult for Taylor's to know exactly what they should be doing. And look at the information being gathered right now as well from Frenzy, who's pushed all the way into spawn yet again. He's been a very instrumental lurker. He knows exactly where that turret is placed for the side of Taylor's, so he's going to know that if he's going to pass through Narnia, it's going to be seen by the turret, so he knows he can smoke that off, but again he's going to go through spawn, he's going to smoke off that turret once more, so he knows it's going to be another A hit. All the information, there's to work with. And Valcom has just given away his position. I mean, they should be pretty aware. Windy is just watching just in case they rotate fast towards A short. And it will be Suga finding the first kill yet again. AZM wrapping around. They weren't expecting this though. Suga goes down, trying to readjust here versus... That's going to be the stun coming out. He actually peeks before he can get his gun back out. Valcom. It's a disconnected play, and it could punish them, and it does punish them. You can see that if he had swung at the same time as that kill comes through from VS, he could have definitely found double kill at that point, but it's just not working in tandem yet. A 7-1 scoreline, that's not what you want to see, especially not in Valorant. There's so little rounds. It's 24 rounds before you can get to at least overtime or to that win.
Yeah, the flash there, near sighting him from Windy, really played a factor, because as you said, if that near sight flash didn't come out, then he definitely could have been blinded. He definitely could have found a double kill rather if he wasn't near sighted, but in that case, well, it doesn't pull out in his favor. 7-1 on the board, and they seem to be going for a very aggressive here execute towards the inside. Jet's gonna walk in out, and HGM's gonna find him. He's gonna get found rather by Windy. Saying he's gonna find the frag of his own. A double kill now for Windy. Frenzy got able to chime in on his own as IFT goes down. The last one left alive here is going to be the Brimstone, and that's going to be making things quite a bit difficult now, as it's going to be the sole attacker for this side of Taylor's lead here. AZM's going to get shut down with just a ghost in hand, and he's going to be turned into the Spectre that he is. 8-1 on the board. That's very good here for Benusian.
Fasting, that was gorgeous wordplay. Almost as gorgeous as you.
Oh,
Turn out.
too kind. I miss you.
I miss you too. Anyway. I mean, the setup from Suga is always the same, but because of those positions of each one of those pieces of utility, even if you can predict those locations, the problem against Killjoy is they're self-activated. Except for the turret, everything else, you can turn them on yourself, and so it doesn't matter if you're trying to get perfect timing against those, as you make your way in, you try and pre-fire those positions, you can activate before you can even get eyes on those positions. That turret gives her all the information she needs. And so it's so difficult to work against. You need remote smoke, because that's why that omen is so important. You can smoke off that turret on the top of there, but that's also a hard placement, and there you're just out of one smoke, which you could be using to smoke off elbow or to smoke off
at this point. You can tell, I mean, they should know that the turret is always going to be there in that same exact spot towards the B side, as HZM does find Windy. That's a big player going down for the side of Benusian Op. He's been wreaking havoc, and at least finding him with the operator is going to remove that agent out of the board, who has been pretty much causing lots of headaches inside Taylor, and a frag going in for the way of C. No quick trade-off yet, but HGM will eventually find it. He knows that there's a player here towards Showers, and he can't let him rain havoc here. Professor is going to find Frenzy God, and the God is going to be shut down, as it's going to be now a 2v3 situation. Plans will go off here on the spike, and they're going to plant it defaultly, of course. They're going to have to try and go for this retake. One here with Palace, and the other one coming in from will they find the frag? Suga will go down to HZM. That's his third. He's on he's well on his way to find the fourth here, if anything does work out. If it does go in, he's gonna walk into it. That's a 4K now for HZM as expected, and 8-2 on the board. Finally a second round here for Taylor's Elite. Still a very tall hill to climb, but the stairs going up that are very steep and very rough, untraveled road.
I mean, that was him walking into spawn fully scoped in, and 4K in the round. That's the other thing, right? You can't rely on that every single round. You can't expect him to pull off a 4K every round unless he's like the simple of Valorant. You know, you need that teamwork. You need everyone else to also contribute, because if he goes down, then what do you have left? So 4 players up towards B long here, and it's gonna be Versus just peeking in towards long, no flash assist or anything, and he's been relying on his aim so far, but it looks like Taylor's maybe starting to get a little bit warmed up here, so they can't just be throwing away lives like that so early on, because now he's just gonna have to sit down and watch the whole round.
You should run.
Yeah, I like that they actually stack when trying to push her towards B long. In case the Reyna would go down, then that means they would be able to have, you know, 2 other members that could really just chime in and trade frag. So he is able to find a frag there on IFT, so that's 1 apiece for either side. Taylor are going to go up a man advantage now as Professor and AZM find a frag of their own. That's going to leave only 2 members left here for the side of Binus. And so it's Benusian from Binus University from Malaysia are going to be trying to hold on to this 2v4 post-plant situation. Windy's going to be crawling in. He's going to find 2 members on his way, and Vacuum's going to shut him down. Last one left alive, Suga, and well, no matter how sweet you can be, Suga, you're going to need a lot more than just sugar to really pull this off. It's going to be a 3v1. He's going to walk into potentially a double frag here, but he needs to find a third. He's gonna need an ace clutch to get this one out, but time is ticking. There isn't much time to really work with, and he knows that he kind of has to pull back now. He's gonna save this Vandal, and that's gonna be the round given up here. A third now. That's 2 in a row, finally, for Taylor Elite.
I mean, he has ult ready to go on. He could have definitely fought his way
Last
back in there, but
round
instead
for the
choosing
half.
to save, he could potentially be the one getting his teammates' weapons there, and that ult could definitely save them in this last round going into the second half. So it's the last round. We're on the 12th, and it's 8-3. And they're now starting to make this competitive, Taylors. They've managed to string together a couple of rounds. They got 3 in total. If they can get this to 4, that's definitely comeback territory. But if it gets to 9 for the side of Venusian, I mean, that's 4 on their attacker side. That's all that they're going to need. And I feel like it's going to be a big challenge on once Taylors are on the defense side. I feel like it's not going to be an easy task.
Yeah, I mean, even if they take this 8-4 at the half, as you said, it's going to be quite a difficult challenge for them to really come back, even on the defensive side. And so now, at least walking their way up towards B side. They made their way here towards B longs, and they're pretty much inside the gardens.
Again!
There is a camera
Off
there.
your feet!
You should
Oh,
run.
but this time they're actually watching the bot, so there's Professor to find Frenzy. But oh my goodness, Versus with a double kill using his ult. ACM IFT going down, Versus whiffing the shot into spawn. HCM finding the double kill, both going down Suga and Say, and it's all down to Windy. But if there is anyone that can do it, it is going to be Windy, isn't it? As he starts to force his way into the side, that's brute force as well. And they've actually teleported over towards A. And so Windy now, he's got that information. That teleport went through. He can teleport into here, checks as quickly as he can, and make his way in towards bathroom. So they should have the idea that
30
he's coming from
seconds
bathroom
left.
as well. And he's making a lot of noise. Windy just not afraid to rush in here. He's got a flash. He can heal, get that information. He's on 125 HP.
Okay, they're playing the 2v1. They're playing the tandem quite well here. They're both in U-Hauls, and so as one goes down, they might be able to will he find the frag? Yes, Windy will. He pops that in time, but he actually goes for the heal instead of for the iframes instead, and that really
Switching
is gonna
sides.
bite him in the back if he used the if he instead of going for the Devour, if he used the Dismiss, that could have actually made things work out for him. But instead, as he popped the Devour, that left him
He
open.
runs straight in. Yeah, I mean,
that left him open.
he didn't even need the heal that badly at 80 HP left. Regardless of what gun he's got left, he's going to be a headshot and dead. So might as well have just gone for the information play there. But again, it's also understandable. You don't expect there to be a second player inside of ULAM, so that was also well played by Taylor's side. They stacked 2 players in the most unlikely position, so
Get them back.
well played by them. A nice try as well coming in from Windy.
Yeah, hindsight is 20/20, but the iframes really of the Devour could have really turned the tide of that round there. 8-4 on the board as we come into the second half. Pistol coming out here now, as it is going to be a minus on the attacking side. They're going to try and get the plant off here. Lots of smokes to get them the concealment that they need, but not much cover right now. They don't have a stage or anything like that, so there's no like barrier wall to barrier orb rather to really block themselves off and give them some hard cover. But the spike does go down. HZM here from Shower is able to find a double kill. They won't find a third as Vodkin is going to chime in when the line. When he goes down, Vodkin will go down. Professor will get the trade off on the Say, and that's going to be now a 1v4. Very hard to do in this situation as Versus is still in Showers. A double kill going his way though. He might actually find a third here. Shock Dart comes out. No more time to make it work out. He finds the triple kill to cap it all off, but he will go down even after the timer expires. The spike has been defused. 8-5 on the board. In Taylor Elite might just be making this into a game.
It's a lot more competitive than the first game already. They've already matched their last score. They've actually now exceeded it, so we'll see if this happens to be their map here on Vine. I mean, this is their map pick. That's why we did have... Sorry, wait, no, it's not. What am I talking about? Okay, wait, never mind. I'm getting confused at this point. Yeah, Taylor's Elite chose Bind. So they must have gone into this feeling, confident.
Yeah, very binding to know that you can come in, you know, and have utility on your side. And in this case, they're going to go for a straight hookah push. You can see they already expect that turret to be there, and they do just refire it out of position. 3 defenders here for the side of Taylor's Elite, especially 2 towards Gardens. AZM though is going to just get clicked away. Windy finally going to use the denial, and the Professor's going to find him in return. IFT able to find the frag of his own. That's going to be now a 3 versus 4 situation. Frenzy God cannot secure it with the classic in hand, and IFT finds a double kill. He's going to get traded off though, and Professor is going to find the trade-off in his way. That's going to be the spike defuse. Very valiant effort for them to get that plant off, but Taylor's University have finally gained the momentum that they need to try and make this comeback happen. 2 rounds away from tying it all up at the 8-6, and they do have a good chance here on the defender's side when all else seemed like it was, you know, very dire for them. They're finally breathing some life back into this game.
I will be holding my breath though, just considering the fact that they managed to find a double kill there with just the classics. They get the the spike plant down, so they get that extra money going in their way. And so, if that's how much they can achieve with just the classics, I'm not sure how much more they can achieve with these guns. And you can see they don't play quite like Taylor are doing. They're playing very tight angles. They're playing very close to each other. They don't really have anyone watching that flank. They don't have that turret from Killjoy placed down and spawn in case there is that backstab. Although it does seem like Taylor, they're not getting too aggressive. They're not trying to get that information. They're playing passively, and they're just going to rush straight into this site. And because they don't have anyone gathering that information, they weren't expecting this push, and now they're completely locked out of the B site. So that spike is going to be going down, and now it's retake scenario. And on their attacker side, it wasn't so great every time they were pushing into these sites. They sort of got into the groove of it towards the latter end of that first half. But now they're forced back into that situation where they have to retake a site. And so a 5 versus 5, and the spike is down.
I mean, this round is already looking better here on the side of the execute for Venusian. RL6 is able to find Valkyrie just walking in with the Odin. I'm not sure what he was trying to do there, but a great double kill there coming in from AZM1. Professor's able to chime in with one of his own. It's going to be a 2v2 situation now. The defuse can be stuck here, but he knows that he has to get out of the way as the Hunter's Fury is the perfect gadget and utility to deny that from happening. When he's able to find the frag, he'll get quickly traded off by HZM versus what can he do in this situation? He does have the information, but he's going to get found in return, but there's no time. He was able to delay just enough for HZM to not be able to have enough time to get the fuse off. The attackers here for the side of Venusian from Binus University do take a 9-6 scoreline finally after giving up, what was it, 3 rounds in a row to Taylor's Elite. Finally get something back to go in their way.
9-6, 6-9, depending on your philosophical curve.
Placing alarm bomb.
And it's at this scoreline where it's like it can dictate the rest of the game. So we'll see if it'll be just an immediate bounce back from Taylor, because that is what they need. They need that bounce back and take that momentum straight back away from them. They are going into this round with the pistols though, and it's not a perfect buy. If they won this, that would be even more of a motivational boost.
Professor here, able to find a round on the Windy, and as you say, this is a very important round because if Binus take this, then they have a good chance of taking the map pretty much 10-6. But if on the side here for Taylor's Elite do take this round, then that's gonna start to help mount their comeback that they really need, because this could almost be like a dagger round. But you guys able to find Professor just timing in there. Valcom able to find a triple kill somehow. He just sprays down them all with the Phantom in hand, and the Phantom making ghosts as he walks by. 3 versus 1 situation not in his favor here, say, for the side of Binus. And so, as Taylor's Elite do have this round at least seemingly in the bag, a crossfire here from the teleporter into Hookah. He's going to walk into the sights of the Killjoy here, and he does give his position away. Not much he can do in this situation. He does have some utility to work with. He does have 2 teleports and the paranoia as well to try and flash himself in.
30 seconds left.
What will he opt to go for is the question, though. He is playing around the smoke very nicely, and he can actually walk into the next dark cover right in front of him. Will he expect here towards the teleporter? Yes, he will. IFT is going to get found, but right inside of it, there is the opposing Omen. He does have barely enough time to get back towards the A site, but it's going to be really, really tight and close.
It's a long
10 seconds
plan.
left.
Oh my goodness, I don't know if he's got this.
He does. Just barely. Oh no. Oh, he might. He does. Just a second.
Oh my goodness, that is incredibly close. A 2 versus 1, but he's on 4 HP. I don't see him taking this, but the fact that they get that spike down is a big bolster. And look at the HP left on the side of Taylor's as well. They've got their Omen down pretty low. They've got Azim, who is very healthy. So that is the main challenge here. And it's not going to happen, is it? As I'm looking straight towards Ulamps, knew exactly where he was going to be. And there's the defuse, 9-7. And he will be giving the final point to Valcom so he can get his ult ready going into this next round.
Yeah, I mean, Taylor's Elite, as we said, this is that was a very important round for them to take. They're able to take it, and that's gonna, hamper the momentum that Binus was trying to take, and as Benusian Op finally, during the first map, they were able to just basically string all the rounds that they wanted to, and during the first half of this map, they kind of did the same, but finally here now Taylor's University are able to put a stop to that. It's been a bit more back and forth now coming here on the second half, and this is a good chance for them to take it. As you can see here for the side of Binus Op, well, Benusian Op rather, they are very low on the economy. A bunch of classics is all they can really afford right now, as Frenzy God, he's going to burn his ult. That's going to be something you're going to have to rely on his fragging capabilities, but cannot find anything with it. AZM finds him, and that's going to be a lot of utility and a lot of their firepower immediately removed. And that's remaining. Pretty much make things so much more difficult here for Benusian Op, and a quick and flawless round coming in from Taylor's Elite.
A defense coming in from Taylor's. That was flawless. You see every single player there was just so sharp and so spot on. They throw out the utility, the exact utility they needed, every peek and every shot. That is the kind of team that can stand up against Benusian. So really nice to see that. I am pleasantly surprised and glad to see how close the scoreline is. 9-8. Not expecting that after what I saw in that first game.
Yeah, nobody expected this type of game, but that's exactly why we love these tournaments from these collegiate teams, because, well, this is really kind of like a proving ground for them, to really show off what they've got and make a name for themselves, and also get the experience and expertise that they really need to have under their belt, as Say is able to find a frag in HZM. That's not a good start here for Taylor's, as they're already down a round, only a round to go before they can tie it all up, but they're already down a man, as the Jet is taking down their HZM. That's a lot of the fragging potential already removed here from the side of Taylor's Elite. Frenzy God's able to get another one, and it's a 3v5 immediately.
The full control here of Ulamps. He just pushes his way in through, and Windy spots the first player, manages to escape as well, and that's going to be now a 3 versus 2 kill to make away with as well. IFT will be going down. It's all down to Professor, the only player that can actually kill Windy at that point. And look at that flash, perfect placement. 81 HP remaining. The paranoia hits him as well. There's the flash come out, but I don't know how he's going to get back into this. He has ult activated at this point. If he can get that first kill, he can get that information on the other 2 players as well, but they're all over the map. There's crossfire set up towards 3 prongs, and will find the first kill through the smoke. That's the start. There is some time left on the clock, but seriously ticking down.
It's gonna be very tight.
Yeah, it's gonna have to be a save. There it is. There's the runaway, the call, and it will be double digits coming in for Benusian. That was a great take onto A, and they lost a lot of players after that spike goes down. And, well, a bit of damage done, down to 6 HP, and Versus is going to try and escape with his life now. You don't want to keep hunting when they're on that absolute roll and that they've got that aim going and everything. They're warmed up. It's dangerous to go for those exit frags.
You can see there, Windy actually almost won that fight against the operator as well during the end of that round, and so good idea for them to just play it safe, and for Windy as well to just save the Vandal in his hands. The rifle might be more worth it than trying to go for that defuse with the time ticking and giving away the free weapon. So 10-8 on the board. Taylor Elite still do have a chance to make this happen. Aggressive peek here coming out towards the side of Showers from their Jet here, Taylor's Elite, and so no punishment coming from the side of Benusian Op. Their Omen is currently looking down his way. If either of them swings right now, a frag is going to go either of their way, but it seems like for the side of Benusian Op, for Binus University, they're going to be going for a short take here, if anything. Well, at least that seems like their point of interest right now. They do have 2 players rotating towards the B long side and towards the fountain side, so they might just want to make some noise here. They do smoke off, you can see there, towards the heaven, but as our window is smoked out, I think they're gonna go and rotate towards B. This might just be like a fake and trying to bait out some utility. They do spot out the turret there towards the B side, and so they have to know that there's at least 2 defenders here towards B, and they're gonna actually just calmly walk on in. No noise being made, and this is gonna potentially bite him in the back. Oh no, Frenzy God does not spot him out here. He actually just walks right past the Jet there around the corner for Taylor's Elite. Will he find him? Yes, he will find IFT though. He's gonna destroy at least the lockdown, but still, I believe the Jet is just waiting there in sight.
The hunt begins.
Such a confusing round. AZM finding the double kill, let's say, with the refrag. They keep the numbers even. That spike now being planted.
Spike planted.
No one is there to deny it. Now it is a retake territory here in towards the B site. Professor caring just in case someone peeks in from the side of elbow, but already inside the site. There's Frenzy going down, but say there for the refrag. 2 versus 2, but the arena still being alive is still a very scary prospect.
Yeah, I mean, 2 versus 2, man advantage all even up. They're gonna try and go for the defuse, trying to stick it. They do have some time to work with. Shark Dart did come out, and he's gonna have to try and stick it at this point. He's trying to cover his own teammate. Say he's gonna find him, but he's gonna stick the defuse. Pros never fake, and HZM knows how to do it. HZM is gonna find the last frag, retrieves the operator just in the nick of time too. And that's gonna be a round for Taylor's Elite. Once again, only a single round away. And tying it all up, this deficit, which was previously so large, has now been made
Placing swarm
so much
grenade.
more doable here for the side of Taylor Elite.
Placing swarm grenade.
Still, I mean, these rounds are so back and forth at this point. I wasn't expecting them to be so competitive. See the smokes going out very early here. 3 players over towards the A side, and all of Venusian over towards A as well. Windy, he's going to push straight through that smoke. They've got that information now, but it's not going to be a peek coming in from the other side. Sage has gone down to HZM, caught just outside of the bathrooms. And, well, he's still peeking. Frenzy. Oh, a whiffed shot, but not afraid to re-peek.
He is going to go for Frenzy. Burst out. He knows he can just dash in here, but he's also against the opposing Jet, who burns his tailwind as well to get to a safer position. Frenzy God able to retrieve the ult charge here, and, well, I would say he won that fight.
Pre-fire towards U-Haul there. Frenzy will find the kill onto Professor. That's a great shot. Versus onto HZM as well. How did he find HZM? Now they've suddenly found a way into this A site. Valkyrie found Windy in response, but there's Frenzy God still going at it. Oh, that was a one-way angle. AZM, he could see Frenzy, but Frenzy couldn't see AZM. 2 versus 2.
30 seconds left.
And that spike is now being planted full mid.
Spike planted.
Flashpoint out.
Stuns.
And it seems like they are very geared up for this retake coming out here. Location has been revealed, but
One player
point
standing.
versus able to find the frag with an IFT. Will he find the trade-off here, AZM1? No, he is very low. He's going to let the Rolling Thunder come out here, rather. The shot, rather. And yes, versus finds that 3rd frag. That's going to put them just 1 round away from match point.
This scoreline, I've seen this twice today, and I feel like it could potentially go into overtime.
Yeah, I mean,
Like I imagine it could potentially go like this. Taylor's Elite, they find this round, gets them to 11 to 10. They'll find another and another that's 11 to 12, and then it will be Venusian denying that win. I feel like there's a potential for it to happen. May not, but you never know. Windy, double kill already to start this round off. My prediction's already not looking so good as Windy's just found a triple kill. He has single-handedly found this A site. All utility can now start to come out. They didn't use any utility to make the way in, just the one flash coming in from Windy. Frenzy got caught up in heaven. Windy still
Spike
playing around these smokes. You see on the side's IFT. Doesn't want to push into the smoke though. Windy just waiting for it to dissipate and not looking the right way, but still gets the flick onto IFT. That's a 4th kill, and they know exactly where AZM is. And Windy, does he want the ace? That's the question. Ult comes out. There's a big old Trevor making his way through, and it won't be the ace. Instead, it'll be Say to shut him down. AZM a triple kill in the round, but that is going to be match point for Venusian.
Match point.
Yeah, Windy has pretty much been like the standout player here in this series. He's been performing very well on both of these maps, and he pretty much stole that round away from the hands of Taylor's Elite all by himself. He just walked into the A site, found 4 frags going his way, and well, when your opponent's putting up a performance like that, it can be very difficult to really adjust to it, because how can you adjust to just exemplary plays by a single player, you know?
Exactly.
It's not like a team effort. It's more like just one guy popping off and just finding all the headshots that he needs, and Frenzy God just immediately flicks it to find HZM, picking in with the Blade Storm. Vodcom's gonna find the trade frag on him though, at least. So as they try to make this execute happen, Professor will find the frag of his own. 3v4 situation, and Taylor's Elite University, they do have the man advantage going their way. RL Sugas able to equalize that ball up as he pushes into U-Hauls. AZM will find the trade on the Say. They know it's going to have to be a B plant because of the teleport burn, but it's actually a fake. They're going to go back towards the A site, and they have control of it too. They can make this plant happen. I think they've realized it now, as they're going to double back now towards the A site once again. And so they do have time to plant this, and also a forward defense attack, rather, here coming in from the Killjoy for this side of Binus.
To see the cogs spinning in their head, like, what's going on here? Oh, what a shot from Suga! That spike is going down. IFT has to rotate over. They can't just push in by himself. Senor Sova. And so, versus AZM, making the way in. Suga finding one more. It's a 1 versus 1. Both of these last players are still very healthy. Versus IFT.
Oh, this is perfect. He's gonna land right on the spike. It's gonna be very difficult for him to deny this. Oh, actually doesn't whiff. Actually doesn't land, rather, as he's trying to go for the defense. So he's gonna have to go for the Hunter's Fury instead to try and deny this plant. It's gonna be very difficult to do this now. It's already at match point, and he has to play aggressively here. Otherwise, he's just gonna get delayed out of time. Will he be able to get the defuse off? No, he won't. He's gonna find the frag versus takes it, and that's gonna be a 2-0 win here in our best of 3 series by Binus. Taylor's University made it a game, made it a match, more competitive first and foremost, at least compared to the first map. But here coming in the second, a very valiant effort. But Binus University
so great from Versus. He used every piece of utility he had there. I mean, it wasn't as dominant as that first game. Venusian, it was a stomp, 13-4, right? You go into next map, you're thinking, you know what? It's going to be easy for Venusian. If there's that big a skill difference, then it shouldn't be a problem for them going on to Bind. But you know what? It was a really good showing from Taylor's University there. They got the score really close, 13-9, and maybe they were still getting warmed up. If that went into a map 3, who knows what might have happened. But again, kudos to Venusian OP. Those guys were playing absolutely insane. They definitely deserve that 2-0. And I mean, great stuff from them. I'm pretty impressed.
Yeah, great showing by Venusian. They, after that performance, you know, are kind of in my head like one of the top teams to really come out of this tournament, at least, you know, in the top 2 or 3. And so they, with that, you know, very dominant performance, very valiant effort, of course, being given there by Taylor's University. And a big thank you as well to the 2 schools that did participate here. Thank you guys so much. Taylor's University Lakeside Campus in Malaysia and Binus University from Indonesia. Thank you guys so much for you know, for participating here. But Binus, you guys do have a representative moving forward, as Venusian are going to be moving up into the bracket. And I believe that's gonna be this series. We're gonna have another one after this one. We're gonna have 2 more best of 3 series, and that's gonna be Taipei City University of Science and Technology from Taipei, and the National University of Singapore. So yeah, that's those are the next 2 teams that we're gonna have be coming up here at the CVCI. You guys are watching the Valorant regional tournament, and so I'm Black and Blue with me, Jaeger. We're gonna be back with more after this short break, guys. Around 5 p.m. I believe is the next series, so do stick around, do come back then, do what you guys gotta do. We'll see you guys in just a bit. and welcome back, guys, to the CVCI, the Cyberathlete Valorant Collegiate Invitational here for Valorant, and we are going to go into our third best of three of the day. We're gonna have 4 in total. I am Black and Blue. With me, my co-caster this time, Sneaky Frog. How are you doing there, sir? Very lit in a dark room. So that would be channeling the inner Sith.
Yeah.
Well,
Exactly.
we're gonna have 2 teams coming up today, and that is going to be the 2 teams coming up for the next best of 3 series is going to be City Ghost Hawk from Taipei City University of Science and Technology, aka TPCU, and Intersha from the University of Singapore. So big thank you and shout out to those 2 schools, universities that are participating in our tournament. I'm sure they're very proud of their representatives who have made it this far to the regional stage for the CVCI. If you guys aren't aware or familiar, well, the Cyberathlete Valorant Collegiate Invitational is the largest collegiate tournament here in Southeast Asia by far so far. And so we definitely have, some of the best collegiate talent already playing here in our tournament, and how much of how important it is to have this type of tournaments for players who are under 18 or who have just came into a legal age, because in a lot of countries it's going to be quite difficult for them to join tournaments if you're under the legal age. And so tournaments like this, like CVCI, definitely plays a big factor into helping grow the individual skill and the players of each respective scene.
Indeed. And nothing like representing your university. University pride is pretty huge, especially here in PH. I mean, I would like to see, if after all the COVID hubbub is over, like I would like to see a whole arena filled with students just cheering for their respective squad, for their respective university, as it is a sports game. So it's like that could be a hype concept. And students just representing their university is also it's also a gateway for some players to be scouted by some international teams, especially with the tremendous is like a small word. It's a gigantic scene that these countries have.
Gigantic is any smaller.
Yeah, because I think one time I think I heard that Indonesia had like a tournament and they had how many teams did they have? I think they had like 1,024 teams join.
Wow.
There.
Well, in this one, they have 4 teams representing the Indonesian region, the Indonesian country, the nation, and so they actually have the most representatives out of anybody, I believe, of any country right now in the CVCI, and it is kind of well-deservedly so, because they've been playing every Indonesian team we've seen so far, like the last one that we saw, Binus University, did play very well. And we're going to be playing now map number 1 here on Bind.
And I would like to highlight the map, or rather the agent picks for both sides. Inertia decided to go with the Killjoy instead of the Cypher, which is a very, very interesting pick, with the Killjoy only providing a single turret instead of 2 tripwires. But that turret can definitely point at the exact direction where the opponent is. So, it's kind of basically the same thing. It's basically the same purpose, but we are getting things started here on the A site, actually, as Spicy, the Cypher on City Ghost Hawk, is going to get the first blood, and they're going to get the plant. There's still 4 people left alive on Intersha.
Spike planted.
I don't know how this plant just happened right in front of their faces. I mean, no challenge coming in. You can see there the fault line, the aftershock rather, trying to get some sort of wall damage through it, but can't find the wall bang yet. You're gonna try and make the retake happen here, as Nickpan is able to find the frag in Ori. That's a double kill now for him. Gabe is gonna go down, and will he find the third? Nickpan burns the tailwind, able to find the third frag here. Nakrekis is approved, will find the frag in the Uzre, but Howard will close things off as they do take a first round here rather in our map number 1 of the best of 3. City Ghost Hawk, you take the pistol.
Man, interesting that Intersha actually lost the A site super quick, despite the picks that they have. I do think the Brimstone, some people would, disagree with me. Like, people would rather have Omen in this map. But I do think when you're trying to take the A site, Brimstone has a bigger value because you could set the 3 smokes immediately instead of, the small split second that you have when you're smoking with Omen here on the A site. Oh, actually, never mind. I did not see. They're running the Omen and the Brimstone at the same time. So
that gives them 2 primary smokers, and that's going to allow them so much, concealment when they actually do make their execute. That's 5 potential smokes coming out for their side, and so Spicy here, able to find a double kill. Very tasty on that one, able to find it with the Spectre as well. The plant is going to go down here by Howard. There's no way they can deny that, and as you said, man, the Brimstone Sky Smokes are going to play such a huge factor because, look, there's nothing they can really much do to try and deny the smokes that is coming out here from the side.
One player remaining.
Trying to say that's going to be a quick double kill from Howard, a 3rd from Spicy, and another round going the way of Ghost Hawk.
Dude, I like how aggressive Spicy is on this Cypher. Kind of brings a tear to my eye because as a fellow Cypher main who likes to play aggressive as well. Because you usually see the Cypher just camping into the back site, waiting on the camera, waiting on the tripwires to pop before they go for the frag. That isn't the case on Spicy. Spicy is like, oh, I have a gun? Okay, I'm just gonna go inside and just kill everyone, basically. I am the entry, the Cypher duelists, as Spicy would say, and this is pretty interesting for him. Great camera as well, spots out the Reyna. So this might be another A take for the side. So I think their mindset right now is if it's working at the moment, might as well do it again and again and again.
Able to take the ult charge freely, and as you said, yes, a good cam there by Spicy to find the early information, and now they can play off of that. It seems like they're kind of persuaded to go towards the A site initially, but now they're kind of rotating back towards the B site, and I think that's a better choice because there's 3 defenders here for Intersha towards the A site, and they can pretty much overrun this if they can find the timing. There's a Killjoy and a Raze here towards the B site, and while the Killjoy might pose a bit of a problem, the Raze is typically not the best, you'd want here on the B side. You might want a Cypher or something like that. That sort of course, the paint canisters can find the kill every now and then, but Krekis is able to find a double kill here out of both players coming in outside of the outside in from Hookah rather. As Spicy's able to finally get the trade-off. That's the first kill here. Nick Pan able to find another one after he does pop
30 seconds left.
Draft. And so Neon will get the trade-off.
One player
Situation on the retake. The last one left alive here. The Cypher is all you've got to really work with, and he's gonna get double kill, triple. But Gebe is not gonna let that tirade reign for too long. Make it a bit expensive for the side of Intersha, but they do finally eventually take this round.
Yeah, this is not the Ghost Hawk fast-paced push as you would see in the past rounds. And Bind is really about those fast-paced push because look at how quick you can rotate from A to B. Like, as soon as the Ghost Hawk squad tried to go for this B site, the Brimstone was already halfway into their spawn and already roaring to help this defense here on the B side, and the other teammates are not too far behind, and that will be a problem for City Ghost Hawk if they want to go for another B take. They're gonna have to find a way to deal with this very annoying Killjoy. The turret does slow you down, so if you get caught by that and the Killjoy does see you, that is basically a free kill for her. And at the moment, City Ghost Hawk kind of split up right now. I think they're looking for frags. Their Cypher and their Breach do have their ultimates. The Rolling Thunder does roll faster now with the recent patches that we have, so he does have higher value compared to other agents.
It's interesting that, like, they're going for the side of Inertia here in Intersha. They went for the Killjoy instead of the Cypher, or both of them pulling out, both a Cypher and Killjoy. So while Killjoy is all about error denial, you'd still kind of like to see a Cypher on this map. A double kill going in the way here of Intersha, though, as they do find 2 opening picks, and that's going to make the execute here from the side of Ghost Hawk a lot more difficult than it could have been. So Krekis is playing around the edge of these sky smokes. The plant will go down, but he's going to find the opening crack. He's going to find a second to Howard. No way he could have expected that after his teammate goes down. It's going to be the last one left alive here. Brimstone's sky smokes to drop down, and he's pretty much blocked himself off. Killjoy lockdown is going to deny the entire plant site. So There's nothing you can really do here, Land. It's like you get a single frag before it does go down. And a second round rather, going in the way here for Intersha.
I mean, I think if he had one more Sky Smoke to work with, he could have kind of cheesed that round with the Molotov, but unfortunately, there's already 4 people rolling on site. Prekis doing a good job being an anchor, and that's what you ask for being an anchor. Like, it's not just holding one angle in the back of the site. Sometimes you gotta switch it up. Like, sometimes you gotta play elbow, sometimes you gotta play the back of site, sometimes you even play B-Hall to look into Huga, but he has done a great job so far contributing to the defense here on B site, and Ghost Hawk don't want none of it. Now they're all of them are now in A site. They do not want to deal with this Killjoy.
I really like that Phantom skin there, Practice. It's very edgy, but very me as well, so yeah, props to that. I like skins. Of course, not just skins, but skill is what these players do have in their hands. Spicy. We know he can definitely pull up some exemplary plays. Sheriff in hand, walking there through showers, and he does find the frag as expected. A second frag going the way of the Sheriffs here, doing all the work here. Sheriffs are in town, and all the bad guys better be there. The bear is able to find a frag on the Spicy, and that's going to bring it down to a 4v3 situation in the favor, still, here of Ghost City. Rather, and a quick one tap to the head there on Ari. Nickpan finds that he just pushes the momentum all the way in towards their spawn, and he's going to be playing around this cloudburst that he himself put down, waiting in spawn, going to cut off the rotation in from the B site, and that's going to allow them to get a safe
One enemy remaining.
Howard's going to shut down Gabe. Last one off the live, Krekis and Sneaky. This is pretty much a done deal, I think.
Yeah, I do think it's a done deal. Great job from Nickpan, just holding behind that. He would just go for the flank. I think the Omen kill was super key. That would have eliminated the possibility of having a smoke diffuse going into the site. And yeah, basically Nickpan just reading the defense before the rotation happened. And I'm surprised that no one was actually guarding U-Haul, or no one was actually left in the A site. Like, everyone just committed into B as soon as the alarm bot just triggered, and the defense just
Yeah, after the opening pick there by Spicy with the Sheriff, you would have expected, like, a bit more help to come in earlier towards the A site, or at least somebody to play a bit more, try and buy more time for the rotations to come in, but that didn't happen, and it just let Nickpan capitalize on the opening pick there by Spicy with the Sheriff, and so Nickpan just pushes in, Blade Storm in hand, pops the Tailwind, pops his Cloudburst, and that really sealed the deal for that round. 2-3 on the board, and City Ghost Hawk are up a single round. Of course, still very much so doable to come back into this, as it's only a 1-round deficit here for the side of Intersha. And so Boombot out towards Hookah, clears it out, knows that there's nobody there, at least for now, but we do have a Raze waiting here. He's not gonna have to shoot this out as the Boombot expires. Uzray is gonna have to face check this if she does not use one of her paint casters instead. Trying to go for the pre-fire through the boxes, almost finds the angle, but Gabez gonna find it in return with a shotgun in hand. Uzray goes down on the opposing Raze there, picks up the Vandal, falls back, did what he had to do, go 1 for 1, if anything. Has to fall back, and that's good defensive play there towards Hookah.
I like the patience here from Intersha, like not overextending, just getting the some people would say sure kills. I do think he timed it correctly, that Uzray would actually peek on the left side of Hookah instead of the right. But the actually is going to come out from the Brimstone, but Naom is going to get 2 with the Judge. Howard is going to get him in return. Not going to be an equal trade, except Howard is going to get 3 in this one. Nickpan going to get 1 on his own as well. And the last one alive is going to be the Killjoy coming from behind. The plant is already out. I do think they know exactly where she is.
Planted.
And this might just be over. A Shorty and a Judge, that is not the best weaponry for long-range battles.
To say the least. I mean, every single frag that Intersha has found this round was from a Judge, and so it seems like shotguns were the strat here coming into this one. But I mean, 1v2 retake, it's not exactly the best weapon you want in this situation, especially coming into the A side. So many long angles you can test from, and ones that you pretty much can't reach because of the choice of weaponry. Able to pick up the Phantom though, and so that's a bit of a consolation prize. Able to run away with it and save the Phantom coming to the next round. That's really the most you can do in this situation, Krekis, and so he knows that he's gonna have to give up a 4th round here to the side of City Ghost Hawk.
Yeah, and the value of the Phantom actually is kind of high, you would say, because as soon as you get the Phantom, you can just buy armor and just drop your teammate an extra rifle, which is pretty good if you're especially lacking in firepower. And I do think Killjoy, the highest value gadget that you have on your arsenal is that turret. And from my knowledge, I don't play Killjoy at all. I'm sorry, stream. In my knowledge, Killjoy does not spend any credits by just putting down the turret.
Very nice indeed, and to have that in the pocket. Killjoy, you know, as soon as she came into the meta, as soon as she was allowed to competitive play, it allowed for lineups that didn't have a Cypher anymore, because Cypher, you know, was really big about finding that information and denying the area that information was found in. And so Killjoy does that too. Her whole utility is area denial. Her whole ultimate isn't just denying an entire site. And so the addition of Killjoy into the competitive scene, once she was allowed in, kind of opened things up for the different types of lineups that we're seeing right now. As you can see, like typically a few months ago, you know, on Bind, if you're playing on Bind, you want a Cypher. You cannot not have a Cypher, because Cypher is so good on the side. Now people have been substituting Cypher out for a Killjoy, and that's exactly what PC and Tersh are doing here.
Off your feet!
Let them 2 rounds. They still have a bit to catch up here as the Rolling Thunder about to take underway. Gabez is able to find fragment Uzuri, and he's going to get traded off though quickly by Nickpan. They have taken control
30 seconds left
of the B site, and the plant will go down.
Spike planted.
Ooh, Nickpan through the smoke as well, getting Krekis, and this is just complete B domination for the side of City Ghost Hawk. 3v4, and I do not think this retake is happening. Look at the positioning from City Ghost Hawk. They do not want to take direct fights to the Intersha squad, but the Intersha squad doing their best impression of the attacker's side, going into the side, trying to retake it from the defenders. That's going to be now with the first frag, and Spicy is going to get one as well, and it's going to result in a 2v1. The only one left alive is going to be Loses Improve, and he's going to lose one more, as it is a 5-2. Spicy getting the last kill, and not going to die to the spike, so he's going to get his Vandal. And now in Tertia, it is on them. How did they prevent the City Ghost Hawk offense? Like, you saw the coordination of the Rolling Thunder plus the Sky Smoke. Kreshik could not react in elbow because he was smoked off, and there was only one person on site, and that was the Raisin, who was directly hit by the Rolling Thunder. She only got one in return because of the showstopper.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was a fair trade, you know, 1 free kill due to the Rolling Thunder, and you expend the showstopper on the opposing side. Nickpan's able to find Gabet there. Raze goes down. You know that the turret is going to be right above here in the container. Tailwind has been burned. Nickpan, once again, very aggressive. Always takes his very forward position here when it comes to the executes, and that's been really the X factor and why they've been winning these executes, because Nickpan would aggressively push in. While Krekis does find him, that at least gives him a lot of information, and so that really does play a lot more into the rounds being won here for the side of City Ghost Hawk more than you think. And a double kill by Land to cap things off. 2-6 on the board. A flurry of frags going their way, and really, those executes are enabled by the aggression there of the Jet. They've been playing it perfectly, having Nickpan go very forward, very aggressive, because even if he goes 1 for 1, even if he doesn't find a frag like in that round, he did give away the information. He did find the information that there was a Killjoy towards elbow, and they were able to play off of that the rest of his team. So very, very good coordination I'm seeing here, and I like to see it too from the side of from City Ghost Hawk. Very good coordination. Hopefully they can pull off the same thing here for the side of Intersha.
Exactly, and as I would call myself the biggest Stim Beacon hater here in the Philippines, like, why would you buy that ability? It is next to useless, basically. Like, I'm gonna rustle, I'm gonna rustle some, opinions on stream, but the Stim Beacon makes you shoot faster, like, by like a bit.
It's not like it doesn't give you the biggest like in return, and compared to like a smoke or a flash or these other
Smoke's
abilities.
down.
But it's
Yeah.
just it's a meh.
It's making it shooty faster, but what's the point if you're gonna get shot in the head? Just like Ari just died. Nick Pan flew into the 2-hall position. That's gonna be the push. Uzray is gonna be taken down by Gabe. And let us see, that's gonna be the satchel putting up the raise, but he's gonna get caught by Spicy on the side. Nick Pan is gonna get one as well. Double kill for the Cypher. Can he get the triple? Yes, he can. As Naom is gonna be taken down. It is Spicy who's carrying the City Ghost Hawk squad at the moment. And they have 4 ultimates as well, so they can get another round on the board.
The raise there, Gabe on the side of Intersha had the right idea. Satchel boosting himself up so that he can try and deny the plant on default, but he was just a second too late for that. While he was able to find a frag, yes, on the spike planter, he was quickly traded off by the player for the side of City Ghost Hawk towards Showers, and that really spelled the doom for the retake there for the side of Intersha. Because of that, they do take a 7-2 lead, and a one from Nick Pan. A double kill now going their way, at least one apiece. Nick Pan and Spicy fighting frags, and they have this A site right for the taking. It's going to be the Omen, the only one here, still on the site. He's probably going to get found. His head shot from the back. Ari will go down. 2 versus 5 situation. And this is another round to the
One player remaining.
They are just pushing into smoke, into the site. Spicy is a problem for the side of Intersha. He is just taking showers for free. Literally, there is 3 smokes on site. You cannot see the other side? No problem. Just gonna push through the smoke. Oh, look at Omen. That's gonna be a free kill. This is the problem for Intersha. City Ghost Hawk is not respecting their defense on the A side.
Smoke criminal here, it seems.
Man, this has just been quite the game for City Ghost Hawk. Once again, they're gonna go for the shower take, and that's gonna be land with a double kill once again. A site, there's only 1 person left alive. That's gonna be the take. Nick Pan is gonna use the tailwind to try to close the distance here in the U-Haul position. Omen is on his right, and that's gonna be the kill from him. 2 people going through the teleporter. Killjoy and Raze, the last 2 left alive. They do have the showstopper, the ultimate from the Killjoy, as well as Spicy goes for the peaks, gets Gabe. Can he get the double kill? Yes, he can. That's gonna be Krekis taken down, and once again, City Ghost Hawk just dominating on this attacking side.
9-2 on the board as we come into the second half, and City Ghost Hawk don't have any signs of slowing down at all. Still, very good economy on their side as we come into the last round of the half. It's going to be all in the hands of Intersha to, try and make this happen. They have to make a play here. They've been just getting outplayed here. Nick Pan has been finding and abusing all the openings he can find in their defense. Intersha. And so you're going to have a sole B defender here. That's going to be Krekis there on the Killjoy. The rest of them are going to be stacking towards the A side. You can see a judge in hand, so that tells you that they aren't in the best place economically. Pushing in, and Land's able to find the frag there and lose and improve. Ari will find the trade-off on the Uzer, and Nick Pan will find the frag in the nail. As he goes down, and Howard will find one on the Ari. That's going to make it 2v4, and very difficult as well. They do find information that Gabe is here towards the Showers. As he finds Howard, Nick Pan's going to fall back just to try and wrap around once again. And I think that was the right idea to do. Nobody on site actually here, aside from the Cypher on Spicy. That's all that they really need to do. Just waste time, and they can have this round in the bag.
Yep, Spicy is on 4 HP, so he does not want to go for those risky picks. Gabe, if he shoots through that box even once, that's going to be a freebie for him, but he's going to use the U-Haul to just give him access to the site, but that's going to be a double take because 2 of them are going to use the teleporter, and Krekis, he has to be careful. He has to take these CQC fights one by one, and the plant is going to come out. Can he prevent it? No, he can't, but he does get Spicy. 2v2 situation. The Raze is going to start to rotate. The showstopper is available, and if he does hit it, that's going to be a free kill. And they need to spot these fights in time. Land going to try to prevent this Raze from going into the site, but it is already too late. The showstopper, it's not going to come out. Still, the fights are going on. Nick Pan is gonna get shot here. Gabe, not even a chance to pull out the rocket launcher, and that's gonna be the 1v2 situation. The Blade Storm isn't gonna finish off the Killjoy. Yes, he can. That's gonna be a blade to the face, and Nick Pan gets 3 in the round.
What
Switching
a play by
sides.
Nick Pan. It's not easy to take that back. Once it's planted there for Hookah, and then you have a player such as Nick Pan to hold it off. Of course, Jet doesn't have the type of utility to necessarily waste time, kind of like the incendiaries on the side of Brimstone, or like the hot hands on the Phoenix or something like that. But he didn't need it. He just had the proper way to play. He played it properly, rather. Perfect timing on him as well, and when to peek and who to peek, which angles to peek as well. And that just netted them another round here. 10-12, 10-1 rather. As we're 2 away from match point here for the side. In Tersha on the attacking side, that's not going to really favor them now as they move on to that.
Yeah, the only chance that Intersha has on the attacking side is going to be their saving grace. The double flash that they have is on Ori and on Naum. And usually teams now run these double flash comps, so more teams will have more problems. Usually it's going to be a Reyna or an Omen. Most of the time it's a Breach and a Phoenix, but you could have some variation depending on the map and depending on the comfort picks of your team. But this is definitely a good combination. You're going to have the Paranoia on site, plus you're going to have the Reyna using the Leer on top. But this is actually going to be a double take from the B site to the A site, actually. But no, they're just going to reposition themselves, try to go for the bait, try to put less defenders on this B site. And the huge problem is going to be the Breach, and he's going to be taken out immediately. Gabe with the shot on the Ghost, and this is going to be the fight. Spicy is not going to get this one in time. The nade is going to come out just to try to clear the backside. Uzray is going to get the other raise, and he's going to get Uz's improve as well. But Uzray is going to be taken down from the grave. The satchel is going to explode on him. 3v2 situation. Nick Pan is going to get Ori. And a 2v2, no utility whatsoever from both sides. Naum is gonna get Nick Pan, but Land, he's gonna get the flank going. Can he get the Killjoy? Yes, he can. The 1v1 situation does spot the Reyna for a second here. That's gonna be the headshot. No, it's actually gonna be Naum saving the pistol round for the side of Intersha, and that's gonna be 10-3 pistol round going their way.
Well, he wouldn't have been in the position to pull that clutch off in the first place if not for the exemplary, triple opening pick there by Gabe on the raise. He was able to find 2 with the Ghost, and then when he was dead, his paint casters was able to find the 3rd on the opposing raise as well. And so, good plays there from actually both races. I think for the side of your Ghost Hawk, rather, their raise, Ozera was able to find a double kill, and so. Both raises chiming in on that round, but in the end, it's going to be a round going in the way of Intersha.
Tripwire destroyed.
Still down 3-10, but they do have the chance to make it back here. They're going to once again try and see what they can find here towards the B side. So you can see them trying to just walk into Hookah. It's been smoked off right now, the window, and so they're going to be crawling back down B short and potentially gonna set their sights for the A site. There is only 2 defenders here. A Jet very close towards Showers. It's gonna be the Reyna. Gonna make contact with them, and they're probably gonna find each other in just a second if they do play this aggressively. Cypher here on the Spicy, looking towards Belong, not finding anything yet as Nick Pan finds Naum. And Uzer finds Ori. That's gonna kind of halt the A site attack here.
Man, Gabe is gonna catch Uzray actually reloading the U-Haul position. The smoke's already out, but the fault line is gonna come as well. Gabe is not gonna get hit by it. 3v4 situation. Jet is already on very, very low HP as well as the raise. So if the defending side wants to go
30
for a
seconds
take,
left.
this is gonna be what you take to do, and that's gonna be the defenders wiping out everyone on the attacking side. City Ghost Hawk relentless in this defending side as well. What I've noticed as well from City Ghost Hawk, you realize that the Breach was playing in the B, or rather in B position, and the Cypher was not scared of challenging the Killjoy in the B along. Despite having, not so superior weaponry, you do have the Sheriff, you do have the one-tap potential. That's still a very risky peak to do, but I still like the confidence from City Ghost Hawk to go for it, and that has been the name of the game for this squad. Confidence is definitely key, and look at this camera, seeing everyone from the side of Intersha. Now they're gonna be having some sort of trouble on the backside because the Omen is gonna get spotted out. That's gonna be Spicy getting the only smoke, or rather getting one of the smokers on the side of Intersha. Now they only have Brimstone, and the Brimstone, he has to use these smokes very carefully because he only has 3 of them, and they do run out very quick. And Howard is gonna get banned, but Boost Improve is gonna get 1 in return. Spicy is gonna turn around, he's gonna get 3, can he get 4? No, he can't. Brekis is gonna get the trade, but Nick Pan is gonna get him in return, and it is match point for the side of City Ghost Hawk. And what can I say? This has just been a dominating one-side game for the City Ghost Hawk squad.
City Ghost Hawk here, they have been, well, dominating is to say the least, man. They've pretty much almost ran over their opponents here, representing here Taipei City University of Science and Technology. I'm sure they'd be very proud of what they've shown so far in this map number 1. Valiant effort so far, of course, by Intersha from University of Singapore. So we're gonna see if they can try and bring us on back, but Uzer and Spicy are already hampered that. Uzer's Improve is gonna find a double kill, and Naom's gonna try and defend his own. A trade-off though by Howard here.
One player remaining.
So Gabe is gonna find a frag in a Howard 1v2 situation. It is all in the hands of Nick Pan. He's the right man for the job though to pull this clutch off. If he does, that's gonna be the first map. Can he do it?
I mean, he does have the Bladestorm available. Kind of has the same power as the rifle when in terms of headshot, but he's going to have to be careful with those right clicks because the nerf does hit hard. The Phantom, there is one right in front of him. Decides to skip it, actually. Interesting. So I do think Nick Pan is just going to use the Spectre to clutch this one. So he does use the Cloudburst to block the vision of this Killjoy, which is a pretty 5-head move, to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, he knows he can just wait here. Spike
30 seconds left.
Towards the A side. They're planting it for a U-Haul
Spike planted.
spawn side in the tower side. He's gonna be wary of the window there, not finding anything. He can actually go for the defuse here if he wants to, but he fakes it instead. They know that. So trying to go for the wall back. He's inside. Capet's gonna find him though, swinging wide. Nick Pan's gonna get found. You know, if he stuck that, there could have been a chance actually that he was able to get that off.
I think he should have halved it first and, ran away from the nade and could have had, an isolated 1v1. But he did mistime it by quite a bit. He got a little bit, too cocky and tried to go for the double kill turnaround.
This goes here.
Maybe. But yeah, and that's just another round on the board for Intersha. They do have the ultimate from the Brimstone plus the Showstopper from the Raze on the other side. Cypher does have his own Showstopper, plus the Bladestorm is still available for Nick Pan. So this is going to be interesting. Showstopper is going to be popped from the side of the defenders. Nick Pan is going to... What? He's already inside of the connector from B to A for the side of the attackers, and somehow it is a 4v2.
I know
One player remaining.
Frag of his own. Oh, sorry for that. Last one left alive here. Naom is able to find Nick Pan. Flying up high, gets taken down low. Will he find a double kill? Yes, he will! The double spray down! That's a 4K from him! He might just have an ace clutch coming his way to save and keep them in this round. Some life being breathed in here by Naom. Can he find the frag, though, on the remaining Cypher? It's going to be Spicy, the last one left alive, and he does not have the diffuser in his hands. He has to cross here if he wants to take control of the diffuser. It is in the opposite side here of the A link. He's going to be trekking towards the spawn. Will he get caught down? Yes, he does. He finds him, but he does take lots of damage in return. He knows he can just make a beam for it towards the B site, and he has enough time to do so. He does not have
30 seconds
He does
left.
have the ult on him. That goes out, and he knows now exactly where Naom is. Going to be playing it towards Luka. Walks in his sights, but Spicy is going to win it out. Too hot for him to handle Naomi. Very valiant effort getting the 4K, but not able to get the ace clutch out. Too big of an order for him to deal with. That's going to be the first round going to City Ghost Hawk.
Yeah, I actually thought that the Rays had that in that round, trying to go for the bait on that Cypher cage, but Spicy read the read of that opponent, and that's just how good City Ghost Hawk is on this map. They kept the aggression up, they know the weaknesses of the defense, now they turned it around on offense as well. They did not let the attacker's side play attacker's side, because they pushed them on the defender's side as well. They do not want this enemy team to play.
Yeah, even on the defensive side there, City Ghost Hawk were able to control the pace, dictate how the game is going to be played, the pace of the game, and that's really kind of what won them the map number 1. We're going to be moving into a map number 2 in just a bit, but for now we're going to be taking a short ad break for you guys, and we'll be back in just a second. Take a breather. We'll be back in just a bit. I am Black and Blue, with me Sinky Frog. You guys are watching the third best of 3 out of the 4 that we're going to have here at CVCI. We'll be back in just a second. Hello and welcome.
Oh yeah, hello.
Yeah,
hello
there we
everyone.
are. Yes, there we go. Hello and welcome to CVCI, guys, the Cyberathlete Valorant Invitational here, Collegiate Valorant Invitational. You know, it is, if you guys aren't familiar, well, this is the largest collegiate tournament here for Valorant in the Southeast Asia region, and now we're going to have some of the best teams in the region be vying it off for our prize pool. Of course, we're going to be kicking off again with the third best of 3 of the day. The second map now is what we're going to be playing, and that is going to be once again between City Ghost Hawk of Taipei City University of Science and Technology and Inertia from University of Singapore.
Yeah, last game was just a stomp. Like that's like the only thing you could describe the last game. Last game, City Ghost Hawk basically just dominated whatever Inertia tried to do in the last game, and they should really keep up the same pace going into Ascent. Ascent does allow more aggressive plays, especially you do see the most often fight is in Ascent is actually going to be mid link going into a short, because as soon as those barriers go down, you're going to see 100% players swinging from that side just to try to get some information going from top mid, or maybe even swing to top mid if no one is in mid link. And Ascent is going to be interesting because I do think the agent picks are going to be way different unless they still want to run the same picks. I don't think we're going to see the Brimstone this time because there are now less places to smoke compared to Bind, where you have to smoke Heaven, you have to smoke Sight, you have to smoke U-Haul as well. But I do want to see a breach on the other side. I do think Intertia kind of lacked in their defensive power, and even on offense they actually had a hard time just trying to get anything started here against City Ghost Hawk. Now the picks are in Omen, Breach, Jet, Raze, and Cypher. Raze, I do think Raze is, instead of being on wall destroying duty, is now on Cypher tripwire destroying duty, and that gives her some value going into the map. And for the other side, just like I said, they needed more offensive power in Tertia, and they kind of listened to me. Now running the Phoenix and the Jet, plus the Omen as well to help. Kind of the pseudo controller, the duelist going into the site. That's gonna be Brekis getting the first kill here on Nickpan. That's gonna be the swing as well. Naom is actually gonna be on the Jet this time, not Nickpan instead, and Naom kind of got tired of that Reyna, and I would understand the Reyna, you need to get kills to get those abilities going.
That was a great flick actually by Naom to find that pick, pushing in towards the farther side there of the B side. They are going to cut off the main entrance, and so that's going to make things a lot more difficult. Paranoia to come out, and that's going to allow the Omen to cross. It's going to be a 2 versus 5 here. It's going to be Omen and Cypher. Cypher and Spicy rather. He's able to find a frag on Loses Improve. He's going to get traded out of the land. Will get found eventually, as they do take a first round here for the side of Intertia.
Indeed. And I really do welcome the change on Naom. Instead of having the Reyna on your team, I'd rather really have a Jet. And this really welcomes the aggression coming in from him, because there is a possibility that he would not get punished just because of the Tailwind. Like, he could go for all the risky peeks that he wants. If he's in trouble, he could just Tailwind behind. And this could be beneficial for Intertia. They did get demolished on Bind, but their lineup is looking way better this time. But they're still running the double smoke. Lineup, as I would see. The double flash as well with the Paranoia plus the Phoenix, as you do have that curveball on deck. Plus Sova, the value of Sova on Ascent is actually super high because there's so many useful lineups that you could use against the enemy team.
Yeah, well, Loses Improve is going to find a round here on the Spicy. As Spicy goes down, it's going to make things a bit more difficult here for the defensive side of City Ghost Hawk. The overlay is a bit mixed up right now, just so you guys are familiar. It's actually Intertia with the first round. They are on the right side here, the red side, and it is City Ghost Hawk on the left side. when it is actually Intersha who has the first round here. So we're gonna get that fixed for you guys in just a second. Don't worry about that. 0-1 on the board once again for the side of Intersha. So Intersha made their way up catwalk here, pushing up towards a link. They do have a crossfire somewhat here on the side of City Ghost Talk, and as they're going to be pushing in, it's going to be blocked off with the smoke there. Uzer's able to find the frag with the classic, and Vine's going to find one of his
30
own there with
seconds
the
left.
Sheriff. Quebec goes down. Let's go put it now at a 3v4 situation in the favor of Intersha. No good trigs come off. Ghost Talk now equalizing it all up. 2-2 on the board as Naom there for Intersha is able to find the frag. You can see land. He's going to have to escape down under towards the shadows. And so,
One enemy remaining.
Nick Pan was able to find the frag in Precis. In the end, it's going to be a round going the either way. Now here for the side of City Ghost Hawk.
And City Ghost Hawk already kind of answering back with a punch in this one. And at the moment, it is 1-1. I would like to say that
Here.
I'm really thinking about why they decided to go for the double smoke lineup, and the only like conclusion that I can think of is that they can run excuse me, they can run the paranoia plus the smokes, and just having 6 smokes would be useful, but I don't think that is the case at the moment, as the rest of the Ghost Hawk squad just basically demolished the Intersha push.
A double spray down by Nick Pan, and that opens things all up here to just, you know, hunker down and let them come in their sights. They don't really have to do much in this case anymore for the side of City Ghost Talk, as Intersha, the cards are in their hands to play, and Loses Improve is going to find a frag in the hand. Great offer coming from Spicy. They know the last one has to be inside here towards B main, and that's exactly how they're going to find it. Howard's going to shut down Precis this time, instead of on the Killjoy, on the Phoenix, and he can't rise back from that. 2-1 on the board now here in the favor of City Ghost Hawk.
This should do.
And City Ghost Hawk just showing another or another card from their hands. Like, their aggression is basically just I don't know, man. The pressure from their aggression, I really do think Intersha can just not take it. Like, they're literally the definition of the best defense is a good offense, and at the moment that is the case. Look at this, they're not stopping, they're just rolling the train into mid, as Naom does punish the aggression from the Raze here on mid, but still the Jet did get better positioning in this one. Land did get access to the short position as well. He might have gotten spotted here by the Aldrone here in mid, so they're gonna have to be careful. 4v5 situation for them. They are at the disadvantage as the defending side.
They are at an advantage here in Intersha, finally, so this could be a chance for them to equalize the game all up. They do know that there is a presence here towards B lobby, and so you can see them as they're crawling up, being very wary of the market position that Nick Pan is being played here. Ari's going to find the opposing Omen. As land goes down, that's going to open things up towards the A site, and they can actually go for an A site take as well, because the only sole defender there right now is the Cypher, and he's the only player who can really
30 seconds left.
Any sort of contact coming in here. They're gonna have a very aggressive mid push here by Nick Pan towards the mid site, and so you see Spicy, and triple kill from him. Almost finds a fourth, but Ari is gonna shut that down. Not gonna let his tirade continue on. 2 versus 2 situation. The plant will successfully go down. There's no one in any position to stop that from happening. Nick Pan's able to find a frag in Ori. Howard here already on top of the Raptors, but Nick Pan has got it all in the pocket. He doesn't need any help. Able to find a double kill there. A triple for him this round during this one, and so that will be the score now. 3-1 as they do take a 2-round lead now here over Intersha. City Ghost Hawk, once again, a strong start.
And that is why Cypher is one of the best anchors you could ask for. I really do think we did see it off cam. He did get somewhat of a 3K, and I do think he used like a one-way Cypher cage in this A position. He did get the free 3K, and Intersha, they thought they had the round for free, but no, they have Spicy, the man who's anchoring an entire site against 4 or was that 3 people? Or I think that was like 4 people, but
Cover going out.
basically he just eliminated almost all of them. Like the only person left alive was the Brimstone, and yeah, they couldn't take the pressure once again. Like Intersha getting outplayed.
Intersha have a lot to come back in this one. I mean, it's been quite difficult for them during the first map, but here in our second best of 3, and we have a second map of this best of 3. Rather, this is the third best of 3 of the day. We're gonna have one more after this. Don't forget, they already lose the opening pick, and that's gonna quite, you know, hamper their intent of trying to go for this A side early push, as he was found there towards top mid. That doesn't really net them much information as well. At least, you know, sometimes if you give up the opening pick, at least you gain some information from that. But, you know, dying on top of mid doesn't find you much, because you already expect somebody to be playing in towards mid anyways, especially if they have an operator or something. So we're going to see how they're going to continue to adjust here. It seems like their sights are currently set for the B site, and I think that might be the right call to make here. There are
30
defenders
seconds left.
stacked for the side. City goes talk towards the A site, and this will probably net them the best win that they can. The only round that they've won so far in Intersha was during the pistol, and they went towards the B site. So they're going to try and repeat that again. Tower's going to find the frag and loose. So Ruben eventually find one of his own. And they try to push in from Marcus. Spicy's going to find their own. That's going to leave just 2 members here for the side of Intersha.
10 seconds
He's going
left.
to try and have to start hard, stick his plan. But look at very, very strong aggression coming in here from all the remaining members of City Girls Talk. You can see the Rays just boost himself into the site, and that's going to net them a 4th round.
Uzre might have not have gotten any kills on the site. At least he looked good going into it. At least, you know, he got some style points going on the board. But 4-1, once again, City goes Hawk, dominating on the defending side, as as it is the same story from last time. Like the pressure and the aggression from them, and I would actually like to see like what does City Ghost Hawk look like with kind of a passive stance going into the site. But I don't think that is the type of gameplay that they want, because they still want to go aggressive. They still want to be in the face of Intersha, and at the moment they really are, and they have to be careful. Look at how many ultis are on the side of Intersha. Not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, but 5. The Hunter's Fury, but the Run It Back, the Blade Storm, plus the Shadow Step as well, or rather from the shadows from the Omen, and also Brimstone can basically clear a site with his ulti. But on the other side, it is 2. They do have from the shadows and the Rolling Thunder. That Rolling Thunder from the past patches, just like I said, did get faster. But this is going to be the entry into sight. The fault line is going to come out. That's going to be jading 2 members from the side of the attacking side. But look at this squad. Japan's going to get the double kill, but to what avail? Ori is going to get towered. It is a 2v1. Look at how many players have just died on site, but there's already 2 going from Catwalk, going from A ramp. And that's going to be Uzre getting the kill in the end.
In the end, went a bit closer than I was expecting, because you can see City Ghost Talk were already ready to intercept that execute, because they had their Omen push up all the way into showers, and there was no information. I mean, he found rather information, the fact that there was nobody even going towards the A site, as he's already deep into showers on the A site. That allowed them to play their rotation players closer towards the B site, and they were able to get there in time to snuff that execute out and stop it from, you know, just snowballing into a proper plant. Of course, the plant did go down, but really it was more like a desperation plant than an actual plant that you plan to hold for a post plant. And so I just said plant in so many million ways in a few seconds. 5-1 on the board. Minute 30 on the clock, guys. We're starting things off. Aldrone to find information. Don't get a bit too head happy here and just face checking everything. And so they know that, okay, there must be a Sova here towards a long. We don't have to press the issue yet. The cam is going to spot out the feet there of Naome's working rather towards a short. And so I think the rotation players, as you can see, are already gearing their way up to try and make
Joke's over! You're dead!
defense work out.
Yeah, I think Spicy popped the Cypher Gauge here too early. He might be for it, but he's gonna get there somehow, and Nickpan is gonna get Naom in return. Krekis is gonna open up the site, but there's already so many members from the side of Ghost Hawk already on the A site. They're already on the case, and that is the power of the Cypher. Personally, I would have preferred if the cam was a bit higher. You could jump on that. You could jump on the machinery thing on the A site on the right and get some high cam.
30 seconds left.
None of the attackers would see it, but Luz is improved. He's gonna get 1. 2 members on the side of Ghost Hawk are on low HP. Uzray does have the showstopper if he does want to go for something cheeky here. And yeah, Ghost Hawk now on the retake.
Ghost Hawk.
10 seconds left.
Cannot miss those type of shots. He's able to land a second, but not after taking so much damage in return. He's gonna get shot out of the air like a duck. And Krekis here. He's gonna have to try and win this. Uzer, 1 HP pretty much. 1 bullet is all he needs to go down. So he can stick this, actually. He's actually faced properly. Gonna find the frag. Great play there by Uzer to let go of the defuse at the right time and catch Krekis out in the open. He did not expect that to happen. And they take a 6th round here. Operator save to get a cherry on top of all the sweetness. That's a 6th round once again here. The City Ghost Hawk.
Yeah, City Ghost Hawk are actually, I've been noticing as well, they've been losing more and more members every round, but somehow they still get the win in the end. That very risky double updraft from Nick Pan here could have cost him the round, actually. The right click was not going to be enough because the last member didn't have so much HP left, and you do not want to be up against a Phoenix on a 1v1, especially if he still has one more flash. Camera is going to come out. Going to spot the Sova here, and I'm surprised that Intersha is not using the outgrown as like a entry buddy for the Phoenix. Like instead, they're using it to clear the tripwires here on the A site, plus to get some information. But I would have really preferred if if it would have just guided the entry going into site, like served as a distraction per se.
Definitely was. So all members still up on the board. Gabe, will he expect here very deep the Nick Pan playing with the operator? No, he won't. Nick Pan's gonna find him in return, walks into his sights, and secures the kill. He knows he doesn't have to press the issue anymore. He's gonna fall back in towards the A site. Naom here with the Blade Storm already at the ready. So as they push in towards the A short side, there is an Omen here to intercept him, so he might potentially get crossfired. The Dark Cover goes down. He's just gonna get shot out of the air by the opposing jet there with the operator. That's going to be a double pick now coming from the side of Intersha here. Off of the back of Nick Pan's great plays.
30 seconds left.
Man,
One player remaining.
As soon as he ran out of that smoke, he got dinked instantly here by Spicy, and it is a 7-1 so far. It has been a one-sided series, and City Ghost Hawk, they are here to play.
I'm actually surprised that Blaze Ball at the end there in the Phoenix didn't, extend further than it did. I would have thought it would, but I think he also assumed that too, because you can see that he kind of was expecting that it would probably block off the entirety of the midsection there towards Market. But I think he shot it a bit too deep into the corner of the wall, and that canceled it out from coming out on the other side. And so, unfortunate, but, well, you live with what you get. Camera out here towards A-long rather, and that's going to give away so much information that a bunch of people here. Nick Pan, though, with the operator, finds a double kill. Naom cannot secure it. He has to in that situation. Cannot let him freely just rain his terror. And Nick Pan, just like the first round, man, has been doing it all.
Blocking sight.
Oh, the Cloudburst. He actually missed his Cloudburst thrice here, or rather just twice. Does get some cover here on the Cypher, but that's great. He's going to use the corner. That's going to be the Cypher getting Krekis as well. And Gabe, it is looking grim for him. That's going to be the push from Nick Pan, but he's going to get shot in the back of the head. What a flick from Gabe. I'll give him that, but that's going to be the paranoia, and he is scared for his life, and as he should be. Spicy is going to get him in the end, and it is an 8-1.
A bit too hot for him to handle, even with a valiant effort there. A great flick, of course, to defend himself, but in the end, it was just too much for him to handle. 8-1 on the board, and there are no signs here of City Ghost Hawk of slowing down at all. As we said, they have a 7-round deficit, and that's quite of a bit to really overcome here for the side of Intersha. Of course, it is doable, but it isn't seeming the most likely. I mean, if they lose this one, then that's the series given up pretty much here for Inertia. That's going to give the 2-0 win to City Ghost Hawk, and so they cannot let this one slip away. They are on the attacking side, of course, and that doesn't really help their favor out, but Nickpan finding another pick is going to dampen things even more for the side of Inertia.
Indeed, and 4v4 already. Naom does get the pick on the Cypher, and that basically goes offline the 2 Cypher cages here on the A site. So if they're going to decide to take a site, they must go A, but Landon not even going to allow them to come anywhere near the A site, and that is going to be a 4v1. Spike is dropped in smack dab in the middle of mid, and Ori, I don't know what he's looking for at this point. Maybe a Vandal, maybe a Phantom, maybe even a Spectre would be useful here, but it is looking like a lost round.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, 9-1 on the board as we are 2 rounds away from the second half. It already seems like match point is imminent very soon after these next 2 rounds, and so Land here, he's the Omen, and he, along with the Cypher, have been playing this pretty well. Nickpan, who has normally been pushing this A short position or A long, whichever he decides to go for, but he just plays towards the A site. With the operator, has been making things work out, but for this time he's going to be playing towards mid, and he has a Raze there to try and help him out. They're going to pull out the double operator lineup, I believe. One here in Spicy and one on Nickpan. So a lot of information being found here. Their A long is entirely clear. They know it has to be a B main take. There's no other way they can be, right? The top mid is kind of clear. They've already pushed up into it. Nobody towards top mid, nobody towards A long. It has to be a B push, and you can see they're already gearing up for that. A flank is about to come in here from Nickpan, and he might just find the angle to go his way as soon as they try and push in here. 3 defenders already on the B site. A flurry of frags is about to come out as the smokes already are being set here, and that's going to give away what is about to happen. Loses improve, able to find the frag there in Uzer. As he goes down, that's at least something going in their way. Okay, they could potentially capitalize on that and find an opening. Land able to find a second Neon. That's exactly what they need. A good flash as well to come in there with the paranoia. Howard able to find the frag with Ori. That's going to leave it now to 3v3 as the deficit has been all equalized up. And he gets shot in the back there. Nickpan right clicks his way into the win, and that's going to be a second kill from him there with the Blade Storm. Able to find it 10-1. And while that was looking
last
well,
round for the half.
Intersha, they were able to find a double pick going their way. Opening double pick. It was not for the faint of heart, as coming in from behind there, Nickpan able to shut it down, and just a great adjustment coming in from City Ghost Hawk, even after going down 2 members and that defense.
I like that as soon as the Breach heard 2 or 3 people in the B main position, he just pops the Rolling Thunder just to waste their time, because basically he is just giving space for the other members to get into their respective positions, with the flank going from Nickpan, with everyone else trying to get some support going. And the B side was just crawling with defenders at that point, but the aggression is going to start. The entry frag for the side of Interfa is already down. That's going to be the shot from the Cypher. That's going to be Spicy. Missing in this one, but Land is going to spot one guy in top mid. 3v4 situation. Attackers are down 1 member, but they can still take a site. They're just going to have to take out the Cypher. They're going to have to use the Shock Dart as well, just in case that there is a tripwire right in front of them, make it easier for them. But that's going to be the Brimstone peeking too slow in this one, but the paranoia is going to start going. That's going to be 1 Cypher cage already down, but let us see. This recon bolt is going to reveal the location of Spicy here. Second Cypher cage is going to be popped just to try to get the sound proc through the smoke, but I don't think the enemy team is going near this A site.
Yeah, I mean, they can kind of press the issue here,
30
but there's
seconds
so many
left.
defenders for the side of City Ghost Hawk that it might just be a moot point. At this point, you know, it's really tough decision to make. Oh, he just spots out the hairline there of Gaban and removes it so kindly for him. Spicy will find a frag. Not able to find a second, actually. Ori will find that. So they can't give up this one. Oh no, they're going to give up another one. Howard's going to find that frag, and he suddenly
10
has
seconds left.
a choice to make the decision here, and he's going to have to give it up. Unfortunate, but it could have gone so so much
Switching
worse.
sides.
Worse for the side of City Ghost Hawk. Imagine if the ace clutch came out there for the side of Intersha. That could have swung things around, but unfortunately for the side of Intersha, could not get the final kill there on the Omen, from the Omen rather. 11-1 as we just went away for match point.
And yeah, that half was basically all Ghost Hawk, like a single round from Intersha. I don't think it really mattered because a single pistol round can basically spell match point, and you do not want to be losing the pistol round, especially when you are 11-1. The next round over could be you guys out of the tournament, and this is the case for the side of Intersha. And just like I said, Ghost Hawk, they do like to go aggressive. They do not respect their opponent's defense whatsoever, and this is the same case as they're going to go into the A side. That's going to be the tailwind from Nickpan, and he's going to be into sight already as Krekis is going to be taken down by Uzray. Look at this jumping right click from the Classic as well. Look at the utter disrespect from Nickpan. Halbers is going to come out just to give him a little bit of cover, but he's still going to go for the peak. The paranoia is going to come out from Ori, but it's not going to be enough. Uzray is going to take him down. The last person left alive is Loses Improve, and he is doing plenty of losing in this game as well as the last one. And let us see, 12-1, a single thrifty round can basically spell the end for the side of Intersha.
This is a nice spot.
Yeah, I mean, City Ghost Hawk, 12-1 on the board. They're already up 1-0 in this series as well, this best of 3 series. And so, you know, with them having the economy advantage, there's no choice here for Intersha but to force up everything that they can buy coming to this round. And they have to make a stop right now. Otherwise, that might just be, you know, their tournament run ended. And so, coming in here, Spicy, I think he's going to expect his corner. He does. Perfectly called, perfectly timed. Leon's going to find the frag. Land is going to get a trade-off. And you can see there with the Classic, Nickpan just right-clicking his way. Finds Krekis, making their way towards the A side here. If they can find the aggressive position here towards the rafters, and they do have the Omen pushed up there, that is gonna make things a lot more difficult. I like that.
One enemy remaining.
Cyber Cage. Oh, what a one-way smoke for that Cyber Cage to make its way in there. That is very, very big brain plays. Last one left alive here is gonna be the sole Omen on Ori, and that's gonna be the round, the series, and the game here for the side of City Ghost Hawk. They take this best of 3 series 2-0, clean and swiftly, very dominant. A valiant effort by Intersha, but in the end, it is going to be left City Ghost Hawk from Taipei City University of Science and Technology moving on forward into the bracket.
And yeah, all I could say was that's basically domination from Ghost Hawk. Yeah. A very valiant effort though from the other team. Intersha, I can see that they do have their moments that where they can shine. I do think if it was any other opponent other than Ghost Hawk, they would have actually kind of flourished, especially with the lineup that they have in terms of agents is very interesting. But unfortunately, they ran into a team who likes to play super aggressive, who likes to play disrespectful, and they couldn't handle the pressure.
Yeah, I mean, really at the end of it, there were a few moments where, you know, an ace clutch could have turned the way for Intersha. There are like 2 specific moments in that previous game especially, but in the end of it, you know, as much hero plays as you want to have to see, it's really, you know, the consistency that nets a team a win in the series, in the best of 3 series, especially when it goes in best of 5. In this case, 2 maps is all they needed, and 2 maps is what they get here, City Ghost Hawk. And so, you know, if I was, you know, from their university, I'd be very proud of what they've accomplished so far. The job isn't done. We still have more games to do. Another best of 3 series to come up right after this. That is going to be from Ateneo de Manila University from the Philippines and Tarumanagara University of Indonesia. So that is going to be quite a match to look forward to, I do believe. And so, guys, what a game we just had on our hands. It wasn't the most competitive one, but it was a very strong showing by City Ghost Hawk. Will they continue to run their tirade throughout this tournament, or is their next stop going to be their last? We're going to find out very soon, but first we're going to have, once again, our next best of 3 in just a bit after we come back from a short break. I am Black and Blue, with me Sneaky Frog, and this is it for me for now. Sticky Frog is going to be back later to cast for you guys. For now, that is all. We're going to be coming back with another best of 3 series, the last one for the day. Once again, Ateneo de Manila University versus Tarumanagara University from Indonesia. So guys, do stick around. Do not go anywhere. We're going to be back with our last best of 3 of the day in just a bit. See you guys in just a hair.
back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Cyberathlete Valorant Collegiate Invitational International Tournament. You are witnessing the future of FPS pro players from all these countries in Southeast Asia. My name is Jaeger, joined by Sneaky Frog, and we'll be your casters for game number 4 today. For our last game of the day, it's LG Valorant versus MRALT, MRALT. LG Valorant is a Filipino team from Ateneo de Manila University, and MRALT is an Indonesian team from Tarumanagara University. So should be a fun matchup. Considering that this is Emerald, these guys, they have some tournament experience. They've played high caliber FPS games, and it's an Indonesian team as well. So it's also a scary prospect for the Filipino side, LG Valorant. And LG Valorant. Basically, they're the best team in the Philippines, but I feel like they're going to have a bit of a challenge here against the Indonesian team.
Yeah, indeed. I do think that Indonesia has more tournaments and has more players running in the running for those top teams, and the amount of young players that they have just transitioning from other FPS games going into Valorant is such a huge number that they just play each other constantly and just grind each other out in terms of grinding each other out. Just all the mistakes are just going out one by one just for the teams, because if you keep playing the same teams and you keep discovering mistakes, you're gonna get better and better, and that is usually the case when it comes to Indonesia. Meanwhile, for the case of LG Valorant, LG does not have how would I say this? They do not have a pro player on their team. They are just a squad that literally came out of nowhere and just basically demolished everyone in the collegiate Valorant scene here in PH. So I'm pretty excited to see these two teams duke it out in the map.
Yeah, our first map is going to be Ascent. If you can see behind me, I always change my background depending on what map we're going to.
Yeah.
And so Ascent being the first map, that is one of the better maps that we saw from LG Valorant. It was a map where they pulled a lot of Reyners, Rays, Sova, Cypher, Omen. But these guys, they can pick any agent. They seem to just jump around. I asked them, are you going to be picking this, picking that? They said, I'm not really feeling this, might choose someone else. So it's nice to see that kind of flexibility. However, with that kind of lack of structure, let's see if that's going to be any kind of call for concern for the side of LG Valorant. For Emerald, I don't have the information according to what the agent picks are. Or how they've performed in the past, but considering the fact that they've played against some of the best teams in Indonesia, it's you can expect it to be a good performance coming in from the side of Emerald. So I'm excited to see how they're going to be performing going into the game. We'll be starting any time now. It is 7:30 start for these guys, and we do have a delay on. So if you guys are going to be seeing the game starting a little bit late, it's just because of the delay. We don't want anyone getting any kind of unfair advantages. Not that they would, anyway. But
yeah.
Better safe than sorry.
It's actually pretty interesting. The moment that I glanced over to the call of Mr. Alt, one of their members actually has the Onyx tag, which is one of the biggest orgs in Indonesia when it comes to across all esports. His name is Risu in this one, but now it is Risen actually in the Wikipedia that he has. So it's gonna be interesting. We're gonna see another case of a pro player in a team. I'm not saying that he is gonna be the sole carry of this team, but I do think that the LG has been in this situation before. They have faced collegiate teams that already have pro players in them, and let us see what is gonna be the kryptonite here for the side of Emerald.
One thing I love about casting LG is the fact that you can pretend the luminosity, but it is going to be a fast push over towards this B site. But the kills are actually coming in straight away for the Filipino squad. A triple kill already to start this round off. We're barely 30 seconds into this match, and so there, the flank has been caught out here. It's going to be Rapid B going down, Iggy, and actually everyone else is actually just stacked over towards B. Now the rotate making their way back in towards mid. They can cut off rotations. They actually could have caught Killjoy making his way in towards short. That was a Strogus, I believe, on the Killjoy. And so Spike will be getting planted over towards the A site. Flacco's still over in B for whatever reason. But it will be the kill still coming in for the side of LG Valorant. But Buddy Meister goes down, and it's all down to Strogus who is alone down in hell. He's got 45 HP in a frenzy. It's not too easy.
Not gonna get spotted down.
Oh, they don't know. Oh, they check anyway. Oh, it's only gonna be the one kill found. Iggy, a good sonar there. That's why he is a silver main.
Yeah, but at the moment, LG did get that first round, and it is kind of a glimpse of how they play this map. They like to stop those fast pushes ASAP, and they want to get as much control of the map and just choke the team out. That kind of similar to the last series that we had with Ghost Hawk. Okay, we've been corrected many a times, but it is kind of reminiscent of how Ghost Hawk plays their map. And LG, their defense is looking solid, and not just that, their lineup is so good for offense because they have access to 3 flashes. Look at this, the Paranoia, the Leer, and the Curveball.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's actually true. And the fact that they got the Cypher as well means that any lurks can easily get punished. They've got infinite smokes coming out of Omen. Rapid B already finding the first kill, but Budweiser going down. Risu. Onic Risu. This is not a name I had going into this game. Risu on the jet. There, the kills starting to stream in for the side of LG. I'm actually quite surprised by how fast these defenses are getting the job done.
Yeah, what a shot by Squammy though. He actually caught the jet while she is mid tailwind, and that is a pretty hard shot to make. And so far, LG, their defense is proving too much for the side of... Oh no. I almost forgot their team name. Emerald. I'm figuring out the pronunciation. Is it really Mr. Alt or Emerald? No, it's apparently Emerald.
Mr. Alt. I would love that.
Mr. Alt. It's like Ghost Hawk. It's almost cool, but you know, it's not there yet. But yeah, 2-0, and look at how they position themselves, LG. Like, they're so oppressive in all of the sides of the map, and they do not even allow a misstep from any of the sides. But this is gonna be the push coming in. Reyna is gonna be taken down. Flacco is already down. That is one pillar of defense for LG. Already gone, and that's gonna be wrapped him. What a shot, man.
Risu. I think Risu is a 6th man for Emerald because he's not the guy. We had Mei Yi as their initial 5th man for the side of Emerald, and I think Budweiser may have spotted the cross. I'm not entirely sure. There, you can see his crosshair just flicking left and right just a little bit. Maybe he saw the crossover and not the cross back over. But Yaba going down in mid. That means that the market's open. That's the smoke done, and now they can start to pour in towards this B site. You see the push coming in from Garage as well. That's the spike making its way over. So all on his own is Iggy, but Iggy is the man that has been getting a bunch of these multi kills. And now the rest of LG Valorant can start to rotate in as well, which means they could be in a bit of danger from the retake. It's a 2 versus 2 at this point. Raffling is very low on HP. Strogus as well, he's down to half. And Rapid B has just gone for a full heal up. He's ulting it out in the open. He's found the first kill. Raffling will be going down. The flash coming out. There is the Killjoy's turret going down. And can't find the kill before his ult is finished. But in a 1 versus 2, and they know exactly where he is, this should be going in their favor.
Yeah, and yep, that's just gonna be Rapid finishing. What's his name? Rapid. That's a hard name too. That's a hard name. Rapid. It's not like Ige or is it 1G.
Rapid B.
Is it Ige or 1G?
I think it's Iggy, but I'm not sure.
Iggy with his
Azalea
catchphrase. We chillin' out here, yes sir. Apparently.
We chillin'.
Now he's chilling out here, and right now he's definitely chilling. Like they're 3-0 already up against this Indonesian squad, who's like just like you mentioned, they have a 6th man. But what a 6th man to have! Someone from Onic.
Keep in mind, Ascent is heavily defend decided, so you do need to keep that in mind. Once they switch sides, this could easily be like an 11-1 half, and suddenly it comes back to 11-13.
Yeah, definitely. But the squad that LG has, like, they could definitely do some damage on the attacking side. 3 flashes, and rather they have 4 flashes if you do count the 2 curveballs. And
Swarm grenade out.
Yeah, sometimes the Silva, the recon bolt could be distracting as well. It could make the attackers look up, or rather the defenders look up and try to clear that recon bolt. But that's gonna be Risu with the entry. Squammy is already down. And let us see, 4v5 situation here for LG. They're already at a disadvantage, but the longer This is gonna be a 3v3. Flocko making sure that no one passes from his crosshair, and this is gonna be the retake from LG. And
I must
slowly
say,
but
the style from Emerald's very puggy at the moment. They're just going for pure aggression, all those pushes. They're so gutsy. Black will be finding a couple of headshots here. Yaba finds one as well. Last player alive will be going down. It's going to be Risu and Flacco with a triple kill.
Out of charges.
You know what? I've seen a couple of Odins today. Not gonna lie, I've seen a bunch of Odins today.
Out of
I mean,
charges.
There's a player called Boxu who got so many.
The Odin is definitely meta in Ascent, especially in the B side. Like you could just have the recon bolt, stick it onto the ceiling, and if anyone tries to get the ultimate orb, which is very, I think people need to value ultimate orbs more, because ultimates win rounds. Like if you do get control of both ultimate orbs, you're like basically one step closer to getting your ult up, which could basically, you know, give you a free win. But teams at the moment don't really like to focus on that.
Yes, this should do. This goes here. Oh, this is a nice spot.
4-0, really good start here from LG Valorant. And, I mean, you want to get as many rounds to that defender side as possible. If they get up to 6-6, that could spell a lot of danger once on the attacker side. As you said, they've got a really good comp for attack. But, again, it's that attacker side that's just got the problems. Buttermeister, we're finding Yaba early on into this round. That will be the first kill coming in. Even with these early advantages that they get from just the early picks, they've still been losing these rounds. It's kind of strange to see Risu. I mean, this is an eco coming in from them. That's what you're seeing. The ult coming in from Risu. Maestro will be finding Squami. There is the it doesn't even help. And oh, the ult was for nothing. Raffit finding the kill onto Risu. Maestro. We find a nice little headshot there into Flacco, and again, the plank is going down. It's going to be the Killjoy ult coming through, and in a 1 versus 4, this is on the back of an eco, and it's looking a little bit dangerous at this point. Finding the kill in towards mid. A 1 versus 3. If he can get 1 kill, he has his ult ready, which means he basically has 2 lives going into this retake. So, possibility definitely there, and he's got money saved up. They haven't been losing too many players. Flash comes out. Both players going deep in towards a long. Molly down just to check that corner, and the flash in. He could wall off this with fire, but he's taking a lot of time here, and look, he's running. He's going to be running out, and that's going to be Raffleen shutting him down, and it will be the first point on the board for Emerald.
Yeah, what a thrifty. Man, they just literally ran into a short and just did everything. Losing the Omen so early in this round is so key, because you do take down the only vision denial that they have on the team, and it should not hurt as much on defender, but especially with Yaba, he's actually playing around mid. He is kind of the anchor at this point. He is just in mid on purpose because he wants to be available when it needs to, when B or A needs to have, you know, a smoke.
I mean, every single one of these rounds, we've had a death happen, like, in the first 15 seconds. Every single time. This time it will be Onus going down very early. But, I mean, LG, they're completely willing to give up all of this map control. They just want to hold those sites, and they want to make sure that they have their rotations completely theirs. Everything else, they're just like, you know what? Take what you want. Smoked back over towards mid. For now, just going to be slowing down. That Spike's making its way back over towards A long. That's where Cypher set up a bunch of tripwires.
Man, if they try to go into the A site, this might be a disaster. Like, especially Cypher is one of the best anchors you can ask for. Plus, he has these Cypher cages available just to push out whatever the attackers are trying to do. Especially, you could also shoot through the Cypher cage as well, but this is going to be a problem. Rolling Thunder is actually going to come out. It's not going to hit the Cypher, but Cypher is in the middle of the site. That's going to be the problem. Shadows coming in from Buddy Meister, but it's not going to work out. Squami is going to try to get more frags. He's going to get 2 as Rat Hip. He does get 3, and that is going to be LG rolling over the Indonesian squad.
That was perfect. They don't lose a single play in that position, and they've at every single turn there, you see them making all the right choices, being in all the right places, and relying on the right teammates. These guys have been playing a lot. You can tell they've been practicing. They're gelling so well together. They know each other's tendencies and whatever else, and they know how to bail each other out as well. So this time you're seeing a lot of presence over towards that B site. There's 3, 4 players, 5 players just outside of Garage and mid link. Probably going to be trying to take mid control yet again, making sure that LG Valorant aren't entirely sure exactly which side to go towards. Flacco yet again starts off the round with a kill onto Risu. Maestro will be getting 1 kill in exchange for Rapid B. As Raflin has taken control of Garage as well, they don't actually take control of mid. This time, mid control goes towards LG Valorant, so that could be giving a couple of pointers that, hey, they're going over towards B. They don't actually rotate anyone over from over at A, though, because this could still be a fake. So, Push now start to make their way in. They're just going straight for the B rush. I mean, when in doubt, it is the absolute play, but Yaba with the double kill. There's the Phantom doing his work. There's Yaba looking for a little bit more. Spray is not going to be connecting. Bodymeister and Stroke yet again in a 2 versus 2. And the rotate's coming in over from A. That's going to be Squammy. That's going to be Flacco. Making sure. Oh, look at that. I mean, that's just game knowledge right there. That's the kind of thing you see after a couple of years of playing. Just a pre-fight positions where they may have a bit of utility set out. Flacco finding another kill with the operator. Looking for this last player alive, and it is going to be killed just outside the site, missing the shot. 1 HP remaining. Will be the miss shot through the box, and can't find the final kill. Flacco with a triple kill in the round, and a 6th on the board for LG Valorant.
I thought Flacco was gonna lose that for a second. He actually pulled out the operator. But I bet his teammate said he's basically on 1 HP and just pulled out the ghost and finished it off in the end. And yeah, this is the LG special right here. They basically get a pick, stretch the advantage as much as possible, try to delay them going into site. And Risu is such a good pick as well because you remove the entry, you remove some entry power from the other team, and you do not want that if you are the attacking side. You do want the Jet going into the site. Reyna does not have any movement options other than the dismiss, and she needs to get a kill to get that. What a shot from Raflin does get Squammy over peeking in this A position. This is going to be the push from the attacking side, and let us see Raflin looking for any people here, but that's going to be the Hunter's Fury. Hunter's Fury is not going to hit anyone except Ige is actually going to hit the Killjoy and get a kill the lockdown as well. And this might be trouble for the side of the Indonesian squad. Let us see Ige go for the push. Odin in his hand, but does he have the gods with him? That's going to be Risu getting one through the smoke. It's going to be Raflin getting the kills here. No, that's going to be Raflin. 1v4, and Odin versus 4 members of Emerald, and it is looking bleak for the side of LG this round.
That gun, it looks juicy.
Man.
Oh, he's not going to be finding that kill either. Buttermeister, great peek in towards spawn.
You have to aim down sights just to get that gun right. It's so sad. But you know,
how much is the effect the fire rate? There's a small dip, isn't there, when you aim down the sight with an Odin or any gun?
I mean, I don't know the cost of the fire rate anyways.
True.
Man. LG still with the lead though. I mean, that's his very, very fixable mistake here from Squammy. He really overextended in that one, and Raflin punished him hard, and you did not want to lose a Cypher very early on in that round because that is the anchor power on your side.
There's a lot of information to be finding there. Squammy as well. Camera inside the side. He's just playing safe behind the gen. So Iggy just using up a whole clip. There you go.
Revealing area.
If he gets Killjoy here, I'm gonna lose my mind.
This is incredibly patient from the Indonesian side. Emerald not getting too aggressive. They've got full mid control here. They're not gonna over-aggress and lose a single player early on yet again to the operator of Flacco or whatever else.
Yeah, this is what LG wants though. This is the problem. Like, LG wants them to play super passive until they wait for the last second and they just start rolling them over with their utilities. But that's why Omen is in mid. He is the insurance here for this defense, and this is going to be the smoke coming in. That's going to be the blind as well. They're not going to go inside just yet, but this is going to be the Leer. They can't shoot it out in time. 30 seconds left on the clock. The shock dart is going to come out. But is this gonna be the push? Ige with the Odin, can he get this one? That's gonna be one. Can he get three in this one? That's gonna be the spray, but it's only gonna get Raflin. Yaba looking for the retake. He's gonna spray through the Radiant box, and he does get Budmeister. How did that happen? But Risu is gonna get him from behind, and once again, Emerald is gonna get around on the board.
Who is hitting so many just nutty shots, and they're all through smokes and firewalls. It's insane.
Man.
I don't know if that's pure game sense or if he's just getting that knowledge coming in from his teammates, but those are really good shots.
Most likely there's like a ping from his teammates and he got the wall bang going, but I actually kind of chuckled a bit. It was like the years of experience that they've had on this game. I was like, this game has been out for like 6 months.
Yeah.
But yeah, I could attest to that because players learn quick in this one, especially with the limited amount of maps that they have. Like they basically know every corner like the back of their hand, just like Maestro and Strugus. Getting the two members here, they're just pressing the advantage. Flanco using the Stinger to just get one, and Swami's gonna get another. And this might be a problem for the Indonesian squad. Or is it gonna be? No, it is gonna be Strugus solving that problem just as Killjoy solves technological problems of her own. 6-4 now, and it is the lead still on LG, but the Indonesian squad, Emerald, they're catching up.
I mean, 6-4, that's a scary scoreline already if you're on the side of LG Valorant. And at this point, it seems they've adjusted really well to this setup. Like, as you say, LG Valorant, they like to hold onto their utility as much as possible so that when that late push comes in, they can use it to delay as many pushes as possible. But unfortunate thing is, they're putting so few people on each individual site that they're basically getting overrun. And they can basically be in 3v1s as many times as they need to. And so... And then, even in that last round, you're seeing just prowess coming in as well from each individual. Strogus with the triple kill. It was against pistols, so it's kind of what you expect. But, I mean, we're seeing that carrying over as well. And right now, for LG Valorant, they're actually not switching up their positions at all. I mean, you're seeing them in the different sites, but you're not seeing a change in strategy here on the defense. The aggression not just pushing through. They're not trying to get more map control as they push in to get the flanks and whatever else. And for the side of Emerald, I mean, they've got no real way of watching the flank except for Killjoy's turret. So it's an interesting setup. But here you can see all 5 players over towards that A site. Maestro's actually found the first kill. Yaba gets one, so will be found, and then straight out of there, Risu finding one as well onto Flacco. And so now the spike is down. It's a retake and a 3 versus 5.
I really don't like the decision of putting Cypher in mid, and that they paid dearly for it by losing the site, and now they have to go for a very hard retake. And the back is going to be popped, and the Jet is going to be spotted. That's going to be the wall. Getting Division out for the side. He's going to get shot out right back.
I know exactly.
He's going to go back to Garden, but that's going to be the ulti coming in here from the Cypher. 2 people in A main, 1 person in under heaven, and they do not spot him out. Buddy Meister's the last person left alive, and he does get the round, and it is 6-5, and Emerald, they're now stacking their lead back.
Last round before the hash.
Could have easily gone in Iggy's favor. If he jumps down into the box, he gets perfect vision over towards the other side of hell. Instead, he jumps down, he pre-aims towards the wrong position, to his last position. Of course, Buddy Meister is going to be moving. So now, what looked like a really dominant start here is now almost tied up. It's 6-5, and I can see this definitely going 6-6.
Yeah, Ige no longer chilling. Now he's standing, or rather having his back straight up, because, you know, gotta get that posture going when you got into that gaming. Posture actually helps with the reaction time, so you guys on stream, you better get that posture going. And Risu does not have that good posture because he did miss that shot on the Sova. And let us see, is this gonna be the P push? Maestro did pop his Empress, so let us see. Did they do shoot faster? 2 leaders still available. Maestro could be choked out here if they do use it correctly, but does let go of this site. So many the Empress still on, but now it does turn off. No longer available for him, but the A site is going to be wide open. Rafib is going to get 2, and let us see. Raflin gets Yaba in return, but can they get control of the site? Buddy Meister is going to catch out Rafib. And it is a 3v3 once again. They lose control of site. because they're not placing their anchors well. And is this going to be another cheeky rotation from the side of Emerald? There's Cypher. They do have a Cypher cam. They do have a tripwire as well if they do want to go
30
for a
seconds
retake.
left.
I mean, look how clear that is. They've got the camera in position, but once that retake starts to come in, they're going to have their setups already done, their crossfires in place. That's a good pre-fire there from Maestro, but now
10 seconds
the
left.
plant's coming in, there's no one there to deny it. All three players make their way in from mid, and Rafleen was watching the cross as well. That's a good position to have. And then 2 versus 3 on the retake in towards B. They've already got a flank coming in from Garage. He gets that kill in mid, goes straight over to Garage, so that once they push it to the side, he's trying to bait out some, maybe bait out a push here or a peek. And oh, Buddenmeister, what a great thought to think, okay, maybe there's someone inside the smoke, and there's Buddenmeister with a triple kill. 6-6, Emerald have brought it back, and they've tied it up, and this is looking bad for LG Valorant, especially on their attacker side. We'll see how they do, if they can have quite the run that Emerald had just then. That was, what, 5 rounds in a row?
Yeah, and I do think that smoke was not to block a certain angle, but if you want to get that isolated 1v1, knowing that the pro players tend to hug corners in this game, that smoke basically blocked the vision from Jet from actually trading this one, and they didn't basically stand a chance in that round. I do think Rafleen getting that initial pick really hurt the chances of them getting a retake, and they had so much utility to work with as well. So LG, they really need to step it up in this attacking side, and they do have the resources to do so, but it's telling the amount of momentum that they have. Missed the shock dart as well, Ige, that's unfortunate.
Revealing area.
We're seeing a mirror of what we see on the other side. It's give up mid control. They take full advantage. They do have tripwires in place in case of flanks. That is the one difference between the 2 sentinels. But that killjoy can be such a difficult obstacle, especially on that defense. On that B side, it's always a B side where that killjoy sits down, and I mean, how you deal with that? You're always going to lose a bit of HP on your way in. Well, there's the push coming in, Squammy just tapping away, but Maestro with a double kill on this defense, and he's still in the game. He can use a lot of this utility. He's found a 3rd kill here. He's trying to get away, but there's the headshot from Iggy, just waiting for that to fade. And now in a 2 versus 3, and well, his team is very low. Iggy's still healthy, but there's Buddenmeister onto Iggy. Squammy jumping up, Strogus to take him down, and it's going to be a 7th on the board for the defenders. It will be Emerald taking the lead in the second half.
Man, LG almost had that, but they were not checking all the angles correctly. Like, they were fighting 2 people at the same time, but they did not look at the upper right. There's still the Killjoy going for the flank on the Frenzy, but if the Killjoy wasn't alive, that could have been the clutch for LG, but good job from Emerald just getting those key frags going, and now LG, their chances are looking bleak on this attacking side.
Amount of utility being thrown out here. This is going for it as aggressive as possible, and Flacco out of ammo, has to go to reload, can't find a kill. Risu finding one with the Marshall, and a triple kill for Rafleen to shut things down. What you expect, 6-8, and now we'll be getting into a gun round. It's going to be the full gun round versus the bonus round from the side of Emerald, which may give us more of an idea of what to expect on the second half coming from the side of LG Valorant. I mean, so far it's looking pretty puggy, which is what we saw from the side of Emerald as well before they started to get a little bit more structure. They started playing off each other a lot more, and so I hope LG Valorant don't take too long to get into this game. Hopefully they can jump on that horse straight away, dust off the dirt, and well, doesn't look like that's going to be the case, because Reese just found a headshot with the Marshall to start the round off, and Iggy's position has been spotted. Look at those jiggle peaks coming in. Rapid and Iggy now finding the damage done, but Rafleen there and Maestro to bring this into a 2 versus 3, and this is the bonus round for them. They're finding kills with the guns they saved.
Man, Rapid should have killed the guy in mid, to be honest. Like, that is such a key kill. Getting mid control and getting the Reyna dead. You did not want the Reyna, especially when you have the 3v2 situation. The Lear Do you think it's still available? Cypher Cage is going to come out after Shock as well. Breach is going to start to go for the peak. The Cypher Cage is going to make noise. Headshots are going to start to pour, but that's going to be Swami in the right position at the right time, and that's going to be the double for him. And LG get the round back, barely, from the hands of the Indo squad.
Oh, that looks a little bit better. That looks very structured. Again, this team's been playing together for a while.
This goes here.
And so, none of them have like really any kind of achievement in the pro scene to their name other than their collegiate wins. But like that's enough. Like if this team sticks together, they could easily find a sponsor. I feel like, and they could easily be a team that I mean, the potential is just so high. And I mean, I say that for both teams really.
Jace, chilling hard for LG here.
Revealing area.
No
He's
bias, by the
definitely
way.
chilling, yeah, no bias. But yeah, like yeah, for real. But I do think as soon as this whole pandemic thing is over, I do think more teams are gonna be sponsored in all countries. Like
I
not just
cannot
here.
wait for the first C LAN.
Dude. I can't wait to be there. Wink, wink. Nudge, nudge.
Yeah, I mean, who else are they gonna invite? LOL.
I mean, yeah, it's gonna be
So, a
Yumi,
bad
Cyclops
caster or
again, I don't
us?
know.
That's the question.
Hey, dude. They could also have Cyclops, dude. Shout out to my boy Cyclops. He's been doing so much work in the scene as well. He's been casting a lot. Like compared
That's Cyclops
to
the next.
Cyclops. Oh, but Raffling! Oh my god, he just got a double kill here in mid. And Swami, he did actually just kind of pass him by. And he is in such a precarious place that
One player
some
remaining.
damage here, but Buddy Meister is gonna spot him out. Ige chillin' no
What
longer
is
the
that?
fault
Look
line.
at that!
That is what I was talking about. The double
30
flash.
seconds left.
The power of the breach and the block is just so powerful, and Risu is gonna take him down. And now you know why. Omen and Breach are on the S tier. Like they mesh so well together.
That's just so good from the side of Emerald. They finally killed. I mean, that mid control, the mid retake was amazing, and all the players there they managed to find. They find Squammy inside of market, and then the last player alive, the paranoia hits him. They dash in to get him. I mean, there's no fear. It's just pure brutality for the side of Emerald, and it's paying off. They're now 4 rounds away from closing out this first map, and I mean, we predicted that it was going to be an Indonesian-sided team, an Indonesian-sided map, but LG Valorant, they've been holding their own as well. I'm pleasantly surprised by how much damage they've been doing, especially on their defense. Here on their attacker side, they've managed to find the 1 round as well, so it's looking competitive. But I mean, this is what matters, isn't it? Bodymeister with the triple kill. Yaba finds one in exchange, but they know exactly where Yaba is. The last man alive. He finds one more. He finds a jump. Wait! He finds a 4K. He's now in a 1 versus 1. He may have done this all on his own. I wrote this round off, and I thought it was just done.
He has FTS as well. This could be the clutch. Like he has 2 of his abilities, 2 of his teleports. Smoke just got cooled down. If he does smoke the left side of the site and does not get pre-fired by the Killjoy, this could be the win.
A nasty round from Yaba. Regardless of who wins this round, I feel like Yaba is the absolute winner.
Oh, what a smoke. Perfect as well, but there's a gap on the left, so he should be careful here. Plant is gonna come
30
out.
seconds left.
And look at this. Big brain action going on, and he's gonna take so long to go for that retake. And I do think I know where Yaba is gonna be.
Spike planted.
Exactly on top of that, but he's gonna get spotted out immediately here. Unfortunate, dude. You saw it. It was there. But man, if the Killjoy was 1 second slower, this could have been the 1v1.
That could have been the ace clutch there. You know, 1 versus 5. That was. Oh yeah, I feel for him because that was them getting 8 to 9. That was them nearly equalizing the score. Now it's 7 to 10. It's double digits for Emerald, and that's going to be demoralizing as well.
Placing sentry.
Decent effort. If Yaba can do that again and he keep his teammates alive, oh, there's an absolute opportunity for them there. But it was a misplay from Emerald as well. They got incredibly over aggressive and they just fed him those kills.
Yep, definitely. 10 to 7 now. I do think that this is the Indonesian squad ramping up, and Risu becoming an all-star in this one. Just like I said, as soon as you kill Risu, that is the end of potential already gone. But he's already running into mid. He does not respect. Now the other squad is looking like Ghost Hawk, but right now LG Valorant, LG looking like
One
they're gonna
player
lose
remaining.
more members rather. Is a 1v2. This round is just so hectic at this point. Like everyone just died randomly. Now it's just a 1v2.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, not this time.
We
It
were
will
so
be
quiet.
Yabba. Oh.
We were so quiet. We were like anticipating. Okay,
It's
Yabba
just
is gonna
hold
go
your
through this
breath. Hold your breath.
one. Man, my heart can't take this, man. I really want, like, my brain right now is telling me, okay, Emerald's gonna win, but my heart is telling me that LG wants to win, dude. Like, you can't deny the Filipino pride coming into consideration, but now it is on the Emerald squad whether or not they're gonna stop the momentum that LG have. And I've seen in recent games that LG, they're kind of a microwave. They get hot quick.
Recalling my bot.
I like that. A microwave. They're on high settings. Oh no! That was nearly a whiff! I can't believe it! Mike's was there to bail him out. He misses every single dagger. I don't even know how that happened. They're squabbing to cage off. There's the kill onto Strogus. They do have a 2 versus 4, but they've lost so many agents just making their way into this site.
Planted.
So Spike is down, it's ticking away, but they have plenty of time to go for the retake here. And Flacco, he's trying to force the issue. At least try and thin the numbers before they get to the side. That's a great follow-up. Maestro will find the refrag, and now in a 1 versus 2, doesn't even matter. Risu bringing it into 8-11.
Man, this has been the game for the Indonesian squad and some BM as well. Mental edge, definitely a thing in tournaments, and if you want to BM your opponents as much as possible just to get into their brain, that's definitely welcome. And I do think some teams kind of do that on purpose, just to try to throw the other team off, and this could be the case as well. The momentum stopped in its tracks. Like, what can I say? This Indonesian squad, Emerald, they're basically just outplaying LG.
Alarm bot out.
I mean, you see the basic same setup every single round here, but the change ups from Emerald have been working so well. And I mean, look at that. Just this is the difference between the two teams, right? The adjustment from both sides. For LG, they just kept letting them take mid control, you know, use all the utility on the push into the side, and they were still losing those rounds. Now, on the side of Emerald, what they do is, okay, you can take mid control. Wait a minute, we're gonna take it back right now, right here, 8-12, and they've been doing it time and time again. And those retakes towards mid have been so difficult to counter.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that LG is actually playing so bad on the offensive side with the comp that they have. They have a Reyna, they have an Omen, and they have a Phoenix. Like, if they just decide to get into a site and just force it in, like, they could literally just take it for free. But no, they're still looking for the picks. They're still looking to force some of these angles, and just like this, Risu punishes Flacco immediately.
This is the other setup, isn't it? 4 players over towards B, you got your Cypher watching mid in case of luck. And the fact that they always go for the retakes in towards mid, I mean, it's pretty much telling. Look at Risu. Peeking towards mid, he doesn't see anybody. You're seeing a rotate coming in. Killjoy making his way in over towards the B site. That's Strogus. They only need Buddymeister alone in A. And actually, they're rotating back. They have actually called this perfectly, because look at the rotate back from the side of LG Valorant.
It's interesting. Like, if they do want to do a double take, they're basically welcome, but look at how much traps they're walking into. The Killjoy, this is basically free real estate for her.
Here.
Or is it actually free real estate for Risu, who is gonna spot out the spike? This might be doom for the side of LG. Risu is not fine whatsoever. The Blade Storm is gonna come out. Buddymeister is gonna get the kill on Ige. Is this gonna be the dagger that they need? That's gonna be it. Risu with the 4K, and Emerald take game 1. What a comeback from them, man.
At one point, it was a 6-1 that ends up being a 13-8, and I mean, Risu was an absolute god throughout that entire second half. He was not missing those AWP shots or those martial shots whatsoever. Missed a couple of shots with the daggers, but the right clicks at the end were just perfect. A 4K on that last round, and I mean, seriously, well played to the guys at Emerald. The adjustments, the mid-round strat calls, the way they were just calling the rotations coming in from LG Valorant every turn, it was really well thought out, really well played, and just really good reactions throughout. And really good IGLing as well. I'm not sure who the IGL is, I'm guessing it's Refleen. If it's not, maybe it's Maestro, but either way, really good performance from those guys.
Yeah, huge contribution from their 6th man as well, Risu stepping up. Great entries, great picks coming in from him, and what do we expect? This guy is from Onyx, and Onyx is not just going to pick up a random player from like Radiant. Basically they're gonna pick up a player who knows what he is doing, and definitely this guy knows what he is doing. And LG, they're gonna need to figure it out in map 2 and 3. If they don't, they're out of this tournament, out of the running from that juicy 25k.
Right, again, that was map number 1. We'll have map number 2 shortly. This is Cyberathlete Valorant Collegiate Invitational. It's a tournament produced by Cyberathlete PTE Ltd with permission from Riot Games in conjunction with country partners from 8 territories. So stick around, we'll be right back for map number 2. It's going to be, I'm not sure what the map pick is going to be just yet. We'll update you as soon as. Just look at my background, you'll know exactly what the map is going to be. Emerald versus LG Valorant, map number 2 coming up. Do stick around, we'll take a short break. Welcome back to the Cyberathlete Valorant Collegiate Invitational Tournament. You're witnessing again the future of FPS pro players in Southeast Asia. My name is Jaeger and joined by Sneaky Frog as map number 2 for game number 4 today. It's LG Valorant versus Emerald, and we're going to, check behind me, Bind. Should be interesting.
And I just have to admit this, Mike. Every time I see that promo video, I get super hyped. It's so well made. Like, whoever edited that, like, give yourself a cookie or something. Like, every time I see it, like the thing that it syncs with like every agent that pops out, I was like, okay. I shared it twice. That's how much I liked it. But back to the game. LG Valorant did kind of had a misstep as soon as they reached the latter half of the game. That being said, Mr. Alt took advantage of this weakness and literally steamrolled whatever LG tried to get started. They may had some misstep going into the half. It did finish with an 8-13, but those 2 rounds are negligible. As soon as you get that 13, like that's basically the win. You don't have to worry about it. But now the map is gonna be is it again? Bind.
Yeah.
So this is gonna be interesting because the value of smokes is gonna be higher. So we're probably gonna see a brimstone on site. This is not a map that an Omen can just basically single-handedly smoke, because you have to smoke 3 areas of the map. You have to smoke U-Hall, you have to smoke Heaven, and you have to smoke that little side of the site where you could just swing into the person planting, probably plant a person in shower. And,
can I tell you a potential lineup for LG Valorant? Because the last time I saw them play Bind, this was their composition. It was a Phoenix, a Reyna, a Cypher, a Brim, and a Viper. I saw them pull out a Viper on Bind, and they won pretty convincingly. So I don't know if that was just them messing with the team they were going against because they were on a much higher caliber, or if this is a legitimate strat they have on Bind. But if it is, I would love to see a Viper come out. I don't know how useful she is, no matter how much they try and nerf her or buff her. She doesn't really grow that much. But if you're good at her and if you're the one that knows how to use her to the best of your ability, then absolutely why not? But instead, we're not going to be seeing a Viper. We're going to be seeing an Omen, a Raze, a Phoenix, a Sage, and a Cypher. And the Sage makes sense. The ice wall over towards mid can be such a big obstacle for those fast mid rushes into the A site. So, yeah, I think it's a convincing lineup here for the side of LG Valorant, and on the side of Emerald, you're seeing practically the same composition: the Killjoy, the Omen, the Reyna, the Breach, and the Jet. So, yeah, expect to see or maybe perhaps the same thing that we saw on Ascent. And already starting off the round, good use of utility to do some early damage on the player side of Hookah. There's a dink coming through. Buddy might start to Flacco, and there's another one. Buddy might start a double kill to start this round off, looking for a little bit of wallbang damage. Risu up behind the bot. Can use that as cover as well.
I hate that. I hate that he's using the turret as cover, because that is just a statement on how good Killjoy's turret as an ability is. You can use it as cover, you can use it as a distraction, you can even use it as an entry at times, but that's gonna be Radhib answering back 2v2 situation already. LG fighting back. Now it isn't 1v2, now it's their advantage, and Ige, I think he's had enough. He wants to go for the win.
And we saw before, they're very good clutch pistol rounds inside of LG Valorant. They can ride that momentum as well. It's that late game where they start to repeat strats that you start to see Emerald start to really shine, because they're the ones that are very good at the adjustment. So an early lead for LG Valorant, definitely possible to steamroll that into something more. But I don't know, at this point I've been taught by both teams not to carry hope for either, because it can go either way.
Both teams very pessimistic about their skills, so we don't know who's going to be going for the pop-off. seems like Rathid is getting things started in this one. Just like the Phoenix, he is starting things hot like a microwave. That's going to be the paranoia hitting him exactly for him. I did think that was kind of a miscommunication because he did want to get that control going into U-Haul, but they're going to have to be careful because the Killjoy is still in the back of sight. She could go for the cheese kills if anyone wants to go for the overextension, but I don't think that's going to be the case, except Ige is actually going to go for the overextension. The right click is not going to be enough. Rathib is going to be taking down Budmeister Yaba in return. The shorty isn't going to be enough. Yes, it will. Raflin is gonna get him, but the 2v1 situation. What a dig from him as well. This is possible. Is this gonna be another thrifty thrown away by the LG squad? Raflin gonna go for the swing, but Pretty Flacco is gonna get this one.
Good grief, that game sense from Ralph-Lane to peek in towards side, find the Cypher, and then peeking in towards short to find Raze. That's not easy to predict. I mean, you can expect the positions, maybe 2 players out of bathroom. It's always a surprise position like that, but just reading them like a book at this point, Ralph-Lane. Strogus will be positioning himself aside of A this time instead, and now they have 3 players over towards the B side, and it's going to be a gun round going in. So round 3, bonus round versus gun round. We'll see how they do, because already losing players over towards that B site. Maestro with a double kill buddy onto Squammy as well, and already this bonus round not really working out for LG Valorant as Raflin. Nice big old tremor making its way out. Raflin looking for that last kill. Won't find it. Flacco with a double kill. That's a good spray down. Can retrieve the spike. There is actually no one watching this, but it means doesn't have the information. So 56 HP remaining. They have 2 players, 1 in each site. And I feel like at this point they should just be playing together, perhaps giving themselves the opportunity for the refrag. But I'm not the pro player, they are.
Yeah, I mean, right now Flacco is basically just having the weight of LG in his back right now, because he's the only one. He does have a Vandal. Could recover it from someone who tried to go for the overextension. Emerald kind of taking a book out of the Ghost Hawk squad by just pushing into the enemy team and not letting them breathe, basically. But Flacco looking to get what's going, but he's gonna get spotted out by the guy in elbow. Check your corners, kids, because that could cause you to lose. 2-1. Now, already a round taken here by the Emerald squad, and this is gonna be interesting because last time Emerald had a hard time getting things started in this game, but now getting a round on the board this early could be bad for LG.
Placing alarm bot.
This setup from Killjoy,
Placing sentry.
I mean, it's just so effective.
Placing swarm
And I don't know, Killjoy inside the A site can be such an obstacle. We've seen some teams where they just put an Omen there and gets all those kills. Look at the kills coming in from the side of LG towards the B site. I mean, sorry, towards mid. As oh no, that's not good. Rapid with the team kill, but they do still have the man advantage and guns picked up as well. So that early aggression towards mid, and I mean, even the last player over towards sorry, on the side of Emerald. It is going to be Budmeister down low on HP.
Shadows traveling.
Smoke out towards Hookah. They do have Raflin gaining information towards B long. He could absolutely catch them from behind, but they are very aware of the possibility. Oh, Flacco so paranoid about that position. Knife out just around the corner. Raflin finding 1, finding 2. Iggy is there to find 1 and to get the res, so there is still a 3 versus 2. They have the advantage at this point, and the rotate's coming in from the side of Killjoy and Raflin. Sorry, Budmeister.
And
pulled out to clear the side.
30 seconds left.
The res was not the thing that would swing 100% in the favor of the side of Emerald, but Sage still, despite being a B-tier agent, looking to be effective in this one. 1v3 situation as it turns into a 1v3 Killjoy. Can he kill the joys of LG with this clutch? Strongest, or rather Strogus. What a name. Strogus getting 1 out. But can he get Ige? Ige seeing his head, and that's gonna be the thrifty from the LG squad. And yeah, great job from them. And I would like to highlight the angle that Raflin was playing is so good toward punishing Jiggle Peekers, and that would have been, on any other day, that would have been a win for them.
Actually, a good point. I mean, if Jiggle Peeking was that much of a thing, what we're seeing most people doing here is those airstrafes to try and bait out information and shots. But yeah, in that position, definitely eliminates a lot of that advantage. Regardless, at this point, we're looking at a interesting buy coming in from the side of Emerald. You got a Bucky in the hands of Raflin here, Buddermeister. With the Bucky hand. Oh! Jumping down just behind the door. I don't think they're expecting this though. Possibility for multi-kills here. There's the first. Oh no, missing the follow-up, and that should be him down here. I don't understand. Oh, he's still in this game. They're afraid to peek him. There it is. The kill from behind Flacco. They're just waiting. It wasn't fear. It was teamwork. Strogus there to find the kill onto Squammy, and now in a 3 versus 3. Raflin pushing his way forward. Flacco going down. And oh no, he's being seen. What? He pulls out. I love it. He pulls out the Bucky. It's a long-range shot coming in from Yaba.
Spike planted.
He's gonna TP in the long position, I think. No, he's actually gonna TP right behind him just to try to get some information. I do think that's a worth ulti 100% of the time.
One enemy
To
remaining.
help them, and that's gonna be LG just basically eliminating all the members, and the other side, Emerald, is filing into sight, into the crosshairs of the enemy team, and LG definitely is doing better.
Yeah, we saw this in the first game. It was a 4-1, 5-1, 6-1, 6-2. Sorry, 5-2, 6-2. By the way, I love this Vandal skin. It's the only one I want.
I like the black and white one. That kind of looks like the Bloodsport.
Oh. If I made a Vulcan Vandal, I'd be fine with that.
I feel like the singularity is too trippy for me. Like I can't concentrate. It's like a black hole is shooting bullets out of the end of my gun.
That final kill with the black hole appearing, I actually find that super cool. But, yeah, I still prefer that. Oh, Risu and Maestro both chiming in early on into this round. They get those kills completely scot-free, not a single refrag. And now they have to try and take one of these sites in a 3 versus 5 with, you know, a Killjoy's traps all over the place. And, plenty of utility on the rest of these players of the side of Emerald.
Man, what a loss as well for the squad. They lost the Sage, they lost the Phoenix. Now their entry, they do have the Raze though. The Showstopper is available if she do wants to go for that free pick, but it is looking kind of bleak for them. They do have the Omen to set the smokes, but they have to pick their fights super carefully because they do not want to die. They're already down 2 members. And Squammy still looking for some flank frags in this one, but I do think he's just going to file back. He's
30
gonna have to be
seconds
careful.
left.
The alarm bot's actually right there. The spray's going to come out. The Buddymeister is going to get the better of him and just going to back off. He doesn't need to overextend. He does have the turret to play with him.
15 seconds remaining, and I mean, you could try and make a play of it. Just smoke the site, teleport into the site, get
10
that plant
seconds
down,
left.
get some extra credits for your team. But at this point, I think it's a lot more worth just to save that gun because, I mean, what plus 1500 when you're saving 2-9?
I mean, 4-2 already. And this is kind of reminiscent of the last game, right? Like 4-2, they're kind of doing a slight comeback, but now instead of waiting for LG to get the 6 scoreline, they're just prying it out of their hands. Like LG, their fundamentals are kind of weird in this one. They're not trading properly at all, and Emerald is taking advantage of that.
Round number 6. I mean, every single round that Emerald wins, it's always super convincing. Otherwise, it's like a complete stomp. It's really bizarre to see. I don't know how much sense it makes to me, but it's just, I mean, I guess just that level of competitiveness. Either one of them could pop off, get those early kills, get that early advantage. I mean, again, this map could go either way. I feel like it's all dependent on that momentum, and there's a good amount of luck that goes into this as well. How often they're checking each individual site, how often they're shooting into smokes and finding those kills. Well, looks like it's going to be a split towards the A site, and
Off your feet!
that should be the entry. They're pushed in towards the site. You see the cage thrown out very early on. Raffleen finding a double kill to start things off, and there it is. That's immediately the start. Flacco and Squammy finding 2 each. They do bring the numbers back. Flacco finding one more. Rita going down. This is somehow a 1 versus 2, and at this point, Raffleen and Strogus can just work in tandem. That spike has dropped in short. Oh, missed the angle there. There's the nade out with 13 seconds left. Raffleen can just go hide.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, and Flacco, he's gonna need to turn around, man, but doesn't have
He could've won
time to
that.
even check corners. Yeah, he could have won that 100%. But this is what Emerald is good at. They're good at playing fast. They're good at being in your face, despite being on the defending side. And LG, I thought they were the ones who is super good in the early stages of the map, but no. I do think the Emerald squad already warmed up to this, and
Yes, this should
LG
do.
doesn't figure this out. They might just fall into the lower bracket.
So towards mid, Budweiser finds that first kill before the smoke fully pops. Got enough information there. Squammy, very curious just in case he teleported over to the other side, but he'll see that it's clear. Meanwhile, that initial kill gives him enough space to back off into the side again and set up defenses with his teammates. Yaba smoke over towards towards spawn, towards elbow. And see on top, Budweiser had the information that Yaba's just pushed into hookah. It's a difficult position to be in. There's the ult ready to go. If they start to push into that site, the ult comes down and they can just defend from inside of spawn. And it could be a crossfire as well. Oh, Budweiser. That's
You gotta
such...
That's why you ask your teammates to ping where the corner is. You get the free wall back there, plus the killjoy is gonna send it down. This is rubble for LG as the push is gonna start. Flacco did get the kill, but Raffleen is gonna get the money in return. Strogus from the side did pop the run it back of the Phoenix. That's gonna be 3 players detained, and that is gonna be over. Knives in hand, and is this gonna be the disrespect that they were looking for?
Oh no, he has no idea that the spike is still behind him. And he still gets the kill! Strogus onto Squammy! I've never seen 3 players attain. Maybe 1, maybe 2, never 3. I don't know what the idea was there. Get the spike down and then run away, but Squammy was just so far away.
I think what they wanted to do is just try to get into sight as fast as possible. I do think they knew that the ulti was coming, but they did not get on site ASAP as soon as one person is already on strike. Strogus just put down the ultimate, and they had 12 seconds to do whatever they can, and they just didn't do it in time. They poured so much resources in this B site. Unfortunately, the coin did not flip on their end, and that is now 4-4. A mano-y-mano. No longer did this Indonesian squad want to go for the tie on the other side. Now it's them on the offense, and Raffleen is going to get the entry fragger. Buddymeister as well is going to get Flacco, and it is a 5v3 once again in advantage of Emerald.
Slows down. It's always those initial kills that just slows down the entire game. Maestro finding the kill onto Iggy. And looking for still. There's another one. There's the full heal up. And Strogus shutting down Yaba. I mean, it's as soon as those first kills happen, everything else looks disconnected. It looks like individual matches. A death match almost.
Indeed. And 5-4 already. I am kind of worried about the momentum that LG doesn't have, because they are kind of a streaky team, as I noticed from their previous games as well. As soon as they get their streak going, they get things going. But the problem is, this is not the same PH opponents that you're facing. These are Indonesian players who've already experienced the roughs of the FPS scene, and now it's just them grinding out the 13, and this could be a problem. And Yaba trying to force this one open. One person already down, and they cannot lose another one. The heal is gonna come out, and let's see, can LG get into this A site, or is this gonna be another disaster in their hands?
Clearing out these sites. Swabby. Oh, spotted. Look at the damage done! That's actually so good. Strogus sounds so low now. Those smokes come out. They've made some space for themselves. Can go for the plant here. Pushes through the smoke straight up. 3 versus 5. Raffling's there to bring things a little bit closer. Raffit completely stunned. There's another kill, Raffling. And Raffling just keeps going. That's a triple kill in this round. Spring into the corner. Finds Iggy. That's a 4th in the round. Last player alive. And just going for the defuse. Small gap there, trying to break the ice. There's another smoke coming through, and inside the smoke, pushes through, gets the full G-fuse, and Flacco can't do anything.
Buddy Meister did a great job, man. He just body blocked the guy. He didn't.
Just
He doesn't
there.
want him. Wide is your boy. Wide Buddy Meister, not letting anyone through. But that was some good shots from the breach, man. He got the guy through the cipher cage. I didn't even know that the guy was there. Man, what a game from the Indonesian squad. Emerald University must be proud right now, as they are playing some super optimal Valorant. And I would say Maestro, recognizing that there's no one on A site, as the rotation is going to start from Breach. Ige is going to get things started here, kind of reminiscent of the entry stage that they have. But that's going to be Risu once again being a problem for the side of LG. Now he's gonna hold this angle. No more tailwind, so if he does miss the shot, he's gonna be dead. But that's gonna be Yaba using his teleportation to have an advantageous angle. And Yaba looking to get another one here, but that's gonna be Raptor. Probably gonna get him at 100%, because he's already on 27 HP. And this is the retake for the side of the Indonesian squad, with Maestro with a long flank from all the way in the back of A. That's gonna be Spine Cam Dart hitting him on point. No one should peek here, and if it's gonna be a Lear, it should be a good one. Should be a high one as well. And it's just gonna be the frag. Maestro gets the jumping headshot, but Ige is on his case. 6-5, and it is looking like a mono half once again.
He actually finds that final target there. Iggy out in the open, and I mean, that could have easily gone in their favor. This could easily be a 7-4 right now. This is a good thing Iggy found his aim just in time. Oh, that was such a close. That was a close round. In a 4 versus 2, it gets that close. That's why it's just so scary for LG. What else he gave me?
Yeah, they're turning into MIBR slowly.
Look at that, Squammy fun. Hey.
Hey, what?
Shut up, Charles. No, they're not.
No, they're not. I mean, man, like, they have to... Whatever Risu is doing, they just need to stop that. Like, Risu is getting these free picks, and he's not gonna get punished because he has the tailwind. They're over-peaking these angles for no reason whatsoever.
And I mean, look at the amount of information that Maestro has right now. Scorpion has just been res, so it's back into a 5v5, and Iggy's actually found Risu through the cage. That's a good start. But they're still gonna be pushing through, and they still have Maestro on that flank. So they have full control of Hookah here. There's the ice coming out, there's the nades to slow them from their escape, and so much utility being used on this initial push. Strogus finding one, Yaba there for the refrag, and Maestro is there on the flank. Can he turn around fast enough? spray through the box, finds another one,
player
finds
standing.
Iggy.
30
There's
seconds
information
left.
being sent through. Yaba, last player alive, is inside of spawn, and well, look at look at Buddy. He knows exactly where he is, and just peeking straight into him. A perfect response there to Yaba's position, and 7-5.
Switching
That is
sides.
going to be it for the first half.
You know how I said that Risu was a problem for the side of LG? And they haven't solved that? What Emerald did is they presented them with another problem. Maestro's flank, despite being long or short, has got to be one of the best flanks I've ever seen. Like he literally just deletes 2 people off the map. He even got the guy through the box, despite dying after the dismiss. The impact that he had just getting control of Hookah is tremendous, and right now all the momentum is on their side, and if LG wants to get back into this game, they need to get this pistol round.
Pistol rounds, and if they lose this, yeah, I mean, the momentum, how do they even get it back at that point? And, well, that's a good start. Rafi finding a quick headshot onto Risu and then backing away immediately. Strogus tries to continue that aggression, pushing straight in towards the site. They can't go for a plant here. There's a little alarm bot being sent down into the smoke. Rafi finding another one. Their pistol rounds have been pretty much amazing so far. We've seen them winning those the 3 and 4v2s, and now teleport through, and who's waiting for them is going to be swarming on the other side of the cage, jumping through, and he's actually found inside of the cage. Strogus, great shot. Now spike is being planted. This is a 2 versus 4, and they don't have any utility remaining, so this is just a pure frag fest at this point.
One enemy remaining.
All the scenarios that they're presented to is so bad in LG. They do get the pistol round, but the scenario, that's what you said. They are a pistol round team, but like, it's such a weird strat that the Indonesian team did. Like, they went into the teleported super loud. Despite getting the Cypher pick, like, they do not get it in the end. A 2v4 situation, not advantageous for them at all. I think they think they could have entried better going into the A site, and instead just taking that. But LG's defense proving too much for them, and this might be a statement on how good the defense of LG is now, because they do have the Sage, they do have the Cypher, the pseudo-duelist controller Omen is there to help as well, and Raze and Phoenix can do some heavy damage if they go aggressive, but they decide not to. They decide to stay in the back of sight.
I love it. There you go. That's just game knowledge, isn't it? Maestro finding the first kill. Yab will be going down. It's going to try and play around this look. Oh, he's been found! Risu with a charge. Down he goes. He has been charged. Squammy. And now down goes the spike. It's a 5 versus 2 on the retake. And what do you expect? Look at it. Start to slowly back away there. Risu going down. That's a bit aggressive, but I mean, they can afford to be aggressive at that point. Rafi gets done. Strogus finding one. There's a perfect flash, but Rafi is there for the counter flash. It's going to be an 8th on the board for the side of Emerald. They've taken it, I mean, straight back, and that has crushing, to be honest. Poor LG. Poor for the
I mean, basically, how would I say this? Jet and Judge, best friends. That's how I would say. Shotguns, you just basically tailwind in and just be in the face and shoot them with that shotgun. They had no chance to win those fights whatsoever, and this is the Emerald squad looking to finish this one off, and Swami going aggressive, maybe wasting a camera as well.
If LG Valorant lose this game, that'll be 2 Filipino teams that have lost today, and that'll be 2 Indonesian teams that have won today.
That's just a statement on how good Indonesian Valorant and FPS is in general. Right?
Absolutely.
And right now, Ige, despite getting the 1 tap, it's not gonna work out. It is a 2v4 Risu. It's gonna work out for him. He does have a better gun. And it is looking like it is doomed this round 9-6. And Emerald looking like they're gonna take over this series with a 2-0. I'm not saying it's over, but the momentum from LG is basically non-existent.
Yeah, I mean, if at this point, Emerald get to double digits, I feel like it's just done.
This goes yes.
I think it'll just be done. So now look at the setup here
I will find
from the side of Emerald. They've got the little turret in mid, watching Narnia just in case that push comes in, and they're all situated towards short. They're actually just rushing straight into A. There, the kill's coming in. Iggy actually finds the first kill. Risu going down very early, and that initial. I mean, look at all the chaos they're making on this side. That ice wall goes up and it completely stops it, and that's why Sage can be so important on Bind.
Yeah, and I do think this is just a testament on how bad the Emerald 4vx or 3vx situations are, because they do not win those. Usually, when they go into the site, they're still 5 strong, and they only lose their entry fragger. But now, they only have 3 people to work with. That's going to be the spray coming out. Swami is going to get focused, and this might be trouble for them. Maestro, the only one left alive, and that's going to be Swami finishing him off, and it is a 9-7. LG answer back after a flurry of rounds onto the side of Emerald, and is this going to be the comeback that they're looking for?
So it could be. They string together around here. They're up to 9-8. They pull it into a 9-9. They can start to ride that momentum again, like that when we saw those 5 rounds in a row. If they got the 5 rounds in a row, now they'd be up to match point. And so, you know, there's a possibility. But again, as you said, this Indonesian team, they've experienced the highs and the lows of playing against like amazing teams, and so they know how to manage their psyche and manage their emotional responses to this sort of thing. And oh my goodness, completely flashed. There's another one trying to push in, and there it is. Risu with the right click. Swami goes down, and I think this isn't a full investment. Oh, actually, maybe it is. You can see it's just the oldest running around. There's Risu finding another kill. Iggy trying to back off a little bit here, and Risu, he can just wait for the rest of the players to rotate over.
I'm saying it now. If it is going to be an MVP of this series, it's going to be Risu 100%. He's playing so well. The entries opening things up for the squad. And Buddy Meister is going to get Flacco, but this is a dying effort. The bomb is ticking down. 2v2 situation. One person through the smoke. That's going to be Buddy Meister. He's so good at that. Getting those isolated 1v1s.
Did you see that flag?
Bro, I swear. Risu's insane.
Risu.
100% he deserves his spot in Onyx, man. Onyx, you need to pay this guy the big bucks.
I know, right? That flick with the I can't. Okay. Double digits now for Emerald, and that, I mean, that could have been the start. LG Valorant, they needed that round. They needed to get back into this, but it just looks like even in terms of just pure aim and technical skill, Emerald look at that a little bit faster and a little bit sharper, and that could be all the difference. How many times you see straight up just aim duels and it just goes in their favor? Oh, bit of information spotted. Risu unable to capitalize off of that just yet. Squammy looking over towards that B site, hiding inside the container there. Gonna be safe for now, but I mean, this team, they've been pre-firing everything. Yaba and Rapid, there. Okay, that's what you need. A couple of kills start off this round, and they can still turn this back. Emerald, I mean, I don't know, sometimes they just fall completely flat when they lose a couple of players early on. And then sometimes they just look amazing. It's like, okay, well, we just lost someone. Let's go for a 1 versus 3 and a 1 versus 2 and just shut them down completely by ourselves. Don't even need the third player here. Timing on that ice wall is perfect. Make that little gap, and Risu just aiming through it. Oh, spots the crossing, but that, I mean, you need godlike reactions to hit that shot.
Yeah, and I do think they should just back off here. It's not a winning situation at all. Ige ready with the slow orbs just in case they want to go into the site. But Risu, I do think he should look for the pick in U-Haul, because
30 seconds
if they get
left.
the pick in U-Haul, this basically every game. That's going to be the pick coming in from him. Risu, let's see what he can do. He dodges the flash! What? Maestro is going to get 2. Dismiss is going to come out there, going to use the teleporter to go back. And that is going to be Cypher on his own on site, popping the Cypher case. He wants to waste as much time as possible. The tracking dart is
10
still on him.
seconds left.
That's going to be the plant going. He did not go for the plant. Oh no, but that would have been a winning situation if Raffling just went for the plant, and the Reyna could have just actually just shadowed over him. But LG, they get it back. The pressure from LG's defense is now immense.
see in these rounds again, like I said there, you can see the fact that sometimes they just fall flat. I feel like sometimes in that last round that was like bravado, or not really bravado, but just being overly aggressive. And you can see Raflin just pushing straight forward. He's like, okay, I've just sent out a little bit of a stun there. They should be completely disabled. Let me get these kills. And it's also for the side of Emerald. They can't underestimate LG Valorant because these guys, they've still managed to get here, which means they have beaten out a lot of competition to get to that point.
What a teleport from the Omen here. This might be the key. That's gonna be the flag. No, he's actually gonna get killed instantly. Strogus with the shot onto Squammy. But let us see. 3v4 situation. Maestro is not gonna get the kill as Yaba is gonna get Strogus as well. That's gonna be 2 people already down. Rizu, you've been the star player of this game, but it's not gonna be enough. Is gonna be LG getting another one on the board, and this game just got a lot more spicy than it is 4 rounds ago.
Spicy? Do you like spicy?
Yeah, I like spicy. Despite being half white, I like spicy. That's surprising, right?
Same. Although my dad is pure white and he likes spicy, so I don't know. Maybe we should judge people.
I will find
yeah. I think my dad doesn't really like spicy, to be honest.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
Didn't get it from him. So definitely spicy, just like I said. But I do think LG already caught the hand of the Indonesian squad here, and I already think they already got the read. And Risu should do something different here. It's been one-dimensional gameplay for him. He's just been tailwinding into sight and hoping to God that he's gonna get his gun out in time and get the pick, but that's not a consistent strategy that you can have. And just like that, Stroke is already out of the round. The nade is gonna come out as well. Usually they think that the rest of the squad is there as soon as one person's chosen, but that's gonna be the Blade Storm once again. Risu is a big threat. The tailwind inside, that's gonna be the Blade not doing enough damage. That's gonna be the Trap Bar as well on the ground. Risu is gonna be taking down Raflin. He's gonna take down Yaba as Flacco is gonna get 2, but Budmeister, he's gonna get the quick trade, and Squammy is gonna get him from behind, and it is a 10-10. LG back in this series.
They've done this, and they can now start to ride momentum as well. This could lead them into the next round, into the next round, into the next round. And I mean, at this point, I've seen Sheriffs going out 2 rounds in a row now from the side of Emerald. And so, if they're not careful with their economy, they could easily fall into just a pit of bad buys. And I mean, LG Valorant, they could take complete control of that. Or rather, advantage of that. So now, again, as you said, Risu just loves to just dive in there, hope to get a shot off, hope to get an early pick, and then try to make some space. And I feel like that also lends to the fact that he seems to be a stand-in, and so it's like he's not too familiar with the way this team plays. He doesn't jive just yet, so he has to play like a solo player and just try and do as much damage as he can before he goes down. And in some of those rounds, he's just winning it by himself. I feel like when he is the duelist, he has to be the first in. But if he works in tandem with his teammates, it's always successful for them. So here, they're playing a little bit slower now, a little bit more methodical, and I think this push is going to be a little bit more telegraphed, which could also work against them.
Yeah, I do think this is what LG wants. They want to have the great read on this team. That's going to be the trade coming out. Strogus getting Ratib. That is huge. They lost control on this half of the site. Now, they're going to have to go on the retake situations. They cannot risk this very risky peek going into the other side of this site. But they're going to have to be careful. Great flash from his
30 seconds
teammate.
left.
And this is going to be Risu popping off with the Vandal. Let us see, can he get the 4th? Risu gonna get another one despite having the disadvantage in terms of angle. And this just might be over. Raflin one taps Yaba in the face with the Vandal. And 11-10. Emerald 2 away from closing this series out.
If Risu survives that first encounter, he just pops off for the rest of the round. It's either he goes hard or he goes home, basically.
Yeah, and I just realized this guy is 20 years old, by the way. So he still has plenty of years under his belt.
He's just gonna get better, isn't he?
He's just gonna get better and better and better, as young players do.
So these guys, to be fair, I mean, they're what? They're between the ages of 18 to 20 as well. So it's like big skill ceiling. They can just keep getting better if they can focus.
I wonder if we're gonna get high school Valorant. High school Valorant's gonna be interesting. It's just gonna be like 16-year-old aimers up against each other.
Yeah.
It's gonna be mind-boggling, to be honest.
Like
But that's
Jesse
gonna be the
Bash's kid for elementary Valorant.
He's gonna demolish everyone. But this is LG though, answering back. Already a 3v5. And this might be bad for the side of Emerald if they do not get the frags here as soon as they drop into the side. This is gonna be the problem is gonna be Ratib actually. Killjoy is gonna drop the lockdown, and is this gonna be successful? Ratib getting the Killjoy, and that is so key because you eliminate the possibility of the Killjoy having an ulti the next few rounds, and this is LG's time to go for that comeback. The next 2 rounds are gonna decide whether or not these two teams move on, or rather one of these two teams move on, or one of these two teams have to play another 3rd map.
Here.
See, like, as soon as it fails over towards that B side, they rotate back over towards A and they go for that A split again. And I feel like it's just because, like, okay, this is a proven theory, so this should work out fine for us. But I mean, I feel like LG Valorant should be able to adjust to this strat coming in from the side of Emerald. This is the fight for match point. It's the fight for, okay, we're safe.
Yeah, but
Off your feet!
problem is they do not want tie. They do want to go for the win. They do not want the momentum going on the side. This is the problem. Risu is already on the site, and they got so much control. U-Haul is the only spot that they're not controlling, and this is going to be Risu going into the site, super aggressive. That's what he's good at, and he gets the 3K. It is a 2v2 advantage. Never mind. Ige makes it a 1v2. This is going to be a problem for Emerald. He's going to get spotted out by Ige as well. The flash, it's gonna come out. He dodges it as well. It is gonna be anything from the squad. Is this gonna be the double spray? He dodges in time. The flash, it's gonna come out. He's gonna go for the peek. Is this gonna be the 1v1? Yes! 12 to 11. Raffleen saving his squad once again.
Match
12 to 11. What a round from both teams.
Oh my,
but
I
Emerald
cannot
go out
believe
on
it.
top, man. What is this game?
I cannot believe that he gets that flash lasts ages. He'd already ran back into spawn, and he just chases him down, hunts him down, and gets that kill. That's insane. He managed to isolate that double peek. That he would have definitely gone down there had he not peeked first. It's the one time where you're in the defensive. It's time for you to peek first, and it worked out perfectly. Raffleen, what an absolute god play and a god save there as well.
And they just need one more. They're gonna need Cage to get their round. That's gonna be the judge getting things started here, but Maestro is gonna get the quick trade on Squammy. That's gonna be the anchor already down. Yaba, the only person left alive in this B site. The smoke is gonna come out and gonna obscure his vision. He's gonna have to be careful that there is a Killjoy in that smoke. You do not want that isolated 1v1 where the other person sees you first. That is definitely
Spike planted.
a disadvantage for you. Spike already down. Risu with the Blade Storm kind of acting like a shotgun at close range, and this is a life or death for LG. The warp, it's gonna come out. The paranoia as well, super far. They're gonna have to worry about Risu. The Molotov is gonna come out, and Risu is gonna get one, but he's not gonna get two. Flacco and Ige actually going in, but Strogus is gonna get the double kill, and he's gonna finish it off, and that is gonna be 13 to 11. This is gonna be Emerald moving on to the bracket.
I mean, those last couple of rounds, they got so close. That definitely could have gone the way of LG Valorant, and really decent effort from those guys as well. But just in the end, Raffleen, Risu, all coming alive. And Strogus, even Strogus Maestro, Body Meister, every single one of them, you've seen each of them in a key play there. And, I mean, they were just the better team at that point, and that was such a good game. And Yeah, well played to Emerald. They've made Indonesia proud. They've made Tarumanagara University proud. And you know what? So was LG Valorant, because they still played their hearts out there. 13-8, 13-11. Those are close scores. They could have easily gone to a map 3. They could have easily won that out as well. And so Ateneo de Manila, they should absolutely be proud with that performance as well. But that was it. That's going to be it from us as well. We've been here all day long. It's been 4 games for you guys today. We're going to be having the next one in a couple of weeks. So you get to see the day 2 coming up. But yeah, 2 Indonesian teams won today. 2 Filipino teams lost today. And so yeah, next week Saturday, you're going to have the Liga games. So make sure you're back for that as well, because these guys, they're just pumping out the content. So if you love Valorant, make sure you guys are following, make sure you're liking the page, you're following all their social media so you guys keep up to date. And yeah, again, every Saturday you'll be seeing a league coming in from the side of Cyberathlete. So thank you very much, guys, for watching. I've been Jaeger. This has been Sneaky Frog. It's been an absolute pleasure to cast your games. Can't wait for the next one. And until then, good night.